One day a drunk ice fisherman drilled a hole in the ice and looked into the hole. A loud voice from above said, "There are no fish down there." He walked several yards away and drilled another hole and peered into the hole again, and a voice said, "There's no fish down there." He then walked about 50 yards away, drilled another hole, and again the voice said, "I'm telling you, there's no fish down there." He looked up to the sky and said, "God, is that you?" The voice said, "No, you idiot. I'm the rink manager." I love that one. It's a good one.
But it's different from the rest of the thunder. Others in the area report similar phenomena.
Well, wait, what's that word?
What? Phenomena?
Do-do-do-do-do.
Phenomena.
Do-do-do-do.
Phenomena.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And you may continue.
0. All engine running.
This one goes out to the first fish in space. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. 7, 6. Commencing countdown, engines on. 3, 2. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. Oh, here we go, baby! To the moon! This is ground control to Major Tom. Ba-doo, ba-doo-doo. This is Hecklevish at the Pork Chop Express, and I'm talking to whoever's listening out there. It's like I told my last wife. I says, "Honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes." You just listen to the Pork Chop Express and take his advice on a dark and stormy night, all right? When some wild-eyed, 8-foot-tall maniac grabs your neck, taps the back of your favorite head up against the barroom wall, and he looks you crooked in the eye and he asks you if you paid your dues. Well, you just stare that big sucker back in the eye and remember what old Hecklefish always says at a time like that. Have you paid your dues, fish? Yes, sir, the check is in the mail. Well, you see, I'm not saying that I've been everywhere and I've done everything, but I do know it's a pretty amazing planet we live on here, and a man would have to be some kind of fool to think we're all alone in this universe. Omakase!
Crap.
Fear the crab cat.
Yeah, I know. Fear the crab cat.
Okay, I won. Now we get to do the bit.
I really don't want to do it.
We had a deal. Ferengi Rule of Acquisition 16 says...
A deal is a deal. I know. You don't have to quote the rules of acquisition for me.
Grab your sweater. It's showtime.
Crap.
Oh, are you the new butler human?
It's been a long time since I've been to new anything.
Oh, I'm Hecklefish. I live down the road. Oh, you're the human from America.
News sure travels fast, doesn't it?
Pleased to meet you. Oh, you're the one that sings, right?
Well, right or wrong, look, I don't want to do this. I feel stupid. This sweater is ridiculous.
A deal is a deal. Do it.
Fine.
Oh, by the way, those sweaters are available in the Wi-Fi store.
Are we plugging merch or doing this stupid bit?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hang on. Where are we? Okay, got it. Oh, you're the one that sings, right?
Well, right or wrong, I sing anyway.
I sing too.
Oh, good. What kind of singing?
Mostly contemporary stuff. Do you like modern music?
Oh, I think it's marvelous. Some of it really, really fine. But tell me, do you ever listen to any of the older fellas?
Oh, sure. I like David Bowie and Bananarama.
Ooh, you go back that far, huh?
Yeah, I'm not as young as I look, eh?
Well, none of us is these days.
Yeah, in fact, I have a 6-year-old guppy. Look at this here. This song is my... Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
The After Files is streamed in front of a live audience.
Philippians in Area 51, a secret code inside the Bible said I would. I love my UFOs and paranormal fun, as well as music, so I'm singing it like I should. But then another conspiracy theory becomes the truth, my friends, and it never ends. No, it never ends. I feel the crowd got stuck inside Mel's home with MK Ultra. I'll be an only two away. Did Stanley Kubrick fake the moon landing alone on a film set, or were the shadow people there? The Roswell aliens just fought the smiling man, I'm told, and his name was Cold. And I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Head to fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and the Wi-Fi's helping me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. The Mothman sightings and the solar storm still come to Agatha, the secret city underground. Mysterious number stations, planet Earth 02, Project Stargate, and what the Dark Watchers found. In a simulation, don't you worry though. The Black Knight satellite, it told me so. I can't believe I'm dancing with the fishes. Heck of fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and the Wi-Fi's helping me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the night. Heck of fish on Thursday nights, Wednesday J2, and the Wi-Fi's helping me all through the night. All I ever wanted was to just hear the truth, so the Wi-Fi's on repeat all through the Gertie loves to dance. Gertie loves to dance on the dance floor because she is a camel, and camels love to dance when the feeling is right on waves in time. Gertie loves to dance. Gertie loves to
All right, that looks like it's on. The mic should be thumbs up from the producers. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. It's nice to see so many people here. Merry Christmas, Bill Barkley saying Merry Christmas to Gertie. It's nice that Gertie's remembered. By the way, this sweater it's already too hot. It's already too much. I'm 90 seconds in. Raven Fire is here. There's Scott. There's Glue V. Art E is here. John Connolly, good to see you. TB Splash is here. Kev 711. Jason Spurlock is drinking mead. Wow. If you've never had mead, it's the grossest. It's the grossest thing ever. It's honey. It's like honey wine. How would you describe it? Fermented honey ale. It's intense if you're not used to it. Cypher saying Julia's here. Azriel Thanatos Mele Kalikimaka, I guess coming to us from Hawaii. Maybe next year Hecklefish should sing that one. That's a good Christmas song. Merry Christmas to T. Damas. Christian Munn is here. Jeffrey Shaw, good to see you. Dean Griffiths. So I don't know what we're really going to do today. So I gave you the tour, but I recorded that this morning. I didn't think anyone was going to come in, but we've got Victoria is in the building. Gino is here. Mischief sent a box of Krispy Kremes, so we need to punch her right in the face. And then Jen is home crocheting a blanket. So it looks like pretty much everybody's here. So when there are more people in the office, I like to do the tour when everyone's around. So, Mischief is in the chat. So she heard that. Yeah. The Krispy Kremes will earn you a punch in the face. I'm eating them. That's happening. Now the question is just, how many and what's left after Victoria and Gino get a hold of that box. So I'm not sure what we're going to do today. We'll do a couple of watch alongs. I think we're going to start with the first Y-Files video ever. That way we can start this off as cringy as possible. And I think we'll play last year's New Year's video because the time of the year is right. And it also is the origin story of the channel that a lot of people ask for. And I think a lot of people here haven't seen that video yet or really knows how we started. What did I just see in the chat? Marie Duran, Jen crochets. That's great. I'm making a hat and scarf for my daughter's birthday next month. Yeah, I don't know how it works. I told her last night it looks like sorcery to me. That it's just it's a bundle of string and a weird stick. I mean, it looks like a marital aid is what she's using today because it's a big one, a vibrating one. But it's she'll show it later. So you start with the string, and then you got these sticks, and then clothing happens, or blankets, or hats. I could see the crochet the pattern and make like a line of material, but how do you know how to make it a circle and different? I don't know. It's absolute magic. Joe Murphy, 5,000 here. Thumbs up, like all. Thanks for the plug, Joe. The thumbs up are helpful if you want more people to come in here. If you want to keep it intimate like this, don't worry about the thumbs up. Leah French, I don't know if I'm going to do a Y-Files on flat Earth. YouTube hates that topic, and there are better videos out there. I direct everyone to Professor Dave because he loses his mind talking to flat earthers, like hysterically and unprofessionally. No offense, Dave, but they're super entertaining. Katniss, thank you so much. Bill Barkley. I wasn't going to bring everyone on just yet, but this is an important question. Could Jen explain how Santa navigates the Van Allen belt?
Okay, so Santa goes really fast and it's far apart.
Here you go. Really fast and far apart. Here's your answer. Danny Smith, do a story about the evil fruitcake industry. I didn't know that they were evil. I know fruitcakes are pretty gross. That might not be true. I can't remember the last time I had one. I think I was raised to believe they're gross. But if I'm searching in my memory, I think I remember having a piece of fruitcake that wasn't bad. Like, I eat all of the Christmas stuff. Eggnog, I'm all about it. But eggnog doesn't get any love anymore. I mentioned it to Jen, and she goes, like, makes these weird sounds that makes everybody lose their appetite. And so this morning we did something new, just as a test, that you could find on the Backstage channel. Is for about 45 minutes. I live streamed in 360. So you can check that on the Backstage channel. It's glitchy and there's frame drops, but what it allows you to do is you grab the YouTube frame and you can scroll around and see all in my office. So I ran the stream while I was setting up for this, if that's of interest. But what's cool is if you watch that on your TV, you can use your remote control to look around. So I think we're going to do more of those as I learn how it works. G. Laura likes the nog. Nog is fire. Especially sweeten it with a little brandy. A little rum. Yeah, Marie gets it. Christy, I love eggnog as long as it's not spiked. Okay, that's fair enough. Wow, Bramlett is here. You may know him as the Hybrid from Discord. He's got a lot of fans out there in the world. I mean, paparazzi basically chasing him around at this point. Mischief is also in the chat. We appreciate the mods coming, stopping by today. And you guys didn't have to do that, mods. Go enjoy Christmas with your families. And I've said that to a few people, and the universal response has been, I don't want to spend, can I stay? I don't want to spend Christmas with my family. But why we're doing this is, someone mentioned it early in the chat. I forget your name. I'm sorry. I could scroll back and find it. He's pushing 40, and he said something very interesting. He said, as you get older, holidays become more quiet. And that's certainly true. And I'm older than that. And my holidays, they get quieter and quieter. You know, when we were kids, Gino and I, Christmas was a huge deal. Christmas would start for us on Christmas Eve, and we would go to my mom's house. And mom is one of 5 siblings, so there's a ton of people there. Wrapped presents would be against the wall and reach up to the ceiling, just tons of stuff. Huge Christmas tree. My grandmother was wacky, so the nativity scene was there, but Jesus was E.T., was Jesus. And I think the 3 wise men were R2, C3PO, and I think Darth Vader was one of the wise men. I forget. But it was Star Wars, and of course Princess Leia was Mary, and I forget who Joseph was. I think Han Solo might have been Joseph. That was the nativity scene. So clearly blasphemous. And she had the train and all of that. And this was Christmas Eve. So we'd go from Long Island into New Jersey and stay there all night, pretty much, and then head back in the middle of the night after opening Christmas gifts for hours. We had that one year, Gina might remember, I think it was 83, we got stuck in the Bronx under a bridge, and we spent Christmas Eve in a very dangerous section of New York City in the 80s. I had to be rescued by my uncle. But that was Christmas Eve, and then Christmas Day was Gino and I opening gifts with Mom and Bill at home. Mom's specialty was the stocking. It's the stocking is very underrated and appreciated at Christmas time. It really is. Gifts. Jen's making a face. She's going, I forgot stockings. Is that what you're saying down there? Yeah, I forgot stocking. Stockings, especially for kids, very underrated. The gifts are great, but the rules when we grew up were, of course, you get up. We're awake. I don't know, 5:30, 6 o'clock. We're ready to go. Even without sugar, Gino and I are ready to go. But the rules were no gifts until the parents wake up, which is fair. They didn't sleep in. But we were allowed to attack the stockings. And the stockings were full of candy and small little gifts and all kinds of stuff. Enough to keep us occupied and calm until it was time to open the gifts. So stockings, very underrated. So we would do that. And then my parents were divorced. So Mom and Bill is where we lived. And then we would go to Dad's for Christmas and have another Christmas at Dad's, and then off to the Bronx for his family and do it all there. So growing up, Christmas for Gino and I was a big thing. It was a 2-3 day adventure with tons and tons of people. But that's when we were kids. And then your great grandmother passes away. And then your grandmother passes away. And aunts and uncles start to get older. And then you're not really doing the New Jersey Christmas anymore. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And they still do it, but it's pretty much just from the family that's local there. Mom and Bill are in Florida. We don't get to see them. We do Christmas. Basically, they send a gift card and we receive a gift card. I send them a gift card and they receive a gift card. That's how it is. So we don't get to see them. And then my dad is gone. This is, I think, our second Christmas without Dad. And when his mother passed away, she was the glue that held that part of the family together. So everyone is scattered. So now Christmas for us is mostly just a day of the week. You know, Jen and I trade gifts, but not on today. She can't wait for Christmas Day. She gets insane about it. She needs to exchange gifts as soon as she buys them. She can't hold a secret. So our Christmas was last Thursday. So I figured, since we're all covered on my side for the holidays, there may be people out there who are feeling kind of like I am, and kind of like this viewer was, is that Christmases get quiet as you get older. And when they get quiet, they sometimes get lonely. You know, I'm good on my own. I'm not good around a lot of people. I'm very introverted, but I do miss those holidays with everybody. I really do. And I miss those people that are gone. I mean, most of those people are just gone now. So if you're going through that and still dealing with the sting of that, I know how it feels. So that's why we're here. That's why we're doing this. That's why I was here on Thanksgiving. That's why I'm here today. And that's why I'll be here on New Year's Eve, is I know how it feels. And I can't promise that I'll do this every year, but this year I'm able to, so I'm happy to do it. And if it helps you get through the holiday, that's like what they pay me for, dude. I'm happy to do it. All right, let's say hello to the chat, and then we'll Robert Hoffman, AJ making me cry up here. I didn't mean to, man. As I was talking, I had to take a breath. Because thinking about Bronx Christmas was getting me. I was about to get choked up, and so I had to take a breath. I don't want to be. This is supposed to be fun. We're supposed to be having fun today. I'm trying to make everybody cry. But I'm very aware of the demographics of our channel. Like, we don't have a lot of kids who watch. I mean, the kids that watch, the guppies, the little kids, are actually the kids of our real audience. I mean, the average viewer of the Y-Files is in their 40s. So when you're in your 40s, going into 50s, that's a hard part of life. I'll stop being depressing in a minute. But I'm trying to be poignant. I'm trying to let you know kind of why I'm here. Late 40s, early 50s is a hard part of life, because that's when you start losing people. That's when your parents get old, and if you're lucky enough to still have them, and that's when you see the end coming for them, and you go through that. And I know what that feels like. And when you're in your 40s and 50s, by then you've probably had a friend or two diagnosed with or die of cancer, or an accident, or an illness. I have many of those. By this age, maybe you have a friend or two that has taken his own life. I have those as well. So this is not, it's not a unique story to me. It's the story that goes with middle age. So, Skunky, this is not a midlife crisis. I'm telling you why I'm here on a holiday. And look, if someone's saying, please stop talking, man, this is important. This is important to people that are about my age that are lonely and going through some stuff. So if this is bothering you, do me a favor and go somewhere else. I'd appreciate it. There's Charles, 64. Mike, soon to be 70. God bless. Merry Christmas to you, Drone Flyer. Carlos, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. D. Shepard says, this is important. I agree. C. Lavender, don't be a jerk. 52 says Johnny Doe. Charles seems dang, AJ pulling out the feels. Thank you for all your concern and thoughtfulness. You're very welcome, Charles. Voodoo Tube, I'm 57 and gay and have lost 36 friends because of AIDS. I'm sorry to hear that, man. 57, yeah, you're the age. One of my good buddies, Scott, who I used to travel with back when I was doing the radio show at the brothel in the Mustang Ranch, my travel partner and producing partner was Scott. And Scott was a gay man, a little bit older than me. So he would probably be around your age. And boy, he lost so many people during the 80s and early 90s. He would get very, very upset. So totally understand. Gus Vieira, 70, God bless. Eric Berger, 47 years old. TCW, my wife, daughter, and I are spending Christmas at our house. I'm happy to have just us this year as we grow. My family gets more distant or dies off. It's nice we have my immediate family here. That is nice. And I'm glad that you're still doing stuff. Richard Swan, don't stop talking, AJ. You're raising my spirits more than I can say. I just turned 40 and I lost my mom 17 years ago. Being separated from my kids at Christmas culminates in a tough time. Thank you. I'm sorry to hear that, Richard. I'm not sure why you're separated from your kids, but I hope that's okay and that you get to see them. Like, we don't get to see Jake for Christmas. He'll be at his dad's, but we'll see him. I think he's coming in a couple of weeks, right, Jenny? You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right.
Made me miss my kid.
Well, this is why we're doing this, because a lot of people are feeling that.
Yeah.
All right, you get back to your blanket. I'll talk to you in a minute.
Okay.
Did you see the size of that crochet needle? She could barely get her little hand around it. Lee Monty, 72, and I can relate to the quiet holidays. I don't know what age where the sting becomes less. You know, I've lost friends 30 years ago, dear friends, and it still hurts. So maybe it just hurts forever. I kind of want it to. As long as you're feeling pain about it, it means you still care. Turning 49 tomorrow, feeling every bit of this, says Laura. So tomorrow, 26th, so that's your birthday.
They say it's your birthday. It's my birthday too, yeah. They say it's your birthday. We're gonna have a good time. I'm glad it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you.
There you go. Little Hecklefish birthday song for you. Craig Stilson, great. You made her cry. I do that sometimes. The pain never goes away, just becomes tolerable, says the Tidamas. I think that's true. Denise says, I'm 63. My mom is 100 now, but I'm very teary today. Thank you for today. Wow, 100 years old. That's amazing, Denise. I don't know. 100 years. That's a lot. My grandmother was the glue because my grandfather, still alive in his 90s, is a horrible man. So I knew the family would fall apart when she died, and it did. She passed in 96 when I was 15, says Magnolia Bell. Yeah. The grandparents go when you're in your teens, like for us, teens, early 20s. But it's different. It's different. It's super sad. It's super sad when you're in your teens, early 20s, but it's different. It's different when it's your own parents, and it's really different when it's like friends from high school. Oh God, it's such a crappy time of life. Arturo, 35 is the new 65. I hope not. I'm hoping 50 is the new 30. I've been itching to go down to the batting cage and see if I can still hit the cheese. See if I can still hit that high cheese. I feel like I can. I feel like I still got the swing, but I'm also aware that could be just in my old man mind that I'll get in the cage at get in the one, you go like 85. 85 I could hit pretty well. I can hit in the 90s, but it was harder. 85 could hit pretty well. I'm very aware that I'm going to get in that cage and 85 is going to come down the pipe and it's just going to be nope. Where is the slow pitch? But I'm going to try. Daniel James, warm up those rotator cuffs, LOL. Look, if you're into sports as an older fella like I am and was, you have to be super careful. I blew out my shoulder a couple of years ago. For a year, I could barely move it. I could hardly put on clothes. I couldn't lift my arm above here. So no more softball. No more anything. No more working out. No more anything. And that was an entire year. And then over the course of another year, I got some mobility back and the pain just finally stopped very recently. So about 2.5 years. And it started because I was in my 40s and throwing too hard, without warming up and just trying to show off like an idiot. Show off for my wife, who doesn't care. She doesn't care how far I can throw a ball. She doesn't care. So 2.5 years with no shoulder. So be careful out there. Golden Marigold, AJ, you're not old. I don't feel old. I feel like I can still do everything that I can always do, like in my prime. Like sports and martial arts wise, I feel like I can do everything I can do. But I also haven't tried super hard, so I could be wrong about that. What I can't do as well is walk up a flight of stairs. That's a challenge. That gets tricky. We've got a lot of stairs in our house. And often at the top of the flight of those stairs, maybe we should put a stool or something there, because by the time we get upstairs, both of us are just kind of hanging on the banners. Like, Jenny, how many stairs is that? 19. You just knew that off the top of your head? She's, I count them every time.
Every time I go up them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oi, it's a lot.
And she was in bed last night and having a tiny bit of anxiety. I could tell the folks, it's just us here.
Yeah.
And our anxiety meds are downstairs, right? But I'm upstairs and she's like, I think I'm having a little bit of anxiety. And then I'm going, this sounds like she wants me to go downstairs and get pills. I said, I'm going downstairs to watch TV. I'd like to not come back with pills. She's like, all right. Because it's a lot to ask someone.
He's like, you can come downstairs and get him. I'm like, I'll just breathe through it. It's fine.
That's what she said. She's like, what's a little cardiac arrest? I'll be fine.
It's fine.
You can just have the paddles handy. It's fine. When you get old, when you get old in our house, a lot of sentences begin with, well, since you're up.
Right.
If I'm up and moving around, if I can hear, since you're up, I can hear that from anywhere on the property. And it's like,
But
I'm up, but I'm not even near you. Since you're up, I could use a Diet Coke.
Okay. Well, I am knitting this blanket.
All right, she's knitting a blanket. Oh. All right, you want to talk about your blanket?
Sorry, I'm crocheting this blanket. It's big. It's big. And it's heavy yarn. Like, this is basically, for those of you that crochet, this is like a 25 millimeter needle, which is like the biggest one that they make.
Dixon saying the CIA hands out dope houses. Well,
Yep.
they're not just handed out, Dixon. You got to earn it. But go ahead.
So crocheting this blanket is like literally like a workout. This is like, it's super heavy and thick.
It looks like you're crocheting with the marital toy.
So it's
Does that? I mean, it looks very phallic.
Well, it's a crochet hook. That's what they're called.
Does that? Yeah, Victoria thinks that looks kind of phallic.
Anyway, this is going to feel like a weighted blanket by the time it's done. So,
are you sure that's crocheting and not crocheting? Because
I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure. When Jen's crocheting, you know it.
You know what? That's enough.
By the way, if you're new here, welcome. Merry Christmas. There in the upper right, that's Jenny. Down below Jenny is Victoria. She's here in the office. And to Victoria's left and just under me is Gino from Famous Where's Gino. Where can we see Gino on social media? Where's _ Gino?
that's it. All socials.
All right. Danny Stormborn, very excited that everybody's here.
Hey, Danny.
Oh, one of our first supporters.
She's very reliable. All right, I'm going to do a couple of super chats, and then we're going to watch the first. You know what? Should we watch the first Wi-Fi's video together?
That would be fun.
All right, let me get that loaded up then. It's rather than watch it on the YouTube. Let me see if I can find the file. If the file even exists. All right, hang on. Just let me look for it. Episodes.
Yeah, when we talk about the stairs, AJ's like, the next house we have should be a ranch. And most of the time I'm like, yes, but then part of me is like, if I don't have to walk upstairs, I am never going to get any exercise. So we might have to have stairs in the house.
Just buy a big enough ranch.
I guess that's
true. We lived in Burbank for many, many years in a single floor house for many years. And we got soft in those years. And then we moved up into a house up in Hollywood that had like stairs everywhere. And the first month was like, I don't even know if should we just sleep on the couch? I can't even get to the bedroom.
I know, so many stairs.
But by the time we left there, we were in better shape.
Yes.
It's like when you live in New York City, which I've done, you stay pretty good shape. You keep your wind up because you're walking everywhere. DJ Weeza Bing Wally. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say that, but you're welcome. I'm glad that you're enjoying the channel. Maynard, you are allowed to say my wife is hot, but you're right on the line. You're right on the line. You are being watched. You have now been flagged. Alex James, where are we now? We're in Vegas now. Jim Russell are running from muggers, talking about keeping in shape from New York City. Yeah, when I was living in the city, was the good days. When I grew up, it was horrible. When Dad was a cop there, it was horrible. He was there 60s, 70s, early 80s, horrible. Giuliani came in and fixed it. Bloomberg continued kind of keeping it great. And now we're basically back to how it was in the 80s. So I'm hoping it comes around, but I don't believe it will. I see Bramlett saying, guys, come on, let's be adults here. That sounds like trouble. Bramlett knows that you could just go ahead and just dump anybody who's being rude. I said it so you have to be a subscriber for 5 weeks to be here. If that's too recent, we can go ahead and change it to 6 months.
It's not. It's just what happens is AJ makes comments about, oh, I don't know, my crochet needle looking like a marital aid. And then people want to join in the fun.
No.
And then some people take it a little too far.
No. You could join in the fun, but you can't. You can come if I'm here, if I'm running at an 8 with my naughty jokes in the chat, you're allowed to be like 6.5 to 7. You don't get to be 8, and you do not get to be 9, and 10 get you kicked. But
Victoria is looking great today. I love her shade of lipstick.
Look at her lipstick.
I know.
She's She's very coquettish today, isn't she?
She is.
She's like a femme fatale.
She's
Coquettish. Good heavens. Is Gino coquettish today? He's not. Oh, but he's roguish.
He's roguish. Gino
He is roguish. Leslie, you can say Victoria is hot. That's okay, but that's your 6.5. That's your line. James Hughes, never upstage the host. That's right. You can't make me look bad. But I get it, because at the end of some shows, I'll say, why was everyone talking about whatever? And Jen will go, because you were making jokes about it for 5 minutes. And I went, oh yeah, I did that, huh?
Yeah.
All right, that's my bad. My B, yo. My B. Adrian Kemp, can we say Hecklefish is hot?
Yes.
Now, this is an idea I can get behind.
Nicholas saying, can I say AJ looks hot? Yes. And there you can go right. You can go right to the line on that as well. Okay, I'm fine. A lot of it is just I'm old school. I'm old school chivalry, and you just don't talk to women disrespectfully. You just don't do it. So yeah, you can say she's hot, but even that makes me a little uncomfortable because that's a little too sexy. I'd rather you just say that she's beautiful.
Aw. That's very sweet of you, honey.
I'm old school.
You are.
Jen has never opened a door for herself.
Nope.
Have you, back in the day, I mean, in the life before me, if you can even remember such a dark time,
I know.
did you ever go on a date with the dude who just had no old school manners like that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All the time.
Could you succinctly, hitting just the major beats, tell the Firefly story?
Oh my God. So Firefly is a very, very expensive restaurant in Los Angeles. And there was a chef that asked me to go out on a date with him, and we went, and he wanted to order for himself. He wanted to order everything, which I let him. And
Showing off, right? Showing off, order everything, showing off.
Right. So we get to the bill. His card's declined. He takes out another card. It's declined. He's like, oh, I have to, I'm only a sous chef. I can't really, I'm like, whatever. So I go to the bathroom. I give the waitress my card. And I say, just put my food on the card. She charges the whole thing on my card. I was broke. I was broke as a joke. It was like almost a $400 meal.
Which you could not afford.
Which I could not afford.
That might have been, back then, that might have been almost a week's pay for you.
Yes. So then I'm furious, but I was raised in the Midwest. I was taught to be nice. I'm furious. We were going out to the valet. He gets his car first, tries to give me a kiss. No, I don't think so. Takes off. The valet comes up with my car and says, oh, he said you were going to pay for his valet.
No.
So I had to pay the $20 for both of our cars. And then he called me later and wanted to go back out on another date.
Well, why not? You're a sport. I would have called you too. Hey, can you take me out again? Can we paint the town red on your... Max out
I
your
said,
card again?
You pay me back my $410. And no.
Did you tell him? Did you tell him you wanted to be paid back?
I did.
And he didn't pay you back, did he?
Never heard from him again.
Rhiannon, that's terrible, Jen.
Yeah, it was.
Kristen
awful.
Kinney, LMAO, you're a sport, Jen. She's just polite. And also, Jen has worked in service, as I have, and she didn't want the waitress to get stiffed.
No. God, that was crazy.
Howie Z, any big plans for the new year? No, I'm going to be here. I think we're going to watch the ball drop, right? Together?
Yes, we are.
In New York?
Yes.
New York.
Wasabi saying, ha, 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 sugar mama. I guess Jen was the sugar mama that night.
Yeah.
Serpentium, what a D-bag getting free food from a lady. I agree.
Look, if we were going Dutch, that's one thing. But don't be like, oh, I'm a chef. I'm going to order all this fancy stuff. And
yeah, and if you were agreeing to go Dutch, you wouldn't have ordered $400 worth of crazy stuff.
No.
You would have had a little chicken with Caesar salad.
Yes.
Would have been your speed.
Right.
Firefly was ridiculously expensive and not worth it.
Right.
I hope he's in the chat right now. Are you in the chat? You owe me $410, sport.
That's right.
Plus interest. Actually, he can keep the $410 because I definitely got $400 worth of the story out of it. I just enjoy that story. Jen has a couple of good dating stories, but I don't think we can get into some of those here.
I cannot tell on here. Let's just say AJ and I met on Match.com, and thank God for that, because the rest of the people that I met on Match.com, boy, that was an experience. If I wrote a screenplay about the dates that I went on from Match.com, there would be scenes where people would go, you might want to tone that down a little bit. That's a bit too much. Nobody's going to believe that.
Yeah, I know what scene you're talking about. When Jen and I met from Match.com, we were both at the end of our subscriptions and we were not renewing. And we was just like, I'm done. I'm out. Because I've got a few stories too.
Right.
I think on the live stream, I told the story about the girl with the bad leg. I think I told that one.
Yeah. And we met, we spent like the first hour and a half of our date telling our bad Match.com stories.
We did. All right, you guys want to see the first ever Y-Files video?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. It's so cringy.
I love it.
All right, let's end this poll. But maybe that's what we'll do today is for when we're watching along, maybe we go back to the Groove Yard. Maybe we dig up some oldies but goodies.
Yep.
Is the first one cards?
It's math.
Cards, math.
All right. I like this one.
I'm going to do something that's never been done before, ever in history, and you are going to witness it. Ready? There. This is probably the first time that a deck of... All right, so we've got colors wrong. We're underexposed. I don't like the mic just sticking out. The velvet jacket looks cool with the pocket square, but you're underexposed. So I'm disappearing into the background. The keying came out pretty good. I think that's our kitchen table in Scottsdale, right?
Yep.
Can we mention the content though? You had me right from the beginning because I did not believe you on that first shuffle. I'm a card player, and that math blows my mind that could be a unique shuffle every time.
Every time. Cards has ever been arranged in this specific order in history. First time. Think of all the decks of cards being shuffled around the world right now. Think of all the decks of cards shuffled around the world throughout history. Every gunslinger saloon, every poker night, every game of Go Fish, even taking into account every casino. And every game of Go Heckle Fish, which you can get at shop.theyfiles.com for as little as $15. Every card is unique. And they're all with characters from the show, including the After Files. So every time you shuffle one of those, it's like a unique event in the universe.
Somebody was asking what keying means. What he means is he's standing in front of a green screen. And he put the purple curtain behind him in post.
Sean giving me props for sneaking a plug in there.
Game ever played, every cheesy magic trick you've ever seen, every time you played solitaire on your computer. Even considering all of that, given the law of probability, the order of the cards in this deck has probably never occurred before in the history of the universe, and probably never will again. Sounds crazy, right? Let's find out why.
There's the old title screen
Yeah.
I love it.
with the old font. All right, now I'm about to turn up the cringe meter. Turning it up.
Welcome to the Y-Files, where smart folks like us get together to talk nerdy. And today we're talking about math facts that seem to defy logic.
Your hair defies logic. What is that?
What is what?
You look like a one-man boy band who got old. What's on your head?
All right. All right, so he's evolved like any sentient creature does. He's evolved. And his voice sounds a little different. I think maybe he had a cold. These were the COVID years. He could have had COVID. But it was still a good joke. You look like the one-man boy band who got old. I think that's funny. I think the joke still stands.
Yes, it does. It just
Hair product?
And dude, that guy's got no hair product in his head compared to what I got going on here now with this mop top that Jen likes. I asked again last night to cut it, and she said, nope. And look, I can do what I want in my house, in my life, in my work. I can do whatever I want. Okay, Jenny, I'm going with the boys on a 2-week trip to Europe. And she'd say, okay. We have that relationship. We trust each other. And I'm also kind of a dominating personality. So I can cut my hair whenever I want to. But she doesn't say no. She says, but it looks so sexy this way. Oh my God, you look younger. There's hardly any grays. You can cut it, but I don't know. This is really a good look for you. And then I go, all right, I'll leave it a little longer, I guess. Wasn't that our conversation last night?
Yup.
Those were the beats.
Those were the
Hair
beats.
product? I'm glad I got scales.
Can I just get through this intro, please?
Go ahead, Grandpa Timberlake. Do your thing. Just say, glad I got scales.
Grandpa
Math
Timberlake is funny.
everywhere. It's the source code of the universe. It's the blueprint for everything. And most of the time, math makes perfect sense, right? 2 + 2 is 4. 5 × 5 is 25. Fine. But sometimes math just gets weird. Like the deck of cards, which is bananas, by the way. And we'll get to that later in the video. First, we need to ease into it with a couple of crazy math facts. Okay, here's one. How many people do you need to get together before you find 2 that have the same birthday? Now here's a hint, not that many. In a random group of only 23 people, the chances of 2 of them sharing the same birthday is 50%.
What?
This is called the birthday paradox, or the birthday problem, because it's not literally a paradox, but it's definitely unintuitive when you first hear it. At least it was for me. So why does this seem so weird? Well, it turns out we're all a little self-centered, aren't we? A bunch of little snowflakes. So the first thing we want to do is compare our own birthday against the other 22 people in the room. That's not how you do it. That's only 22 chances to find a match. The chances are not that high. Instead, what we do is compare all 23 birthdays against each other. And that gives us 22 plus 21 plus 20 and so on, ultimately 253 comparisons. Given that there are usually 365 days in a year, 253 chances to find a birthday match, it's 50%. Now just throw 60 people in a room. Chances of finding birthday buddies, 99%. Now there's an actual formula for this, which I cannot explain, but I can link it in the description below.
This is when Jen, I think Jen was running the camera for this.
I was.
and this is before the days of the teleprompter. So I think I had the script like on a laptop in front of me, and I would just try to memorize a chunk at a time and then deliver it to the camera. Memorize a chunk, deliver it to the camera. How long did it take us to shoot this? Hours, right?
Hours.
I think it's like 6 hours.
Yeah, long time.
And integrating Hecklefish's participation took 12 hours.
Yeah.
Now we've got the teleprompter. I basically just run the camera myself, and it takes about a half hour. Yeah. But no, we were recording this in chunks, and a lot of takes because I couldn't get through it. And then she's directing and giving me notes. Maybe you want to try it this way or that, right?
Yep. Well, you told me to.
Yeah.
And it also looks like Hecklefish stepped out of the room for this one.
Yeah, he's not. He's on break for this scene, I guess.
Oh, no.
He took a break last week too.
Second.
Here's another one that broke my brain at first. Let's say you have a rope wrapped around the Earth at the equator. The length of the rope is going to be about 25,000 miles long, right? 45,000 kilometers. Let's say you want that rope to hover 1 foot off the ground, 30 centimeters. How much more rope do you need to add to that whole thing to make that happen? The answer? 6.28 feet, 1.91 meters. That's it? That's it. Okay. That's weird enough, right? But here's where the puzzle takes the express train to Crazy Town. Okay, the Earth is really big, so let's try the puzzle with something really small, like a tennis ball. How long's your rope to get around the tennis ball? 8 inches, 20 centimeters. So now do the same thing. We want that rope to hover 1 foot above the tennis ball. How much more rope do we need to add? Same answer, 6.28 feet. You're sure? I'm sure. So what's going on here? Why does this seem so, and probably never will again?
I missed some of those little bits. The choo-choo train.
Yeah. It used to be a little crazier.
The show is wackier. It's still pretty wacky.
Well, yeah.
And the sexy inserts with the metric.
Gold.
To hover 1 foot above the tennis ball. How much more rope do we need to add? Same answer, 6.28 feet. You're sure? I'm sure. So what's going on here? Why does this seem so...
I didn't get a nose job. Who's?
Somebody said that. Just ignore
No.
Weird. My nose looks exactly the same. If I
Yes.
got a nose job, I'd get the stupid bump removed. It's my witch's mole. No nose job. But this is just at the beginning of COVID where I took this because I can see that I'm in good shape here. I in the early videos you can see that I'm fit, and then my face gets rounder and rounder and rounder for a long time until we got to Plano, and I stepped on the scale and the thing went whack. It's like, what is that? That was 40 pounds ago. I'm 40 pounds lighter.
Wrong. Well, it's just the way we picture things in our minds. When we talk about huge objects like the planet, our minds shift into kind of a large number mode. We expect the answer to the puzzle to be large. Then when we take the same puzzle, apply it to a small object, our brains shift into a small number mode, and we want the answer to the puzzle to be small. But the catch to this math weirdness is actually kind of obvious. It doesn't matter what size circle we start with. The formula for circumference is 2 times pi times the radius. Whether our circle of rope is around an atom or the Earth or the entire universe itself, it doesn't matter. When you increase the radius by 1 foot, the answer is always going to be the same. It's 1 foot times 2, that's 2 feet, times pi, it's 3.14. So we've got 2 feet times 3.14 is 6.28 feet. Every time. When I first saw this, blew my mind. Okay. Let's take a break from calculations. I want to show you some really cool math patterns. When I was 7 or 8 years old, my grandma told me to write down this sentence. Now, I don't know why I'm writing, but she was a batty lady, and when she said do something, you did it because something cool was about.
This is the lady with the nativity scene with Jesus is E.T.
To happen, and it totally did. I write down the phrase, and she says it's spelled the same way backwards. This was the phrase. A man, a plan, a canal, Panama. It's a palindrome. Palindrome is a word or a phrase that's spelled the same way backwards and forwards. And this is a famous one, and there are all kinds of other famous palindromes, like Madam in Eden, I'm Adam, or Bob. Bob is a palindrome, but we're going for something a little more impressive.
Boob.
Please,
Boob.
don't.
I couldn't help myself. All right. Go on with the thing, the Thunderdome.
Palindrome.
All right, so Clue, his personality hasn't changed much.
No.
Bob, Boob. Now go ahead with the Thunderdome.
Bro.
Whatever.
Numbers can be palindromes too. The numbers 44, 525, 1001. Same backwards and forwards, you get the idea. But here's a cool trick. Take the number 1, square it. The answer is a palindrome. Now it's a single digit, so it's not that impressive, but I'm going to impress you, I promise. Now take 2 number 1s. 11, to the common folk. 1 times 1 equals 121. 121, palindrome. But it gets...
Did you guys see 1 up there?
I did.
This was during Game of Thrones craze. So for when I said 1 just for a second, the giant whose name was 1 was up there. Someone out there got it.
It's crazier. Take 3 number 1s. 111, 111 times 111 equals 12,321, which is 12321, which is a palindrome. But here is how to blow your friends' minds. Check it out. Pick any number from 1 to 9. Write down that many ones. So in our case, let's say 7 of them. 1,111,111. Square that. Watch how fast I get this answer. 1,234,567,654,321. That's a palindrome. The front half of our answer will start at 1 and count up to the number of digits we started with, in our case 7, and then the back half of the answer will count down from 7, ending at 1. Side note, if you try this with more than 9 digits, the palindrome trick breaks. The magic only happens with the numbers 1 through 9. But there's all kinds of other palindromes in math. Phrases, equations, formulas, all kinds of cool stuff. We're not talking about those here, but the links are down below.
I miss this a little bit. Now that we're watching this, I miss the, just sort of the straight science, the straight math. It's just, the weird stories got the clicks. So that's what we became. But I miss this.
Look at that. We made history again. Here's a hint. It has to do with factorials. It's coming up.
Now, this is good format, though. This is good format with going back to the opening and with the shuffle. I wonder how many takes it took me to shuffle those cards. I'm terrible at it. When we're playing cards at home, I just slide it right over to Jen. She can do the whole thing. She's like, she does prestidigitation with it, right?
Yeah.
Can you do close-up magic?
No.
But you can shuffle like an MFer.
I can shuffle like an MFer. That is true.
9s are mysterious.
Nines are cool.
The whole thing going on. Here's what I want you to do. Take a 9, multiply it by a number. Any number you want. Reduce that answer down to a single digit. That digit will always be 9 every time, no matter what happens. It's always 9. Let me show you how this works.
Susan is bored in the chat. Go ahead and click off, Susan. We'll see you next time. We'll see you next time.
9 times 5 is 45. 4 plus 5 equals 9. Easy, right? Now, 9 times 101. That's 909. 9 plus 0 plus 9 equals 18. Remember, we need a single digit, so we keep going. 1 plus 8 equals, getting the hang of it? All right, let's go bonkers now. Let's go crazy. 9 times the number of days in the year, 365, times the number of bones in the human body, 206, times the number of Marvel MCU movies, 23. I didn't say good ones, I just total. The answer is 15,564,330. Check it out. 1 plus 5 is 6, plus that next 5 brings you to 11, plus your next 6 gives you 17. Add 4, 21. Add 3, you're at 24. The next 3 brings you to 27. Add 0, it gives you 27. Single digit, 2 plus 7 equals 9. Now, if you want to challenge me on how many days there are in a year, or bones in the body, or number of MCU movies, that's cool. You do you. But whatever numbers you plug in and multiply by 9, your single digit is gonna be 9 every time. Go ahead and try it. 9s get crazier. Now the trick I'm about to show you, when I first saw it, I went blind for 3 hours and everything smelled like peanuts. I'm just joking, you're gonna be fine, but it's a whole rabbit hole, so just hang in there. Take our magical 9, square it. 9 times 9 is 81. Now divide that into 1. The answer is 0 point, and then all the single digits from 0 to 9 in order, repeating forever, but we always skip your starting number minus 1. In this case, 8. 8 never happens in the sequence, but all the other digits are there in order. 0.01, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, skip 8, 9, and then it repeats again and again, on and on forever, and it gets crazier. Let's keep going. Let's take 2 9s, 99, square it. The answer is 9,801. Divide that into 1. The answer is 0 point, and then every 2-digit number in order from 00, 01, 02, all the way up to 99, and then repeats forever again. But again, we skip the starting number minus 1. So in this case, 99 minus 1 is 98. That never shows up in the sequence, but all the other numbers do, in order, always and forever. So does it work if we keep going? Yup. Let's do 999 squared. That's 998,001. Divide into 1. The answer is 0 point, and now every 3-digit number in order from 000 through 999, repeating forever. And just like before, we skip your starting number minus 1. 999 minus 1 is 998. That never shows up in the sequence. This will work with 4 9s, 5 9s, just on and on. And I was so amazed by this that I wanted to look up like how it works. Okay, so here we go. There is that, all right, cool, all right. Oh, there's actually a straightforward reason. Great, okay, let's see. Okay, that's not straightforward to me, but if any of that makes sense to you, let me know in the comments below, because I'm taking you to Vegas, or I'm selling you to the circus. Either way, a great channel called Numberphile did a video on how this works, and there's a whole formula behind it. So the link is, well, it's where it always is. Now, when you try this yourself, most calculators or even Google won't give you enough digits to see the pattern. Instead, they may give you what's called E-notation, which is a type of scientific notation, which is a form of shorthand. But there are some online calculators that will give you big, big numbers, and I will link to my favorite in the description.
Yeah, Sean, Austin in the chat makes a good point. I was thinking the same thing, as these videos would be perfect for a Wi-Files Kids channel. And we do have a Wi-Files Kids channel in the hopper. So maybe we'll do, but this would be a good video for that. I get emails from teachers who say that they use this video in their class to show them math tricks. Victoria, wasn't this the first video that you saw?
Yeah, this is the first one I've ever seen. Yep.
She's been a sub for quite a while.
Forever.
Forever.
Exponential progression, or exponential growth, is defined as a way that a quantity, given a common rate of change, increases or decreases over time. Let's warm up with a quick puzzle. We'll see how it works. Now, I want you to give me your answer as quickly as you can. No pausing, just fire away. Here goes. In a lake, there's a patch of lily pads. Now, every day the patch doubles in size. If it takes 48 days for the patch to cover the entire lake, how many days before half the lake is covered?
How many days before half the lake is covered?
It's not fair because I know this one.
Yes, or the chat. What do they think?
Well, I'll pause it for a second. Let the chat answer.
We got smart folks in the chat.
We do.
Hecklefish, what do you got?
24. Boom. What do I win?
Wrong. The answer is 47.
Bullshit.
Well, think about it.
A lot of
If the
people
size
got
of the
it.
patch doubles every day and fills the lake on day 48, that must mean that half the lake was covered just the day before, day 47.
That just blew my tiny, salty mind.
When our brains are solving problems like this, we have two modes, intuitive and deliberative, fast and slow. At first glance, 24 makes sense because 24 is half of 48. It's a really easy math problem to solve. And our brains love solving problems quickly. We're dopamine junkies, and the faster we get that dopamine, the better. But when we slow down and focus on the premise, the answer is obviously 47. And when we realize we didn't earn that dopamine, our brains punish us with frustration. Now, why this happens isn't fully understood, but some experts believe that our brains are punishing us in order to condition us to think more slowly and more logically. Now, we've got a video coming up on dopamine and other neurotransmitters. Fascinating, so please make sure you like, subscribe, hit the bell, all the business. So how did
I never did that video, sorry. I intended to. If people are saying Hecklefish looked funky, I liked it. I liked the way he looked, jacked up. But
Jacked up.
But he evolved. Almeric Shade is correct. Hecklefish does his own voice. Who does your voice?
you do? 24 or 47? Be honest. If you said 47 right off the bat, that means your deliberate reasoning is far above average, far above mine. Let me know in the comments below how you did. Okay, exponential growth. What is that? Well, it's defined as how a quantity increases over time when the rate of change is proportional to the quantity itself. In the case
Oh, look, we've got our camera's exposure is better now. That's nice to have that happen in the middle of the show.
of the lily pad, we express that by starting with the number 1 and just doubling it. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, and so on. This type of growth can also be described as geometric progression with a common ratio of 2, meaning you take the last number in your series, multiply by 2, get your next number, and keep on trucking. Now, these numbers can get really big really quickly, and there's a lot of well-known examples and parables and histories and stories and all kinds of stuff that talks about this with the chess and the rice. Links, you know how we do. But I want to illustrate exponential growth with something that made my brain tissue itchy. And it smelled like cheese a little bit. I don't know why. There was oozing, but that's typical. It's happening now. All right. This is a normal piece of paper. It's about 10 millimeters thick. Now, if you fold this in half, the thickness is now 20 millimeters. Let's fold it in half again, 40 millimeters, and so on and so forth. Because of the size of the paper, the most number of folds you can get by hand is like 6 or 7, unless you're Thor and maybe you can get a few more. But sooner or later, you're gonna run out of strength or you run out of paper. But what if we had a theoretical piece of paper that was infinitely long and infinitely wide, but still only 10 millimeters thick? How many times would you have to fold it before it was 1 kilometer high? Just 23 folds. At 30 folds, that stack of paper will be 100 kilometers high. That means we're in space, people. Let's keep folding. At 42 folds, you reach the moon. 51 folds get you all the way to the sun. How many times would you have to fold a single sheet of paper that would create a stack so high that you could reach the end of the observable universe, which is 93 billion light years away? How many folds? You'd only have to fold the paper 103 times. Exponential growth can create some really big numbers. But you know what? Those numbers are nothing compared to what we're going to talk about next, factorials. And that's where our deck of cards comes into play.
Ooh, I'm looking at the stats. On the first day, video got 71 views. I couldn't believe it. Now, 10 of them were probably me logging in different accounts. And 10 of them are probably my family wanting to see what this crazy thing is. But there's like 40 people, strangers, actually watched the video. I couldn't believe it.
Aww.
By the end of the week, it had 1,200 views. And it blew my mind. And picked up 14 subscribers. We were at about 20 subscribers after this video.
And just so you guys know, like with Yahoo, with YouTube, I don't know if they've changed it, but when we started our channel, in order to actually monetize your videos, you had to have 1,000 subscribers and you had to have 4,000 watch hours. So when you're just starting a channel, that's a lot. I mean, 4,000 watch hours is a long time.
And I think we hit the subscriber number first.
Yeah.
Let's see when we hit that. So I need dashboard, live view, live count. Okay. And lifetime. All right. So this video went up October 5th, 2020. And we hit 10,000 March 1st, 2022.
Yep.
Crazy.
That WAD files, that must be a CIA op, the way they just came out of nowhere with millions of subscribers. It just, it just doesn't happen like that. No, it doesn't. Sometimes it takes years. So I couldn't do the math, but what did that take? Something like 15, 16 months
Yeah.
or so to get to get the subscriber count?
Get my agent on the phone. This is some bush league bullshit. There are a bunch of different formulas and explanations describing all of these concepts. I will link them below. But in the paper folding example, we were doubling our numbers, or multiplying by a common ratio of 2. Multiplying by 2 is doubling, right? Right. But what happens to the numbers in a sequence when instead of multiplying by 2, we multiply by the next number in the sequence? That's a factorial. In written math, a factorial is represented as the number followed by an exclamation point. And that's for a good reason. Factorials are crazy. Here's how they work. Let's say you want a factorial of 5. You take 5, multiply by 4, multiply by 3, by 2, by 1. Hecklefish, what'd you get?
A headache.
The answer is 120. Check it out. 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. 120. So a factorial of 6 is going to be 120 times 6. Or in other words, 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. You see where we're going with this? The numbers scale really fast. A small number factorial can be a huge answer. For example, 10 factorial seconds is 6 weeks. That's 3,628,800 seconds. And what's even weirder is it's not 5 weeks and change or 6 weeks and a bit. 10 factorial seconds is 6 weeks on the nose. How did they do that? So what do factorials have to do with a deck of cards? Well, factorials are commonly used in calculating probabilities. Let me show you. I took 5 cards out of the deck. Jack of hearts, 3 of diamonds, 7 of hearts, ace of spades, 10 of clubs. Now we shuffle. Hecklefish, what are the odds that the ace of spades is the top card on this deck?
I'm gonna carry the one.
Come on, buddy, you can do it.
5 cards, right?
5 cards.
1 out of 5?
That's right, 1 out of 5. Nice job.
Hecklefish is back, baby.
But how many different ways or permutations can these 5 cards be rearranged?
No.
The answer is 120 different ways.
And I'm out.
A probability is the chance of a certain outcome in a specific set. So in our case, it's 1 card out of 5. But a permutation is how many different ways the order of these cards can be arranged and rearranged. Even though we only have 5 cards, they could be arranged in 120 different ways. And if we add just 2 more cards, now we've got 5,000 different permutations.
Whoa. Did you just say 5,000?
Yep, 7 factorial is 5,040.
All right. Here's what I need you to do.
What?
I need you to empty out my bowl and refill it all the way up with vodka, right to the rim. Because Daddy needs a break.
You know, fishbowl martini would make a pretty good video.
Don tootin' it would.
Okay, so 7 cards is over 5,000 permutations. 8 cards.
That's where the vodka was born. In that video. Someone in the chat saying, I didn't know you can crochet a blanket with Mr. Naughty.
It does.
Well, that's what it reminds me of.
It does.
I know.
Actually, a little giraffe crochet needle would be cool, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's a 25 millimeter crochet needle. It's like the biggest one that they make for this giant yarn.
Can you show? Giant yarn.
Yes, I'm making a blanket.
Oh, when I seen that big bowl of yarn, I thought you were making the bowl of yarn.
Oh, no. I'm making a blanket.
Hang on, I'm just answering someone asking who does Hecklefish's voice.
Is over 40,000 permutations. And a deck of 52 cards, that's 52 factorial permutations, which is 8 times 10 to the 67th power, which is all this. That means there are more ways to shuffle an ordinary deck of 52 cards than there are atoms on the earth. Putting it another way, if you shuffled an ordinary deck of cards once every second, which I can't do, but if you did, in order to shuffle your way into every possible combination of cards, you would be shuffling for over novemdecillion years. Don't know what a novemdecillion is? I didn't either, I had to look it up. Turns out it's a trillion times 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 a trillion. Years. That hurts a little, doesn't it? Well, that brings us to our final topic. Big numbers. There's a number so large that if you tried to imagine it, your consciousness would collapse in on itself, forming a mental black hole.
Oh, great. What can possibly go wrong?
I kind of missed this bouncy host delivery.
Well, I mean, you can definitely, this was way more like your host reel and stuff, like your original host kind of persona.
Yep.
I think that what you do now is more your personality.
But it's storytelling versus hosting.
Right.
Yep.
But I definitely think that you could do this on like the Where Files
Yeah.
for sure.
Our brains do not like big numbers, even if our bank accounts do. We do okay conceptualizing hundreds and thousands and millions, but when we start thinking of numbers bigger than that, we get stressed. Yeah, at some point, numbers stop meaning anything. They just become these theoretical, imaginary stuffs. In 1940, mathematician Edward Kasner wrote a book called Mathematics and the Imagination. Now, in that book, he coined a term for 1 followed by 100 zeros, or 10 to the power of 100. He called it a Google, which is just a word that his nephew made up. Kasner, being the show-off that he is, then proposed an even bigger number called a Googleplex, which is 10 to the power of Google, or 1 followed by a Google zeros. Well, Kasner himself called this number unfathomable. Did I say it right? A Googleplex.
It took a lot of takes to get that word. And you can hear Jenny laughing.
Yes.
Unfathomable.
He
Did I
could
say it
not
right?
Get unfathomable.
Took so many tries. I was sweating. She's staring at me and she's patient, but I can see that after like the 15th try in her face, she's like, I really wish he would say this correctly.
Well, and you know, as a performer, like when you mess up a word once or you start laughing in a lot, like a specific part of a line, it is almost impossible to get past that point without breaking. It's really hard.
Once you're in your head, you cannot get out.
Yep.
Is a number so large that if you wrote it out in an actual notebook, your notebook would weigh more than the entire Earth. All the Earth. Fun fact, the original Google search engine was based on sites backlinking to each other, so they called the algorithm backrub. That name was clearly awful, so they decided to change it to Google because they wanted to index an unfathomable a shitload of web pages. You know, the only reason Google is spelled the way it is because Larry Page misspelled it when he registered the domain name. So the name of one of the biggest companies in history is actually a typo. They seem to be doing okay with it. Numbers get even bigger than a Googleplex, much bigger. In 1971, mathematician Ronald Graham established a number as the solution to a mathematical riddle. Link, link, link. Graham's number, as it came to be known, is so mind-boggling, the human brain can't even picture it. There's 64 steps required to obtain Graham's number. And after the first few steps, the sequence contains 7.6 trillion threes. I don't know what happens after those few steps, but it sounds awful. According to the website Physics Astronomy, if you even try to imagine Graham's number, your head would break down into a mental black hole because it cannot store the information required to envisage it. I think that means see. And if you think that sounds like an exaggeration, so did I. But John Baez, who's a mathematical physicist at UCLA, he said, the mental hole description is a ridiculous underestimation of how big Graham's number really is. Now, I'd love to show you Graham's number. I really would. But there actually isn't enough space in the entire universe to write down all the digits, so I'll just stick to making history by shuffling my playing cards. And remember, every time you shuffle your own deck of playing cards, you probably just made history too. And now, you know why. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is...
And the end is pretty much the same. Same music. That was the first one ever.
I love that. I love that.
So I'm going to look for... Oh my goodness. You hear that?
Oh boy, it's live stream amateur hour again.
I'm going to look for last year's New Year's video. Where would that be? I guess I can play it through YouTube because I might not have saved it in the right folder. Oh, no, here's year-end wrap. Is that it? Hang on, let me see.
Coping with these new ground rules.
Year-end wrap. All right, let me get that on deck. Mele Kalikimaka is the thing to say. Is someone just did you put that up there?
Did I?
What?
I might
Mele
have put-
Kalikimaka?
He has it as his name.
That's my name. I'm trying to get the Geno Story Hour uploaded, but I just got a gray screen down there. I wasn't gonna bother you with it while we were live. I assumed I'd just screw up and it'd show up on the screen sometime.
Well, all right. So first, we got to say Merry Christmas from the Mastiffs from Buzz. Appreciate that. Buzz Darkin, very reliable. I guess we'd have to do super chats. We got to do them this way. There's John Kennedy for 5. I just recently discovered this channel. It's awesome. I suggest a video on Chuck Norris's beard. Love it. Love the idea. Republic Sentinel for 10. Thanks for spending some of your Christmas with us. The Y-Files is my favorite show on the internet. You all do great work. Well, thanks, Republic. I'm glad you're here. Jeff Wallace, Merry Christmas to y'all. Merry Christmas to you. Glad you're here, Jeff. Fancy Pants is here. Thank you for the $20.
Ooh, I like the way you tip me. No diggities. Just tip me up.
Merry Christmas, White Files family. What's your all-time favorite Christmas movie? AJ, I'll take Die Hard as a favorite, LOL. Die Hard would be certainly in my top maybe 3. May even be the best one. I was going to even ask Jenny if she, after dinner, if she wanted to watch some Die Hard to celebrate the Christmas holiday.
Nice.
Or John Wick 4. Or we can start Reacher.
Or I can crochet and you can play Xbox.
Okay. That sounds all right.
That works too.
I got to do a little bit of editing before I head out, but that sounds all right. Scrooged is on my list as well. Especially the scene where his boss comes back. If you don't know that one, that's Bill Murray. It's a great one. Muppet Christmas Carol, says Dean. That was a good one. Forgot about that. Johnny Reddy, A Christmas Story. I think that would probably round out my top 3.
Somebody said Lethal Weapon. I forgot the first one took place at Christmas.
That's right. That's A Christmas Story. Doesn't Shane Black always do... He always does Christmas, right? Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was Christmas.
That's a good one.
Anthony just watched Scrooged. Nightwing, John Wayne's The Three Godfathers. I forgot about that one. Good call. Bishop's Wife. Nothing Beats Home Alone 2. Finally, someone says It's a Wonderful Life. I can't watch it. I cannot get through. I just can't get through it. And I like Jimmy Stewart. I like Jimmy Stewart very much, but I can't get through the movie. It's too boring. The Shining is my favorite Christmas movie, says Tone Loke. Very dark personality. There's Sigma 1 for £6.66. Mark of the Beast. Hello, Wi-Fi's family. Thanks for spending time with all of us on Christmas Day. It's greatly appreciated from all of us. To all of you, we'll love you all. Thanks, Sigma. Very, very nice. I'm glad you're here. Peter says Iron Man 3 was Christmas. That's true. I don't know if Iron Man 3 makes my list, though.
That is true. That was Christmas.
Gary Miller, thank you for the 5. My oldest son finally joined the Wi-Fi's Discord. Now we can comment on what we watched together separately. All right, little father-son action on Discord. Let me see. Go ahead, Gino.
I would have said Trading Places is my favorite.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Looking good, feeling good. There's Joe for 20, so excited to finally make a live. Thanks for keeping this lonely old lady company on this holiday. You're very welcome, Joe. Glad that you're here. And Jason Knight is here for $5. Merry Christmas, Wi-Fi's crew. Hey, have you seen any of the new Doctor Who yet? And if you did, what'd you think? I've only seen clips here and there. It got too political for me. You know, I don't mind a little politics, but it's just a little too political for me. Julie MJ for 10. Merry Christmas. I wish I could do more for the Wi-Fi's family. You just donated $10, Julie. That's very generous of you, and it's appreciated. So don't worry about it. And like I tell everyone every week, we appreciate the super chats. They help keep us going. We're very grateful for them. At the same time, if money is tight, and I know for a lot of people it is, then don't even worry about it. Just the fact that you're here and having fun is more than enough. Aretha Villeburn for $13.99 Canadian. Merry Christmas from Vincent. And Aretha, we listen and re-listen almost every evening at bedtime. I love just snuggling in bed with Vincent and Aretha in an evening. I don't take up that much space. Thanks for that super chat, Mark Petrie. Merry Christmas to you. John Batiston for $50.
I'm so tired, I'm a human. We've been together too long. I should have my own show. The moron says I am wrong. So while he lay there sleeping, I had my laptop in bed. So I logged into Reddit. There was a message that read, do you want to be on YouTube? Do you like to entertain? Come and be my co-host. You only need half a brain. If you like aliens and pyramids, conspiracies get you high, then you're the co-host I'm looking for. Message me and apply.
Peace and blessings to all of us and the Wi-Fi's team. Thank you for adding such an interesting dimension to life with your programming. You're very welcome, John. I think what we do here is unique to the platform, at least for now, except for the other channels that steal our content. I guess we're not unique then, but and those content thieves, they make Jen and Victoria very angry.
Very angry.
Very angry. All right, this was our wrap from last year, telling a little bit about how we got started. Well, the first thing I want to do is thank you. A few days ago, somehow the Wi-Fi's hit 1 million subscribers, and that is something that I never expected.
Yeah, would have lost that bet.
I know it was very unlikely.
Ooh, it sure was.
I just said it was.
Well, think about it. You got no background in any of the stuff you talk about. You're middle-aged, so everyone younger than 30 thinks you're an idiot. You got no journalism training. The fact that anyone watches the show is nothing short of a miracle.
Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence.
What? I'm just telling it like it is.
Yeah, but you don't have to be so condescending about
Well,
it.
you don't have
I think
to
you
be
need to
so
acknowledge that I
sensitive
worked
about it.
really
You can't
hard
be
to get
some
this
kind
far.
of pansy.
It all started in 2020. We were living in LA and running a successful studio called BetterBox. We had a big audience, popular podcasts, and a great location on Sunset Boulevard.
Well, hold on. What is this? Some kind of retrospective?
This is the Wi-Fi's origin story.
Oh, this is going to be painful.
Here we are, live, BetterBox Studios, Kill Tony, formerly the number one live podcast in the world.
The problem was, we weren't making any money.
Podcasts don't make money.
Yeah, well, we didn't know that at the time, so we decided we'd go out and pitch investors. So, factoring our huge audience, ideal Hollywood location, and...
Freddie Prinze Jr.
Huge audience, ideal Hollywood location, and Freddie Prinze Jr. We truly believe that BetterBox is well positioned to be the premier comedy production company in the industry. Thank you.
So
I think we're ready to pitch.
once we start
Guys?
Ken?
We actually had some investors interested, a couple of big agencies too. But then we hit a snag.
A snag? Wait. When were you pitching investors?
Well, this video we're watching was shot in April 2020.
Oh no.
Yeah, something happened that we didn't see coming. Something that nobody saw coming.
You might want to put on the news.
Okay. What channel?
Doesn't matter.
The Golden State is in shutdown mode.
That requires of this moment that we direct a statewide order for people to stay at home.
How are we supposed to pitch investors during a pandemic?
And this is a moment we need to make tough decisions.
There's Gino.
I can't hear him. Can you hear him? No. A little louder?
Hang on a sec. With our huge audience and our celebrities, maybe the deck speaks for itself?
What are you saying?
Maybe we don't need words? Maybe we don't need words? What are you, an idiot? What? It's an idea. I think it's positive.
I'm positive you're an idiot. Hold on. We gotta come up with solve. Guys, we have to come up with something. It's we have to
Guys,
feel like
guys, we need words. Okay? Okay, Gino, next slide. Oh, dear God.
So we tried to make the best of it and pitch anyway. Now, at this point, it's late May 2020, and we actually have some investor meetings, but you remember how meetings were back then.
The entertainment industry is built on intellectual property. The Better Box federal trademark was recently... Gage, seriously?
Sorry. That's my fault.
It's fine. Where were we?
Oh, it's
Did you guys hear that?
You remember the...
This is a joke?
trade. Hello? Check 1, 2. Hello? I think I have to
Can you hear me?
change my settings. No? Somewhere. No, that's not what she was saying.
LA was a ghost town, but we tried to make the best of it.
From the damn it.
What are you doing?
I have an itch. It's an itch. No, I can do it.
It's so hot. That's all bubble wrap.
No, my left. I can just let me do it.
Anything? Okay.
So, yeah, it didn't work. Even though we had some great meetings, investors told us the same thing. They're interested, but before they put money into something, they wanted to wait until the lockdown was over.
2 weeks to flatten the curve, huh?
Right.
So, Nick, how are people there coping with these new ground rules, transformational ones?
Well, I've got to say, Erin, it's strange. Most of us have been living under this kind of stay-at-home thing all week. The schools have been
2 weeks to
closed.
flatten
I
the curve.
must say, now that there is an order out there, now that we're being told to do it, it does feel different, more restricting. And I just want to give you a quick
But as we got into the summer, the situation in LA somehow got worse. We saw all this with our own eyes. So after 20 years in the City of Angels, Jen and I moved to Scottsdale, Arizona. That's when I decided I wanted to start a YouTube channel. It would be about science, mysteries, and conspiracies, but we'd keep it lighthearted and fun, and I'd have a wacky co-host.
Yours truly.
And that's when Nerdy Sexy Cool was born.
Oh, wait, nerdy what?
Nerdy Sexy Cool. My YouTube channel, Nerdy Sexy Cool.
More like nerdy cringy cool.
Thank you for watching Nerdy Sexy Cool, where we talk about the stuff that you didn't learn in school. If you're digging our vibe, please click like and subscribe. But when posting in the comments, please don't be a tool. Don't be a tool on Nerdy Sexy Cool.
Yep.
Please Please stop the barbershop quartet. I can't take it.
Oh, you'd rather have a ukulele?
No!
Nerdy, sexy, cool is coming to you with science, history, biology, and conspiracy theories too. If you want to learn in a lighthearted way, just click like and subscribe today. We might be right, we might be wrong, but you can still sing along. Nerdy, sexy, cool. Nerdy, sexy, cool. Loved by everyone from brainiacs to fools.
So I had the name of the channel, got all this branding, and was ready to get started. But then it turned out the name Nerdy Sexy Cool was taken.
Oh, you didn't check that first?
No, I didn't think of that.
Well, you dodged a bullet.
Yeah, I did. And Jen came up with the name The Y-Files, which was awesome on several levels. So it was time to get to work.
I'm gonna do something that's never been done before ever in history, and you are gonna witness it. Ready?
Now, I knew this channel was going to work. My thinking was, I've been a professional writer, producer, editor, and host, so how hard could it be?
Simple bastard.
Yeah, turned out it was much harder than I thought. I put up my first video.
Welcome to the Y-Files, where smart folks like us get together to talk nerdy.
And nobody watched.
And today we're talking about math facts that's...
And I have no idea why with this high production quality.
What is that?
What is what?
You look like a one-man boy band who got old.
But I stuck with it, and slowly over time and many, many mistakes, the videos got better. I eventually found a format that worked, and people started watching. Just not very many people. On the first anniversary of the channel, we had 5,000 subscribers. And these 5,000 people were the best. They supported everything I did. And if you're one of those subscribers, I can't thank you enough. But if the channel was going to survive, 5,000 subscribers a year wasn't going to work. At this point, Jen and I were living off savings. I kept posting videos, and it wasn't working. But then we got some luck.
People started watching?
No.
Oh.
Jen got a job as chief operating officer of a big animation company, Explosum. You might know them as Cyanide and Happiness.
Yeah, I know these.
But this job was in Texas, so we packed up again. Over the next few months, the channel continued to grow. Not quickly, but steadily. By April 2022, we were at about 15,000 subscribers, and videos were getting about 5,000 views in total. We weren't blowing the doors off, but I felt like the channel had real potential. By May 2022, my brother Gino had been nagging me for months to upload short videos to TikTok. I always thought TikTok was a stupid idea.
Unless you're the Chinese government.
Right. But the channel was still growing so slowly that I needed to try something. I created a couple of short videos about coincidences and uploaded them to TikTok. Within a few days, I had 50,000 subscribers and 2 million views on TikTok.
Whoa.
I know, I was excited and annoyed. I didn't want to create short videos, but people were coming over from TikTok to find the main channel, and we started picking up a few hundred subscribers a day rather than a few dozen, which is what we were averaging for 2 years. And then TikTok shadow banned me.
What?
So the subscribers stopped. But now I had a bunch of short videos, and YouTube Shorts was just spinning up. I had nothing to lose, so I uploaded them to YouTube. And nothing.
Oh.
For a couple of weeks. Then something happened. The YouTube algorithm picked up the short video about the coincidences between JFK and Abraham Lincoln.
That is a good one.
Yeah, I like it too. We got a few thousand subscribers in a day.
Whoa!
Then the algorithm started pushing our other shorts about coincidences. We started May with 25,000 subscribers and ended May with 160,000. Yeah, it was amazing. Problem was, nobody was watching the main videos. All the new subscribers were teenagers.
Ugh, not teenagers.
I know. They don't watch anything longer than 60 seconds. And the comments they leave, they're just awful. So I had a nice base of subscribers, but the views were still low. And here's some inside baseball about YouTube. It doesn't matter how many subscribers you have. That's a vanity number. What matters to the algorithm and to sponsors is views. And I wasn't getting any views. It was frustrating. Then a viewer left a comment on one of my videos, and I wish I could remember his name, and if I find it, I need to give him a shout out. He recommended that I live premiere videos. Since I was posting at the same time every week, he said it would be a fun way to engage with the audience. So, in preparation for our first live premiere, I produced a video that I thought would appeal to everyone, to the science nerds, the conspiracy crowd, and the mystery fans, Simulation Theory. And to this day, it's one of my favorite episodes.
Wheeler's experiment showed is that even though the electrons started as waves but behaved like particles after being observed, at the moment the decision to observe them was made, the electrons recorded themselves as having passed through the slits as particles. The electrons changed their state by going back in time.
Folks, this is just staggering stuff. Again, I've become obsessed with this idea. By the way, that's the Y files. That was a YouTube video. It's really amazing.
Thanks for the shout out, Danny. 5,000 views the first day. And that was a lot for the channel. Now keep in mind, when Simulation Theory came out, we had 250,000 subscribers. Yet 5,000 views was a good day. So all those subscribers, they weren't watching. But there were 150 people in the live premiere. I couldn't believe it. So Simulation Theory kept performing well, and I followed it up with the Hole to Hell video, which also did well. In the meanwhile, I kept pumping out YouTube shorts. I hated doing them. I still do, but I kept at it. Circleville Letters was next. It didn't perform that well, but it was still well written and well produced, and it brought in true crime fans. Then we premiered Operation High Jump, the story about the UFOs in Antarctica. That got 50,000 views in the first day. That was bananas. And that was July. We got 150,000 subscribers that month, and YouTube finally started pushing the long-form videos. So our graph went from this to this. Now, we still had some clunky episodes, and we still do, but eventually we built a solid viewer base. Now videos get a few 100,000 views within the first week, and the good ones hit 1 million in a month. But what I'm most proud of is the community, the people in the comments who are so encouraging. The fans who buy Y-Files merchandise, which is still bizarre to me.
Not to me. Look at his handsome face.
That only a mother could love.
Hey, leave my mother out of this. She was a saint.
She'd have to be, wouldn't she?
Fair point.
That's the biggest strength of the channel. It's not the writing, it's not the production, it's
Hecklefish.
No, it's not. It's the audience. It's you. And I literally mean you watching this right now. Because I know that this video is going to be one of the lowest performing videos of the year. It doesn't have a clickbait title, no catchy thumbnail, no fancy production, no mysterious story. The only people who'll get this far in this video are the people I've been talking about, the members of our community. This past year was incredible. If the next year is only half as good, we're on to something special. And it's because of you that all this was possible. Me? I'm just along for the ride. So that's a wrap on the year. We'll be back next week with a new story for you. Again, I can't thank you enough for all the support this year, and special thanks to everyone who's supporting the Y-Files on Patreon. You guys are the ones who make this channel work. Original Jim deserves the credit for giving me the push I needed to launch Patreon and the Discord server. And speaking of Discord, thanks to the moderators who made the community work. Victoria, Daniel, Xanathos, Lulykins, Jacob, and Johnny Be Good. You guys are the heart of the channel.
Would now be a good time to plug Hecklefish t-shirts?
It would not.
Yeah, I figured I'd ask.
Now, if I time this right, I'll be streaming live later, so please come check it out. If not, please have a safe and happy new year, and we'll see you next week.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? Happy New Year, everybody.
That was it. I thought it was very sweet.
Yes. You've made Victoria cry like 4 times since the live has started.
I did?
Yes.
Oh, man.
I'm
just
sorry,
the
I didn't mean to.
year that came after that.
Yeah.
I
Because
didn't
we
mean
moved again.
Built the studio by our hands.
Yep. Moved again into one studio and then got the bigger studio. And we moved Victoria out here from California. It's crazy.
And in that video, you can hear how amazed I am that how amazed I am that our videos get like 100,000 views the first day and hit 1 million within the first month.
Right.
And we're like, it better hit 1 million by production meeting next day.
Yeah.
So amazing.
People being very nice in the chat. Thomas O'Day, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Tom Palmer, what size hook is Jen using to crochet? It looks like a fence post. Someone in the chat said, is she crocheting ham? It looks like you're crocheting ham.
It doesn't look like okay, really quick. So I'm making a blanket, a big blanket for everybody that asked. It's the Bernat extra thick blanket yarn. I just got it at Joann's. They have the best price for it. And it's a 25 millimeter crochet needle.
Now, people in the chat are saying the blanket's going to be too heavy by the time we're done. Is that true?
Well, no, because they sell weighted blankets and they're actually great for people that have anxiety because the weight on you is actually great for your anxiety. But it is going to be heavy.
I got one of those weighted blankets for Mom, but she couldn't do it. She said it was crushing her organs.
Well,
but she's a small person.
But yeah, it's going to be heavy for sure.
I like it. I'm looking forward to that being my new Xbox blanket. Simon Karen for 10. Thanks for helping make our 2023 awesome. Looking forward to next year. Me too. Looking forward to next year. I don't know what it's going to be. That video we just watched, that was after a very strange year. And then 2023 was even stranger. Ending the year with, I guess we're going to end the year with about 3.1. We're not going to hit, are we going to hit 3.1?
Yeah.
Where is it at? Yes, we are.
Yes. Yes.
We're 3,091,242.
Yes.
But we're going in slow. We're going into the new year slow, but I think it'll pick up after the next week's video, which is because it'll be our first new one in a couple of weeks. It's on near-death experiences. I don't know how well it's going to do. I really like the episode, but I'm really into the subject. So that's what's coming next is near-death episodes. That's already shot and we started the edit on that. And then after that, I think it's Project 8200.
Yes.
Which is it's not one of the well-known military CIA conspiracies, but it's a fun story. So that's what's coming up the week after. Liz Williams saying, who's the silent guy?
This guy. Gino, the wild card.
Is that a Gino story hour, that Melly down there, Gino?
Yep, we got a Gino special Christmas story hour tonight. That involves we were talking about what was it that you said the fruit log? What's the
I am the walrus. I am the walrus?
Fruitcake. In America, we have fruitcake. In England, they have mince pies, which has to do with my story hour tonight.
All right. We'll get through a couple more of these super chats, and then we will check out the Christmas Gino story hour. I didn't know that we were getting that treat today.
Really quick. Somebody said, where is it? Honest question. Why build a studio? Not trying to be critical at all. Just genuinely curious what that changes for the channel. So honestly, part of the reason why build a studio is because the bigger we get, the more people we have to hire. So you have to have a place for everybody to be. And then also as production, as our production quality goes up, we need a place to shoot that's not, a guest bedroom, which is where we were
for years.
And we also have 5 other channels that we're going to be launching. So we have the what files, where, when, why, and how. So as we grow out all of those channels, we're going to need space. We're going to need facilities. We have 2 editors that work for us now. Why not let them work from home? Somebody said.
William is asking, is there a bar in the studio?
Oh, yes. in a creative environment, it's really helpful to have your editors, your writers, your story editors, everybody in the same space, because a lot of the topics and edit ideas and things for the sponsor ads and stuff, they all happen organically as we're sitting around talking. So go ahead.
So we need this. We need the space for the people. For the first 2 years, I did the entire channel myself, every single bit of it.
Yes.
And while working full time, and Jen was working full time, and then I got a little bit of help from Original Jim and Victoria, just sort of wrangling Discord and helping out. And then I was able to sort of step away from that. Then the channel started picking up views and making a little bit of money that I was able to quit my job, but not enough money that Jen could quit hers. So she was basically on their clock helping out the channel, helping with pre-production and executive producing until we finally got to the point where she could leave. People in the chat know who Explosive and Side 9 Happiness is. A couple of folks thought that was a cool gig, which it was.
Oh, yeah. It was. It absolutely was. They're great guys down there.
Stanton David, Jen's wedding ring, though. Thanks, Dean. Saying we're doing great. Appreciate it. D Banks, AJ, you're on Tubi now. Yeah. Is that from? Why are we on Tubi? Is that from
Filmrise?
Filmrise.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on Tubi and we're on the Roku channel. But that's through Filmrise. So they're a distributor. And speaking of Filmrise, you know how much money I've seen from them?
None. I know. I gotta check in.
Gotta check in on that. I don't know why there's commercials during the live stream.
Oh, we can turn off monetization and it'll take it off.
Yeah, I'm going to do that right now.
Okay.
Yep, monetization was on. All right, monetization is off.
Okay.
Martins, where's the money, Lebowski? Where's the effing money? I think it must be down there somewhere. Let me have another look. Ray Nichols for 10 Merry Christmas, Wi-Fi's gang, from some Pennsylvanian transplants from Oregon. My wife got her talking hecklefish for Christmas. Yay. Thank you. We are huge fans of the content. Thanks, Ray. And I'm glad that she, I hope it arrived in time for Christmas because those are back to pre-order. Why does Victoria look so pensive?
Oh, I'm just making sure that I'm working.
Oh, okay. She's working. White Lando, quote unquote check-in equals busting some kneecaps.
Yep. I'm going to go bust some kneecaps.
F you pay me. Got problems with the insurance? F you pay me. Deliveries are late? F you pay me. I forget how the line goes. Gino, you remember that line?
No, I don't remember the full
We're
line.
close,
I just remember the F you pay me.
Mary Ebony Collins is there for 10. Merry Christmas from John, Mary, and the family in Wisconsin. That's a very Christmassy family names there.
Yes.
We absolutely love the show, guys. Keep her moving. Thanks, Mary, and thank you for the generous donation. That really, really helps. Yes, that was Goodfellas. The chat knows that one immediately. Montana Maker for 10. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas for you. There's Lori with a super sticker. Thank you for that. And Mark won Walter dropping 2 of these in a row.
Yeah. Thank you.
Holy mackerel. You see what I did there? Thanks for dropping a couple of shekels on me, human.
I wonder if it just didn't take the first time, so he wanted to make sure.
He did a couple others, so I think he's just a
generous fella. Venom is saying, don't pick up Victoria. That's my friend. She's a huge help, the Wi-Files.
Venomous, he's one of our original winners at a drawing.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, he's been around the Discord for a while now.
Picking on Victoria is part of her job description.
Yeah.
Matt for 5. Love my Go Hecklefish game. Merry Christmas, Hecklefish. Also, Jen. What, this game?
That game?
This game that you can get on the Wi-Fi store.
Oh.
I don't know how to get to it on the Wi-Fi store.
It's exclusive me right there.
Exclusive me.
Yep.
Right. And then
Oh no. I'm sorry. You're in Patreon. Go back one more and then go down to Hecklefish. Yeah, no, go down to Hecklefish. See? Right there.
Custom merch, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the Go Hecklefish cards. $15. Boy, they hated that number. They hated that number.
They did.
Well, they know the rules. And you can get one of these super warm Christmas sweaters. I guess we have to put these on sale. Is that how it works? Or
No, they're as cheap as they can go. Yeah, and we're almost sold out.
okay. And then they'll drop off the store.
Yeah.
Once it's sold out. Okay. I think the slippers sold out.
Yes, they did too. So they're on back order.
They're back. Only smalls are in stock. Yeah, those are super fun.
More coming.
All right, where are we? Do a couple more of these, and then we'll get some Gino Story Hour. Marcelo for 10. Oh, next Christmas we'll be rewatching the Wi-Fi's video on Total Disclosure. Merry Christmas, everyone. I doubt we will, Marcelo. Disclosure had a rough week. The disclosure bill was basically gutted by Republicans and Democrats, and then it really got damaged by the Republican speaker and got damaged further by the Democrat president. So, hey, at least the parties are working together.
Right.
They're just working together to screw us over. Yeah, they changed the language so they can basically classify anything because of national security. So don't hold your breath on disclosure. It's going to take a whistleblower with physical evidence. And even then, I don't know if that's enough. Medic Brewer for 10. Remember, everyone, the only difference between medicine and poison is dosage and timing. Consume accordingly. That's true. I did not expect that in the super chat, but certainly true. Zachary saying, yeah, uniparty globalism. Yeah. That's why I tell you guys, don't fight with each other about politics. Someone was saying in the chat that that the mods are disallowing certain political beliefs. That's not true.
No.
They're disallowing all political beliefs.
Right.
You know, everybody's welcome. And the people that watch the channel are mostly libertarian, I would say. But we have people all across the spectrum. And if you want to talk politics, there's everywhere else on the internet to do that. We just don't. It's boring. You're not going to convince anyone. You just want to hear your own words. So just do that on a different platform. On Discord, we talk about everything else. Here's Kevin Taylor. Hey, shout out to my son, Alex. Hey, what's up, Alex?
Hey, Alex.
Wi-Fi. Is a JFK story possible with the YouTube algorithm? Yes, we could probably do that one. And I think Barra might have written one.
He did. We're going to put it on the podcast, though, because it's
probably super long. Yeah, super long. So that'll probably go on the podcast first, and then maybe I can shorten the script and make a video out of it. The Aleister Crowley podcast is getting good results, surprisingly.
I was wondering.
Great.
People are liking that.
Christmas topic.
So yeah, if you follow the Wi-Fi's podcast, that's our first unredacted. That's the first topic that's been requested from the audience that we can't do on YouTube. We did on Spotify. They just frown upon sex magic here. There is DIY Ginger Guy for 25. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you guys in Hecklefish. AJ, how do you check which topic YouTube likes and which one's not? Like Flat Earth example. Thank you. Mostly from experience, Ginger Guy. Like I know that the conspiracy videos, YouTube doesn't like, specifically like 9/11 and COVID and stuff like that. YouTube doesn't like those. Otherwise, Flat Earth and a lot of those other videos, if you see a context warning underneath a video, and you see some of them under mine, that's usually a signal to the algorithm to kind of hold it back a little bit. So a Flat Earth video would be held back because of the context warning, and it would get buried. Like, for example, try to find the spontaneous combustion episode on this channel. It's almost impossible to find. YouTube hated that one. What, Chef? For 2 Australian, missed my grandparents at Christmas since they passed. Sorry for your loss, Chef. I know exactly how you feel. There's Duncan Yates for 10.
Thank you for the tip. This human knows what's up.
It's special that you guys do this for everyone, had the same childhood and family life. Arc, it's an odd thing to think about. Yeah, it is. A lot of us had that same story. The thing about being authentic on this platform, which I try to be, you guys think, I mean, I amp it up for the show, but this is me, right?
It is.
Yeah.
This is not my YouTube act. This is how I am for real. I just turn up the energy a little bit for the show. But the thing about being authentic is you attract people that are like you. So a lot of us have the same stories. We grew up the same way. We listen to the same music. And we have a lot of the same views on life, on politics, on the way we raise our kids, all of that. And that's just fine. There's old Mr. Young Dude for 10. My first live watch. Merry Christmas. Lost my younger sister this December 14th. I'm sorry to hear that. That's brutal. Very, very sad. I'm going to go first, so that way I don't have to live with Gino going first. Scott, what's the matter, Jen? I check out first. That's why I don't have to have the pain of losing everyone else.
What is it, Jen? You're rooting for me to go first?
She is. She's looking for next Wednesday. It's rude.
I just don't like discussing it, is all.
Jen does not like covering these topics. But you might like the near-death episode because even though it's all death, and I don't know what the algorithm's going to say about that, it does provide hope. And hopefully you finish that episode, meaning you watching at home, finish that episode not quite as sad and afraid of the end. I hope.
Now, if I do go first, I am going to figure out a way to contact AJ. So, it might be a good episode.
No. You don't got to do that.
I'll be haunting.
No, I don't. You can haunt Jen, though.
He can, no haunting, but you can come visit. I'm okay with that.
No fun without haunting. I mean, you got to have some fun in the afterlife.
A lot of NDE experiencers in the chat. Yeah, I was surprised how common it is. In fact, my dad had one, which I talk about in the episode. So he died in surgery a couple of times, and he saw his mother, and he said, "Ma, I can't do it. I hurt too bad." And she said, "You can do it. You need to go back." And he said that experience was more real than real life, which a lot of people say that. I said, it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like real life, and where this feels like the dream. Scott Henry for 10. Merry Christmas from Northern Idaho. I did the exact same thing. Grew up in Central Jersey and used to go to my family over in PA. Love you guys. That's exactly what I'm saying. We're all the same. There's Michelle 5. Thank you for being here today. Merry Christmas, and thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you for being here, Michelle. Have a Merry Christmas. Hope Santa was good to you. Hope all you guys got your eggs nogged. There's Kate M for 1999. I'm glad you're live. I'm home alone today. First year without mom. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Merry Christmas, you guys. Yeah, I can remember maybe one of my last conversations with Dad where he said, I don't think I'm going to... It might have been the last Christmas. You call to say Merry Christmas. And he was upset on the phone saying, I don't think I'm going to make it to the next one. And he was crying a little bit. I said, you're going to be there. You're going to be around for the next one. But I think he was gone about 6 weeks later, Gino. 8 weeks. Kaiser B for 5. Your company is appreciated. My girl can't make it this holiday season, and all families far away. Best wishes for you all. Well, thanks, Kaiser. I'm glad you're here. We'll be your family today.
Yeah.
Here's Derek Morris for 2. Merry Christmas. My son is 9 and loves hecklefish.
Yay!
Human right here. This human gets it.
And there is Zeb, the superfan Francis, for 10.50.
I'm a fish and I'm a star. So put more dough in my jar. The type of vodka that I need is Belvedere. I need to buy a tinfoil hat. So please click the super chat. We all know the government is listening.
Zeb says, "Why, fam? Merry Christmas. I noticed Merry Christmas, you filthy animal is a trending sentiment, perhaps an MK Ultra job or PSYOP. Thanks for the stream. Enjoying quiet solitude at the home place. Could be a PSYOP. I assume everything's a PSYOP, you filthy animal." Well, I think we're gonna take one break for nature. I'm gonna take a break for nature and then come back with a Gino story hour. Do you guys need to break for nature?
Oh, so he leaves us up here.
We'll all be back soon. Everybody just had to use the restroom and, I think AJ got more coffee probably. Somebody asked earlier if it was cheaper to just buy a blanket than make one yourself. Yes. Yes, it is. It's probably it probably is going to take me, I don't know. I've only got, it's the right width, but I probably need to make it 5 times longer. And so it's probably going to take me 20 balls of yarn to make the blanket.
20 balls?
Yeah.
How many times can you fold it?
Only 6.
Only 6.
So Mischief sent in a box of Krispy Kremes, and I think she earned herself a punch in the face. And didn't she also send a box of cupcakes the other day?
Sent a box of nothing bundt cakes.
I'm starting to detect a pattern.
If you have ever had nothing bundt cakes, oh my God, they're little miniature bundt cakes, and they are fantastic.
I didn't try one.
Oh, you good. You'd be addicted. So good.
Oh, this is going to get my energy up. My goodness. Haven't had a Krispy Kreme in a long time.
Isn't it amazing what passes for a live stream these days? Boy, oh boy.
I guess we're about ready for are we ready?
Tell me something I don't know. Where's Gino? Oh shit, where he go? Tell me something I don't know. Where's Gino? Oh shit, where he go? Jet set and betting at the regular scenes. Worldwide travel feed with the green. Jack Harry's the one who bears big bushes change smell for the air. Hey, hibbity dobbity dobbity doo. Where's Gino? Yeah, that's who. And yeah, it's true, cause that's a dude he cares about. He brings around and pops and thistles up.
Gino's holding them there, giving me an idea that a hecklefish bikini bra or something would be very funny.
Someone in the chat mentioned hecklefish boxing gloves.
Oh, that'd be fun.
All right, Gino Story Hour. Here we go. Fire it up when ready.
Oh, all right, let's see. Let's see what we got here. At the stage.
Where's Gino? Where to go?
I mean, I think it's one of the most important pieces of evidence there is.
Merry Christmas. Tonight on Gino's Story Hour, for your consideration, we have a special Christmas story, Mrs. Hingley and the Mince Pie Martians. Once upon a time, one cold January morning just days into the new year of 1979, Jean Hingley was at home in the small English town of Rowley Regis. After her husband Cyril left for work, Jean noticed a strange glowing orange light in their garden. She went outside to check, only to find the yard dark. Looking back at the garden, she saw a bright tangerine orb hovering above the frosty lawn. The orb started making an odd buzzing sound. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Jean and her dog, Hobo, hurried back inside. To her surprise, 3 fairy-like beings, shrouded in a bright light, then floated out of the orb into her open back door. Jean froze as the strange little guys floated right past her into the parlor. Their skinny wings fluttered fast, keeping them floating a foot off the ground. They glowed brightly, making Jean squint to make out their features. Her loyal dog, Hobo, was normally a good guard dog, but he hobbled over to his bowl, swaying side to side. His fur stuck straight out all over. Hobo flopped down stiffly on the floor with his eyes open, as if he had been drugged. The terrified Mrs. Hingley felt like the blood was draining out of her body through her toes. She was paralyzed, motionless, with her mouth wide open. All of a sudden, an odd feeling of peace washed over her. Her fear melted away and was replaced with a heavenly calm. They flew from the kitchen into the living room. Jean heard the creatures moving things around, but their bright lights still blinded her. She shielded her eyes from the brilliant light as they surrounded the Christmas tree. Its plastic branches rattled as if being attacked. Though Jean couldn't look directly at them, she felt like they were reading her mind, understanding why she was distressed. Suddenly, all 3 lights dimmed. Ooh. Now that she could see them, she could see how stylish they were. Form-fitting silver tunics with hints of green hugged their torsos, coming to a V at the chest, where they had metallic breastplates with buttons on them. They had cinched silver belts at the waist, sleigh bells. On their heads, they had pointed little hats that were enclosed in a clear dome helmet that had a light on top of them, making it harder to discern their humanoid features. She couldn't see any protruding noses or ears, only tiny lipless slits for their mouths. Their wings were translucent and shimmering, emanating an iridescent glow reminiscent of oil swirling on water, speckled with particles of rainbow glitter. Their complexion was an almost ghostly pale shade of white. Large and oval in shape, their obsidian eyes would sparkle like dark gemstones when struck by stray beams of light. She couldn't see any of their eyebrows or any other hair on them. Their pointed arms and legs were covered in silvery green suits. She couldn't make out any hands or feet. Their limbs just came to points inside their outfits, but they were able to lift things. Jean observed helplessly as the peculiar entities circled the Christmas tree, violently rattling its fake branches, possibly displeased with the holiday decorations she put up. After bullying the tree, they then drifted around the house, carefully inspecting everything they could get their tentacle-like arms on. The TV, the radio, and all of her Beatles cassettes. Gathering courage, she addressed them directly. "There's 3 of you, and there's only 1 of me. What do you guys want? What will you do to me?" In response, they placed their hands on the metal squares on their chest. Musical beeps sounded, and in a raspy voice they said, "We won't harm you." Amazed, Jean asked, "Where are you from?" After more beeps, an eerie reply came as they pointed upwards. "The sky." Once more, the Christmas tree seized the fairy's fascination. 2 of the fairy folk looked at each other, then at the Christmas tree, and then took turns energetically shaking the branches until the tinsel was falling off. Meanwhile, the 3rd looked on, growing more animated and cheering them on as the angel on top of the tree tumbled to the ground. After a few rounds of thrashings and most of the Christmas balls on the ground, they lost interest. They were the worst house guests ever. The creatures began to jump up and down on the couch and giggle like unruly toddlers with a pixie stick addiction. "Be careful of my furniture," Jean reprimanded them reflexively. They immediately stopped jumping and hovered quietly instead. Jean felt terrible for scolding them, so she switched gears. "Nice to see you," she said politely. In their odd synthesized voices, the creatures returned the pleasantry, repeating, "Nice." Satisfied with their inspection of the living room, the beings proceeded to explore the rest of the small house. They peered closely at the bottles of sherry and whiskey in the kitchen, appearing intrigued. "Would you like a drink?" Jean offered, immediately regretting her impulse. To her profound relief, they declined her liquor and instead requested water. She fetched 3 glasses of water from the kitchen and brought them out on a metal tray. As she approached, the tray jerked sharply towards the creatures as if magnetically drawn to them. When they grabbed their drinks, their lights turned on brightly again as they lifted the drink from the tray to their helmet. Then their headlights dimmed again. Though she did not see them actually drink, when they returned the glasses to the tray, the water had somehow vanished. She wondered how the water got through the glass dome. Unsure what else to say, Jean asked if she should tell anyone about this encounter. In their unearthly voices, the creatures answered, "Yes, we've been here before. We shall come again. Everybody will go to heaven. There's beautiful colors there." They further explained they'd already visited. They went to Australia, New Zealand, and America, but humanity did not seem very receptive to them. Somewhat emboldened, Jean tried engaging them in conversation to learn more. They spoke about religion, assertively proclaiming there is only one Lord, and how humans shouldn't worship their leaders the same way. They spoke to Jean about politics and how important women's rights in the workplace were. Always the good host, Jean offered her strange guests some traditional mince pies. Again, the pie plate jerked towards the creatures as if drawn by magnets. Blinding rays of lights flashed as they picked up the pies in their spindly appendages. Now feeling very comfortable, Jean lit a cigarette, causing the creatures to instantly jerk back and retreat rapidly to the open kitchen door. As Jean rushed to apologize, she caught sight of the glowing orange craft hovering in the yard, approximately 8 feet long by 4 feet high. It appeared to have rounded portholes along the sides and a scorpion-like tail emerging from the rear. Atop the unusual object was a large wheel-like structure slowly rotating. She kept apologizing about the cigarette. The angelic creatures floated up into the underside of the luminescent orange craft. Before taking off, they paused and flashed the lights twice, as if bidding Jean goodbye. Then the object soundlessly ascended straight up into the morning sky until it blinked out of sight. Jean's faithful dog Hobo, lying paralyzed, suddenly woke up from his stellar stupor. He wandered dazedly around the garden, sniffing the area where the alien craft had been. Jean examined the spot herself and found a deep impression in the soil left by the heavy base of the craft. Rather than afraid, Jean felt blessed by the encounter. She was left with a lingering warmth and happiness from her contact with the friendly beings. Her first impulse was to share the incredible occurrence with a neighbor, who immediately advised that she report it to the police. Down at the station, the officers were unsure how to respond. This was far beyond the usual burglaries and pub brawls that they dealt with. Lacking any clear protocols, they simply took measurements of the depression in the earth and collected soil samples where the craft had landed. When Jean called her husband at work to excitedly recount her close encounter, she said, "I've had visitors with wings." Her husband Cyril was less than impressed. "Birds?" he asked distractedly when she described the winged creatures. "No, men with wings," Jean reiterated. Now, Cyril Hingley was clearly not a man easily ruffled. He said, "Why don't you go and have your hair done and tell the girls about it?" That was his only reply. Ooh. She did just that. And strangely, when she returned home, her Christmas tree had vanished. The ensuing days were also strange. Jean's eyes remained sore and felt feverish and lethargic. Her television and radio also temporarily ceased functioning, and her cassette tapes touched by the creatures were entirely ruined. Jean received many letters offering theories about the true identity of the creatures. Some suggested they were fairies or elves. Others believed them to be angels or spirits from the afterlife. A few proposed that the aliens were robots or beings from another dimension. Jean herself did not know what to make of them, but she said, "I shall never forget them if I live to be 100. Two mornings after the dramatic incident, Jean was startled to find that her mangled Christmas tree had mysteriously reappeared, deposited on her front lawn overnight. It was viciously torn apart and stripped completely of all the ornaments. She immediately knew this was the handiwork of her mischievous visitors from the stars. So concludes Jean Hingley's improbable but earnest telling of the so-called mince pie Martians incident. Though hard to believe, the pragmatic Mrs. Hingley lacked any reason to concoct such an intricate hoax. Her vivid recollections of that remarkable morning remained genuinely real to her. With no proof otherwise, Jean's incredible account should be taken at face value. The question lingers, should we accept her at her word? Only Jean Hingley and the three far-out fairies with a hankering for mince pies knows the full truth. And that's the story of Jean Hingley and the Mince Pie Martians. I want to wish all the Wi-Fi viewers a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, and hope you enjoyed Gino's Story Hour. And if you did, go to cavemancoffeeco.com and use promo code Wi-Fi. For 20% off all your Christmas and holiday coffee needs.
There he goes. Gino's Story Hour. Definitely in the top 10 most popular segments we do here on the live stream.
That's mean.
That was a fun story for me. I don't even think I told it as fun as it was. I mean, imagining those aliens beating up the Christmas tree is so funny to me.
So, speaking of cavemancoffeeco.com, I was watching The Equalizer last night. I love the Equalizer movies with Denzel. Tate is an actor that you've seen in every action movie, and he always gets killed.
Yep.
And I think my favorite death scene of Tate's might have been when he's fighting Denzel in Home Depot. If you guys remember The Equalizer. But that's Tate. despite the way he looks, he's might be the nicest guy I've ever met.
Yeah, and I mean, he absolutely is, and he's a giant martial artist, jiu-jitsu guy, former UFC guy, former bodyguard for Joe Rogan, and in every movie, he winds up getting killed in different ways by people who would never be able to kill him. I think that's Ben Affleck right there, getting him in the accountant in the top right there.
Yep.
But he gets killed in Jumanji. He gets killed in John Wick, #1.
Yeah.
He's one of
The Jumanji one was good. I think The Rock throws him up in the air or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's like the lead Russian guy in the bar in John Wick 1. And just a million other shows. I was once on a flight over to England, and I got so lucky, and I had a whole aisle to myself. And I was just playing around with the TVs, and I had Tate on 3 different shows at once that he was on. That's how much he's in so many action movies. Shout out cavemancoffeeco.com.
Oh, you didn't explain the connection. Tate owns Caveman Coffee Company.
Oh, I didn't explain that. Yeah,
No,
that's Tate's company.
yes.
And look, Tate's doing great as an actor, but he really could use a couple of coffee orders. He really could. Really would help. Really would help him out.
If you're a Mandalorian fan, he's in The Mandalorian. He's the heavy gunner Mandalorian. He was also in the first scene of The Mandalorian from season 1. He was the guy in the bar fighting the original Mando.
That's right. Avatar guy wants to know if we can watch the simulation theory episode next. What do you guys think about that?
That was the one that won me over.
That won you over. All right, let me see if I can find it. I mean, we can go to the Groove Yard if you want to go back and see some earlier ones.
The Groove Yard.
Because they're shorter. But there's simulation theory queued up. Oh, people in the chat want Jen to hold up the blanket so we can see progress.
It's gotten quite a bit. Jeez. Oh, jeez. You've done a lot.
Someone in the chat said she is crocheting a sock for the Kandahar Giants.
Yes. Yes.
All right. I think before we do simulation theory, which is when we were really catching our stride, I'm gonna play episode number 2.
Okay.
Which was basically a listicle of scary animals. It's a short episode, just a few minutes. I think it's fun to see how far we've come.
And Hecklefish is funny in this one.
Tino Stark saying, "I put a sack on it."
I put a sock on it.
Is there a sock on your microphone there, Victoria?
There is not.
Elizabeth is asking me if that's an extended half double crochet. It's just a regular double crochet. So that's all I'm doing. It's just
I bet if you live streamed crocheting, it'd get thousands of views.
People keep saying in the comments, am I the only one just watching her crochet while they're talking?
Because it's very ASMR.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's see this stupid episode.
This video is about weird and terrifying animals. But you know what the weirdest animal is? Us. We love to be afraid. No other animal does this. You don't see gazelles on the Serengeti dressing up as cheetahs for a hoot. And there are well-studied psychological reasons why humans enjoy being frightened. And we have a video coming up all about fear and phobias, so hit all the stuff to make sure you don't miss it. It's gonna be our weirdest video yet.
You know what's weird? Your skin tone.
What now?
What shade of orange is that?
It's self-tanner.
Tan? Who are you kidding? That's orange.
I'm trying to do a thing here.
You look like a new inmate at a prison where they eat nothing but carrots.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you do.
Now, we indulge in all kinds of different ways to scare each other. But one of our favorite ways, monsters. Werewolves, zombies, chupacabra, Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster. We get a satisfyingly fun chill when we hear stories about these creatures. Now, Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster aren't real, or are they? But here are 10 terrifying animals that actually exist, but I really wish they didn't. And here's an appetizer.
Yo!
That's a lizard squirting poisonous blood from its eyeballs.
Whoa, what? Why?
And that's what we call a segue, folks. Welcome to the Y-Files, where smart folks like us get together to talk nerdy. Now, if you've got a high IQ and a good sense of humor, hit the like and subscribe buttons, and that helps keep the content flowing like the Sea of Galilee.
What now?
Amen, brother. Today's topic is terrifying animals. Now, the Earth is about 4.5 billion years old, and when the Earth was young, it was much hotter.
No, who wasn't?
You're telling me. But as the Earth cooled, water emerged. It didn't take long for organic compounds to get together in a process called abiogenesis. Boom, life. When life began over 3 billion years ago, it was a single cell. Today, there are over 9 million identified species of animals. That doesn't even count plants or anything besides plants and animals. Now that's a lot, but according to nature.com, there's so much biodiversity that over 90% of animals are yet to be discovered, and it could take another 1,000 years to catalog them all. Some animal species are awesome, puppies, kittens, bacon, but some are absolutely terrifying. Hecklefish, how about you read the names, I'll fire off a few facts.
Let's do it.
It's hard to follow Gino's story hour with this. Oof. This is a rough one. What's on AJ's face? Self-tanner.
So, not to make this about me, but AJ, I don't know if you remember. So you posted the first video on October 5th.
Yeah.
Right? I had my surgery on October 8th. So you were a little stressed filming this episode and editing this episode.
Right. Jen was in the hospital with open heart surgery.
Yeah. So there was a lot going on in the Gentile household at that particular time.
A lot going on.
Yeah.
Number 1, giant horned lizard.
The giant horned lizard, or the regal horned lizard, is 3 ounces of pure terror, 85 grams. His strike speed is over 22 miles an hour, 35 kph. That's twice as fast as a rattlesnake. It can grab prey 5 inches away, 13 centimeters, in 30 milliseconds. Now, it takes 100 milliseconds for you to blink, so in that time, he can snatch 2 ants and choke down a whole cricket. Now, this thing is not just fast, it's strong. If you scale up a horned lizard to the size of a full-grown bull and they go head-to-head, the bull is hamburger. Given its body-to-weight ratio, this horned lizard at that scale would yield 14,000 pounds of force. A full-grown bull, only 6,000. But what makes this guy terrifying is his unique defense mechanism, weaponized eyeballs. When threatened by a predator, it builds up pockets of blood in its eye sockets, and it could shoot a stream almost 6 feet accurately. And its squirt force is more than twice that of a fire truck, a scientific term. Oh, by the way, the blood, it's toxic. Yeah, the lizard's main diet is poisonous harvester ants. It's immune to the venom, but it stores the venom and deploys it in that bloodstream like a bioweapon. And if that blood hits a predator in the mouth or the eyes, it's gonna be in pain, it's gonna be sick. It's not gonna mess with the lizard again.
Giant isopod.
A woodlouse, or a pill bug, is about 1 centimeter long, and they're found all over the world. But what happens when you scale one of those up 40 times and throw it in the ocean? You got yourself a giant isopod. Giant isopods are deep-sea scavengers that scoot around the ocean floor, pretty much eating anything they can find. Basically a Roomba of the sea. Not everyone is terrified of giant isopods. In some parts of Asia, they eat them. Nuh-uh, they do. And if you want to see that, although I don't know why you would, I will link to some videos of folks cooking and eating giant isopods in the description below.
Probably good. Probably tastes like lobster.
Star-nosed mule. Sorry. Star-nosed mole.
The star-nosed mole is one of Canada's most bizarre species.
More bizarre than Canadians?
Be nice.
That thing looks like its face exploded into 2 anuses.
It does.
With hemorrhoids.
That stuff is actually its nose, and it's covered in about 25,000 sense receptors known as Elmer's organs.
Be very quiet.
Its sense of smell is so acute that it can detect odor underwater.
Oh boy, I'm glad I can't do that.
I bet.
It's like a sewer in here.
I understand.
I swim in my own waste, you know.
It's time to clean your bowl. I get it.
Thank you.
The star-nosed mole is the world's fastest eating mammal. The time it takes for it to find, hunt, catch, and devour its prey is less than 1/4 of a second. Its main diet is earthworms, but that doesn't make it any less terrifying.
Amazonian giant centipede.
Scolopendra gigantea is one of the world's largest centipedes. Found throughout South America, this aggressive predator will eat anything it can overpower. Animals 10 to 15 times its size. Insects, spiders, no problem. But this thing will also go after mice, bats, even birds if it can catch them. Not terrified yet? Well, this centipede, it's also venomous.
Oh boy, can it kill people?
It can. At least one human death has been attributed to its bite. It was found hiding inside a soda can.
Cyclops shark.
A shark should have 2 eyes. That's it.
Wait, that's it?
Well, this one's a bit of a curveball because this Cyclops shark was real, but it's not technically a species. A shark fisherman found it inside a pregnant shark.
When you say found, do you mean...
Cut it out of the belly.
I'm gonna be sick.
Scientists have speculated that this shark fetus was suffering from cyclopia, meaning having 1 eye. The cyclopia is a birth disorder that actually affects 1 in 16,000 animal births, including humans. Rarely does an animal born with cyclopia survive birth, but sometimes, like with this calf born last year in India, they do make it. Terrifying.
Goblin shark.
The goblin shark is a rare species of deep-sea shark whose lineage goes back 125 million years. Its jaws are not connected to its skull, so it can kind of shoot out its teeth like a second face. It has the fastest jaws in the ocean. So fast you can only see it in slow motion. What terrifies me is that face, which is how it got its name. It looks like someone haphazardly slapped a human mouth on a fish and called it good.
Seems okay to me. Number 7, horror frog.
What if you crossed a werewolf with a poisonous frog?
I don't recommend it.
You'd end up with a horror frog, or sometimes called the hairy frog. Now, if you came across one of these, you don't want to touch it. Gerald Durrell was a famous TV host and naturalist who learned this the hard way. When this frog is grabbed or attacked, it breaks its own toes and forces the sharp bones through its skin to create claws. And that skin, it regenerates. Oh yes, it's also been called the Wolverine frog.
I'd like to buy this man a drink.
It even starts out dangerous. Its tadpoles are muscular, carnivorous, and feature several rows of teeth. Terrifying from day one.
Wait. Why are you showing this?
This is a Tradotrawana ocelti.
I thought you called it Little Mr. Happy.
It's an amphibian found in South America.
Oh, I thought...
Now's not the time.
This bowl is see-through, you know.
I'm really uncomfortable right now.
And I don't have eyelids, so this is all on you.
Tradotrawana are pretty rare and not completely understood. Though it looks like a snake, it's more biologically related to an earthworm or maybe another lungless amphibian like a salamander. Researchers are still...
I think we should move on.
Agreed.
Goliath bird eater spider. Holy sh**.
Sometimes the name says it all. The Goliath bird eater is the largest spider in the world.
No.
And it's called bird eater because an 18th century naturalist discovered one devouring a hummingbird.
Nope.
Now, it rarely eats birds, but that's only because it can't catch them. It usually eats worms or large insects, but it will gladly eat mice, lizards, even snakes if it can catch them. Oh, like other tarantulas, it features fangs and venom.
Of course it does.
There are lots of videos online showing a Goliath spider eating its prey. I will link some of those below, but be warned, it is not for the faint of heart. It's awful. Watching a Goliath feed in captivity is usually the only way to see it eat. In the wild, it prefers to dine in private. First, it catches its prey and then sticks the fangs in and stuns them or kills them. Then it drags the carcass back to its burrow and liquefies its insides and sucks them dry. Yum. The food chain works both ways, though. In parts of South America, the Goliath is part of the local cuisine. They're typically wrapped in banana leaves and then roasted over a fire. People on the internet say they taste like shrimp. I'll take their word for it.
Human botfly.
No buildup here. I'm telling you right up front. Botfly larvae are terror maggots that grow and feed on human flesh. I'm going to show you this. You have been warned. There are several kinds of botflies that infect mammals, but they're typically associated with large grazing mammals like horses or steer. But there are botflies that infect humans, and they use mosquitoes as a carrier. A female botfly bites a mosquito, then the mosquito bites you, and your body heat then triggers the eggs to hatch. Then they grow into larvae that burrow into the wound. It gets worse. The larvae then grow and they use your puncture, your wound hole, to poop. And when the botfly is exposed, aka pooping, you can tweeze it out. But the larvae are covered in tiny little spikes that anchor it into the flesh, which makes removal at this time kind of painful. Another option is just waiting 3 short months. Then it will grow big enough to just wiggle its way out on its own. No big deal. Could you wait 3 months? I could barely get through 3 seconds of watching these videos. Speaking of, there are lots of botfly removal videos on YouTube. Like, way too many. I will link to some of the more gross ones below because I know some of you are into watching stuff like that. I don't know why. Seek help. But here's a life lesson. Let's say it's your wedding day and you've got a swollen, pussy, oozy pustule. You might want to have a doctor take a look at that. You could be the unwitting surrogate mother of the hellish, flesh-eating terror maggot known as the human botfly. Happy anniversary, honey. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Still finding my voice.
So I can't crochet anymore right now because I have a friend.
He likes that blanket. People in the chat were asking what kind of surgery you had that required them to open your chest with the spreaders.
I had to have my mitral valve replaced with a mechanical valve. So now I tick like a pocket watch when it's quiet. But yes, so that's what it was. Shockingly, I was out of the hospital in 4.5 days. Amazing what they do nowadays, but yeah. So that's what it was.
There's Davina Weaver wishing us a Merry Christmas in French, Italian, Spanish, and I don't know that last one. Just husband and I this year. We'll see grandchildren on FaceTime. Well, thanks, Davina. And there is Gathani, $100.
Won't you tip me? You know I don't believe you when you say you don't got money. Won't you tip me? You know I can't believe it when you say that I'm not funny. I write too many jokes just to amuse you folks. You better super chat me or I'll just keep singing. Won't you tip me, human? Won't you tip me? Oh. Won't you tip me, human? Won't you tip me? Whoa.
Gathani says, Merry Christmas, Wife House family. I'm glad you're doing this. This is the first lonely Christmas for me. Everything I'm going through now is making it harder. Hang in there. Hang in there, pal. You're going to be fine, I promise. I used to have a sign on my wall for years that said, this too shall pass.
Yes.
Jen, what do you do if you're going through hell?
Keep going.
Keep going. Thomas O'Day, thank you for the $20. Oh, what size hook is crocheted? All right, I got these already. It looks like a fence post. Looks like she's crocheting ham. Hang on, I don't want to do the repeats. There's a lot of super chats in here I want to get to because we should be. There's Nina. Thank you. We should be wrapping up in just a couple of minutes. So what should we do? Super chats? Should we watch another episode?
I think you need to do super chats because there's one that came in that you definitely have to at least acknowledge.
You're talking about the $500 one.
Yes, I am.
I'm looking for that. There are quite a few generous tippers here today.
Everybody's been so generous today.
But with such a big tip, James Hopkins, $500, you know what has to happen.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Human, I want you to know I said human. Thank you for all the dough tipping, as I'm sure you will find. Always is a good time. Ooh, 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 it's fun to tip the F-I-S-H. It's fun to tip the F-I-S-H.
George Bailey was a narcissist. Imagine if AJ never existed. Jen would be an old maid librarian. Would you be? What would you be if I never existed?
I'm just confused about the librarian part. I don't know where that came in.
I guess George Bailey died and his wife became a librarian?
I don't know. I don't know who George Bailey is.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh, George Bailey. Gotcha. Okay.
Christmas reference.
I've never even seen It's a Wonderful Life. I know.
You don't need to.
Comments. I know.
Yeah, there's Medic Brewer's Poison comment. That was fine. Kate M, Home Alone today, first year without mom. Merry Christmas to you guys. I think I read Kate's. There's Zeb. I think we're about here. Mark Stench for 5. Merry Christmas. Very grateful you are here. 62 by myself, 5 children, all grown up. 10,000 thank yous. You're very welcome, Mark. Oh.
This live stream is so disappointing. Just so disappointing.
I'm guzzling coffee, and I hate belching through Mark's lovely super chat.
Yeah.
It's rude.
It is rude.
I know it's sad when they're all grown up, Mark, but it's also awesome.
It is also kind of awesome.
Joseph Lewis for 5. Man, that hit hard. We lost our nephew this past April. It's not the same without him around. Never will be, Joe. But I'm sorry for your loss. Merry Christmas to you, my friend. Peter, 5 pounds. Greetings from Ireland. Best thing about 23 was finding your channel. Listen to some type O negative man that will cheer you up. Happy Christmas, bro. Thanks, Peter. Happy Christmas to you as well. Bless you and keep up superior content with heart. Thank you for that, Art Mark. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. There's 139 super chats in there. I'll let the gang go if you want, and I'm just gonna sit here and do them all.
That's very nice of you. I mean, I'll hang around, but if you want to kick me out, I can do that too.
No, if you guys want to stay, that's fine, but I'm going to do them all. It's Christmas, but I'm going to need to adjust the temperature in here.
Yes, this is a Maine Coon. Somebody said that cat is huge. Maine Coon. Yep. This is our Maine Coon boy.
No. With the pink nose.
With the pink nose. He's a handful. Maine Coons are awesome, but they are handfuls.
He's a handful. I see you, dummy.
Do you hear him?
I see you, dummy. Where are you?
He's looking for you. Do you hear him?
James Hughes, thank you for the 553. Alone with my dog. I love the more scientific episodes. I do too, James. But I followed the algorithm. But I like the weird stories too. We try to
missed
mix
the
in some
cuts you used
sciencey
to do.
stuff. I mean, it's in our rotation. It's just we tend to be on the weirder side of science. Like Cozy Rev's Mirror, I consider a scientific episode.
Yeah, but like Gino said, he misses the cuts that you used to do.
Where you talk to yourself.
Oh yeah, those are fun.
Yeah.
And, you know, looking at those old ones, maybe there are some aspects of that that can come back. Maybe we can throw in a little metric whispering. He's leaning on the camera.
Metric
3
whisper.
kilometers. There's Christy Angelo.
Ooh, $5 more and you get a private dance.
I lost my partner last Christmas Eve and I'm avoiding Christmas this year. Thank you for doing this. I miss her, but can't do the holiday cheer thing. I understand that, Chris. You know, I don't know who your partner is, he or she, but they would probably want you to find happiness around this time of year if you can eventually. Takes time, but I think that's probably what they would want. So something to think about, but totally get it. Joe Mitchell, thank you for the 20 away from family this year. This is actually just what I needed. Perfect. That's what I was hoping to hear, Joe. You know, when I was talking to people earlier, like, I don't know what to even do on the stream today. Everyone said, just keep people company. Just talk and keep people company, and that'll be enough.
Yep.
Hopefully it is. But we did get a surprise Gino story hour.
Yes.
So that was a Christmas miracle. There's Craig of 20. Merry Christmas. Thanks for all the awesome videos. My favorite channel by far. All right. Very good taste. Art Roman, thank you for the 1999. Merry Christmas. Brandy Anderson, looking forward to the NDE video. I really like it. I don't see it performing super well because it's not really weird. I get into the science of it, but it's also very metaphysical.
But what's interesting though is like some of these earlier episodes, like the listicles and stuff, I think that the core audience is going to love them, and you're going to bring in other people that aren't necessarily into some of the super weird or, you know, out there kind of stuff that you do. And I think it's worth doing.
So you think bring back a couple of listicle episodes?
I do. I
Do you
absolutely.
you have any off the top of your mind that you'd like to see? The top 10?
Well, we talked about brain anomalies.
The top 10 brain anomalies, like people who can remember everything, hyperthymesia, or weird types of amnesia where people can only remember the last 5 seconds of their life, that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Synesthesia, where people can hear smells and see sounds.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's a good one. And I think there's a few out there that we just, because we hadn't thought about it for a while. So I think
Methane says I'm here for it all. I appreciate that, Methane.
yeah.
Silent Samurai, 100% Jen's on this to save the show again. She's my knight in shining armor.
I am. Somebody said
She's my knight in shining Gucci.
something like that. I think those would be great because we talked about like the top 10 weird weird ship stories, because there's a lot of stuff we go over that you're like, it's not enough for an episode, but like the Mary Celeste and the Titanic theories and there's like 5 ghost ships. I think we can talk about all of them, even if it's not a full episode.
Oh yeah, I could think of 3 ghost ships off the top of my head that are really weird.
Right.
So a listicle of just weirdness of the sea.
Yeah.
I think we do one and see what happens.
I agree.
Nothing would please me more than to see it perform well, because those are easy to get together and very easy to have the boys edit.
God, that would be amazing, right? Because then we could get ahead.
Be amazing. All right. Well, when is our next production meeting? Because it's supposed to be today. Tomorrow? All staff's here tomorrow?
No, Josh isn't back till Wednesday.
White Lando, foreign accent syndrome. That should be in there.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That is a good one.
That is crazy.
Hyperglossy. Marie, we started doing the Bermuda Triangle, but I bailed out of it because the stories were so old. And I don't have anything new to report. But maybe if I can roll it into some other triangles, and maybe it's a listicle. There's weird places around the planet where stuff disappears.
Right.
Yes, Jen is chomping on nicotine gum.
Sorry.
That's okay. Someone's just asking. Under the tornadoes, waiting for the tall white people.
The tall whites.
The tall whites, yeah.
Yeah.
My basketball joke got a huge response in the comments, but not universally huge. Robert Hodges, thank you for 5. Old saying, true, when an old man dies, it's as if a university library burns down. You're right, almost 50. Nurse, bring me a walker. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Robert. I had never really thought of that. Old man dies, it's like a university library burns down. Yep. Chris Thomason's having fun. I'm glad you're here. Martha Duncan says ley lines. That's a good idea. Eric's 6'4" Caucasian's ready to do an interview. ISH Bermuda Triangle is a dead horse. Bim did the math and is 99.9% certain that somebody is causing earthquakes. Could be HARP. Gerald, I thought I saw 2,000 super chat today. I think 500 is the max.
It was in a different currency.
Yeah.
Right. Different currency.
There's Maria Ortega for 20.
Sweet fancy Moses, I'm going to be in a new tax bracket over here. Taxes are theft.
Taxes are theft, making sure to fully and enjoying all the shared Christmas experience. But remember, grief is the price we pay for love. Well said, Maria. And Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah.
I hope the Foley comes out good. Squiggly Wiggins for 20. Cheer up and celebrate all the good times. Wife and I in our mid-50s miss our parents, old pets, friends, and more, but are thankful for everything God has given us. Still got sports cars. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We could. I do take some solace and find just a little bit of happiness by driving a fast car. But that was very well said. Philo Beto for £9.99. Appreciate this, my friend. Like lots of 50-plus-year-olds, I've suffered a lot of loss the past few years, and Christmas is always especially hard. Looking forward to lots more Wi Files in 24. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
Matthew saying infrasound weapons. I've covered those twice. If you look for the Havana Syndrome episode, I covered in detail there. And just a few weeks ago, I covered infrasound weapons as well. Interesting topic. There's Kelly Voorhees for 20.
Ooh, mamacita. Thanks for the tip, human.
I'm 38, my first solo Christmas ever. It's surreal and strange feeling, but glad to chill with this community. Thanks for doing this. Don't let the trolls sway you away. We appreciate this. Thanks, Kelly. Merry Christmas to you. No, the trolls can't push me.
Nope.
Ken Glenn for 5. Why, as we, the American public, aren't pressuring for the second UFO Congress hearings? The one some months ago was a great start. I think the American public is pressuring, but we can only do so much.
And look,
go ahead.
Whenever they allow congressional hearings to happen, what you need to be worried about, way more worried about, is what they don't want you to hear about, which is why they're letting the congressional hearings happen. They only let that stuff happen when they want to distract us from something else.
That's true.
Just saying.
Yeah, the American public can pressure Congress, but the problem that Congress is running into is is the military intelligence state is more powerful. So Congress says, we want to see these documents, and the Pentagon says, nah. And Congress says, I'm the congressman, I'm the senior congressman on the committee for security. I'm the senior congressman for intelligence. Yeah, nah, you're not cleared. I have the highest clearance that exists. You don't have this high. And that's it. And they're frustrated because they're not in charge. You know, our elected officials are in charge of running the country. The military complex is in charge for running the other stuff. There's Zeb is back for 10. Team, hopefully by now the negative people in chat have stopped. I think they have. You guys don't have to be sharing your Christmas with us. You're being relatable and talking about how it can be hard. Hard time is a blessing to us. Thanks, Zeb. Zeb, one of the biggest supporters of the channel. Medic Brewer's back for 10 at 54. I'm not as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was. There you go. There you go. I'm adding that one to my repertoire.
It's a country song.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't know that one. I only listen to Taylor. Mark Snappy Lehman is there for 20. When I'm missing my father who passed away last month, I tell myself a dad joke. Did you know that the letter E was the only letter that got a Christmas present this year? All the other letters were not E. Nicely done, Mark. I'm sure your pop would like that one. Gino, did Dad tell Dad jokes? He told jokes that we really couldn't say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I got to think of some, but yeah, not really dad jokes, but certainly recurring jokes all the time.
Right, like Jen, what do you tell a woman with a black eye?
Nothing. I already told her once.
Like Dad told that joke. Nothing, you already told her once. Now there's going to be a whole new Reddit thread about me about that joke.
Yep, I'm going to have to get mad. Ugh.
Jen, when is it okay to spit in an Italian woman's face?
When her mustache is on fire.
Funny stuff.
Oh boy.
We're Italians. We could say that stuff.
That's right.
All the women on that side of the family are swarthy. There's Rob Weisenhunt for 5. Every other Christmas, due to circumstances beyond my control, I spend totally alone. No red wine, tears, Batman movies. Thanks for this today. Doesn't sound so bad, Rob. We count our blessings. I mean, you heard my Christmas evening. It's going to be Xbox and a cocktail or two.
Yeah.
And it's only 2 cocktails if I keep topping off that same last second one. I wake up, I'm like, I just had 2 drinks. I don't know why. But it's not 2 drinks if you keep pouring on the same one. Mac Daddy, what are you playing Xbox? Been playing mostly Cyberpunk lately. With the latest update, it's pretty solid. So playing most of that. Got to the new Assassin's Creed, but it's kind of slow. Just downloaded the Expanse series from Telltale Games, but it's kind of slow. I just love the Expanse. So I wind up going back to Cyberpunk for action. Guns, explosions, boobs. A lot of boobs in that game.
He throws that last one in there. He doesn't care.
Bonnie Pearson for 20. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Thank you for what you do. You're very welcome, Bonnie. Merry Christmas. Jen doesn't care that there's boobs in the game.
I don't care.
Benji's saying, yeah, boy. Twinnie's playing Origins. Yeah, I've been playing it. Didn't finish the second drink. Piker asking, what color is that yarn? Good question.
It's like
mustard.
Yeah, it's a mustard yellow.
It's a mustard yellow.
Yeah.
Here's Brendan Tibbs for 5. Love your show, The White Files. Hecklefish make my day.
Finally, a human who gets it.
There's DK for 200. Merry Christmas to you and your family / team. Awesome work you guys are doing. Love your inputs on social issues like depression, mental health, and especially on misinformation. Well, thanks, DK. Glad you're out there. But Simone Freckles is here.
Simone Freckles!
Just wanted to wish y'all Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
How's it going?
Christmas. Simone Freckles is one of our shooter, editor, producer fellas.
Yes.
Something like that.
It looks like you got your set. Looks like your set's set up. You're lit. Your background is lit.
Kinda, yeah. Slowly but surely.
It's looking good, man.
Yeah. Looks great.
Is the jersey there intentional? Is that intentional? Are we
For the
supposed to
stream,
know?
That's my cousin. So for my stream, I put it up there, you know.
What was your cousin's name? Papadopoulos?
Puka Nakua. He plays for the Rams.
Puka Nakua. Oh, that's your cousin plays for the Rams?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I guess that's impressive or something. I don't know.
Something like that, yeah.
I guess it's a big deal. To be
All
an
my
NFL.
cousins are way more talented than I am.
Hey, I'm glad that you suck at football.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't suck.
Me too.
All right? That's pretty good.
I knew you'd say that.
Yeah. But yeah, just popping in to say hi to y'all.
All right. Merry Christmas to you. And are we going to see you tomorrow for the meeting?
For sure. Yeah.
All right. That's Simone Freckles. There he goes, wishing us Merry Christmas. That's Nathan. Deserves a lot of the credit for the progress we're making lately. Deserves a lot of credit. Oma Bike for 5. Christmas is like the eye of the storm between shopping and returns. It's so peaceful today. Love it. Just me and the dogs. See, Oma Bike just embracing the solitude.
Nice.
Shopping. Do people return stuff still?
I have one item to return that didn't fit my daughter. That's it.
But so there's Black Friday, there's Cyber something. Is there a Black Monday or whatever, a day after Christmas where people just go back to return all the junk?
Don't they call it Boxing Day, or is that Canada? I don't know. Just returning.
I think Boxing Day, is that in Canada? I thought that was UK.
Well, one and the same.
One and the same. Ouch. Voodoo Tube for £5. AJ, you're a quality guy and have a great soul. Your friends and family are lucky to know you. Merry Christmas. I'm the lucky one, Voodoo Tube, but I appreciate the nice words. Merry Christmas to you. Chris Hudson for $20.
Boom goes the dynamite. Thank you, human.
Thanks for the live stream today. I'm 56. Your comments about the holidays being different after suffering some losses is understood. I appreciate you and today's live stream so much. Love y'all. Thanks, Chris. Simon's Boxing Day is here in the UK. Yeah, but Victoria says the UK and Canada is the same. So
Well, and other people are saying Boxing Day is also in Canada. And somebody said there was Boxing Day in New Zealand. I think it's all
of Her Majesty's, His Majesty's territories and what are they called? Provinces and prefects.
And if you want to get your Hecklefish boxing gloves, go right to the yfiles.com. They're listed under slippers, but they work just the same.
All right, there he goes with the plug. Marion Chase for 5. Thank you for the super sticker. Merry Christmas. Commonwealth. That's the word I was looking for, BRY. Oscar Pandion for $9.99. I definitely smell what you're stepping in. Don't trip. Nothing some Indo tomatoes and a double date with Heck and Gertie at John and Vinny's Little Murray Fish, Miss you guppies. If life's trying to screw you, it's because you're hot. All right?
Well, thank you, Oscar.
Oscar it was Oscar dropping in beats? Was he was busting rhymes just then.
That's right.
Tyler Davis for 5. Oh, Merry Christmas, everyone. I didn't realize we get all of you today. Woohoo. Charles Humes for 5. Thanks for all your hard work and effort. It really stands out among a sea of drivel. Thoughtful and thought-provoking. These watch-alongs hit the spot. There is quite a bit of drivel out there. But there's good stuff too. Jenny, what kind of videos are you into lately? Are you toe scraping ones?
I've been watching a lot of building episodes and lawn care.
A lot of lawn care.
A lot of lawn care. I like the
And when they come and do our lawn, you don't even look. You don't care.
6:30 in the morning and it's really loud and I'm trying to sleep.
Oh, but you do watch it on the TV.
I do. Well, I like it when they give away, they go to people's houses and they knock on the door and they give away free lawn care and the people are so grateful. And then it just goes from like crazy to clean in like 20 minutes and it's super satisfying.
It is. James the Magical. My wife loves the Hecklefish plush and slippers. Thank you. This is also my second Christmas after my father died. Peace and love to you guys. Thank you very much for this. You're welcome, James. I'm glad that she loves the plush and slippers. The slippers are comfy. I think only smalls are left.
They're coming back.
David saying, can you do an episode on zombies? That could be fun. That could be fun. We have to find the angle. There's Mr. B's Bees for the super sticker.
Thank you.
There's Sergeant Silky for £5. AJ, this channel's brilliant. Thank you for spreading some Christmas spirit, spending time with the community you've brought together. You're very welcome, Sarge. KT, those landscape vids are fun.
Yes. Yes.
All right. The chat wants Jen to do a live. Denise Corwin, thank you for the 10. I mean, we could do a watch along of your first YouTube videos, Jenny, if you want.
No.
You want to?
No. But when we start launching the what files, we can.
Zeo Miles for 10 from someone whose day is quiet. I appreciate the streaming company. Appreciate what you do and the thoughts about the reasons why. Also, Anunnaki Wen, 83.
Soon.
Anunnaki soon. Hey, Victoria, there was one super chat above that I missed.
Yeah, it said we're all four hot.
Oh, okay. All four of us are hot. Okay. Victoria, I can't pronounce this user's name. Can you?
Wilma Tits grew. Wilma Tits grow.
Hi, Victoria, AJ, Jan, Hecklefish, and Where's Gino? Meowie Christmas. I love you guys to pieces. Thank you, Wilma Tits Grow. Titties! Well, go ahead and do it, Jen.
No, just go on.
That's your expression.
Shh. Don't you be telling on my secrets.
Daniel Cloyd for 10. Merry Christmas, Wife House. Thank you for all your hard work. Love the show. You're very welcome, Daniel. Merry Christmas. Thanks for the support. So, Chad, that's Jen and her sister scream that. That's not me. I didn't come up with that one. That's those filthy girls with their filthy minds.
You stop it. Stop telling all my secrets.
It is. Like if one of them puts on a sweater that's a little tight, the other one will scream that. Shh. That is a really big cat, someone says. Yes, he is.
It is a big cat, yes.
There's Joe Burgandy for 10. What does each one of you do to support the show? Well, I read the words. I read, write, research, and edit. What do you do, Jennifer?
I run the corporate side of the business, and I'm a producer, and I write the sponsor ads.
What about you, Victoria?
I'm operations, so customer service, anything to keep us operating. I just, whatever needs to be done.
What about you, Gino?
Do I have to do something? I try and convince these guys that all these stories are true, and sometimes it works.
Tell me something.
So that's the team around the horn. Damron is here for Tesla episode in this year's Ending Memory. Thanks, Damron. Boom, roasted, says Scott. Trey Gams, what does Hecklefish do? Heckles. Vector Press, y'all need a programmer? I don't think we need a programmer.
No. Hybrid helps us with all of our tech needs. Thank you, Richard Bramlett.
Bramlett is handling our tech needs?
Yes.
Yes.
That's nice. I'm always default IT in our ventures.
You are. You are normally, yeah.
Sapphire of the Stars. For £5, season's greetings to the magnificent Hecklefish. You guys are the best.
Whoa, this is one smart human. Are you sure you're not pot goldfish?
Real quick, AJ, can you read this one?
Fire it up.
I'm trying. Hang on. This chat moves so fast. There you go.
ADHD railed. Single mom here. We don't have much, but could you tell my 11-year-old girl Merry Christmas? Her name is Nirvana. Peace and love, good vibes, shelter in, hand pink waving. Well, Merry Christmas, Nirvana.
Merry Christmas, Nirvana.
Now the song is in my head. Carol W. for $5. I enjoyed these early Wi-Fi shows.
AJ did too, because they were like 10, 11 minutes long.
I did like those. This, the one on NDEs, I guess, is going to be about 35 minutes, is going to be my guess. With the sponsor ad, I guess closer to 38, 39. Is there a sponsor? I hope there's a sponsor.
Yes, but it's already been, you already did it.
We already shot it?
Yeah, we already shot it. It's already been approved and everything.
Oh, is it Shopify?
It is.
Yes.
Okay. Unknown user for $5. Please do a show telling the real story of Travis Walton, which is different than what's shown in Fire in the Sky. Also, Wi-Fi's crew has the best hair on YouTube. That's true. We do have good hair. Travis Walton's story. I don't know. Could we do a whole episode on it? And is it too graphic? Maybe a Gino story hour?
We could definitely do a story hour on it. I mean, I don't know what new is exactly being brought to it. The story is slightly different than what the movie presents, but I don't, it's either you believe them or you don't. There's not too much to decipher on the reality of it.
Right. Peter Christian, thank you for the 20.
Hey, thanks for the tip.
Hello again, and Merry Christmas from Pahrump in the Kingdom of Nye. When will the shop offer Hecklefish cloisonne hat pins?
Cloisonne.
Say again.
Cloisonne.
And that's a hat pin?
It's cloisonne is like the they're like the pins that have the, my brain is not working today. Basically, they're like the colorful pins. You make them with like powder and then you heat them up and they have
enamel?
like tiny enamel. Yes, thank you.
Like
Jen, the chat's asking who does Hecklefish's voice.
Hecklefish does his own voice. Who does yours?
Couldn't have said it better myself. Math girl tipping pie. This is your best episode. I think she's talking about the math one, would be my guess.
Yes.
I would assume so.
And look at her. Didn't she chat a certain amount? Yes, that's the one.
That's the one. Lola L100.
I do this stupid show just to make a little bread. You know it's not easy to keep my guppies fed. Bill's up to here and I'm getting really stressed. I'm almost out of vodka, my car got repossessed. I come on the stream and I beg for some dough. You say you can't afford it, your money's kinda low. Come on, man, I ain't going for that. I just ain't going for that. Human, you got what I need. So hit that super chat. Click it just like that. Oh, human you got what I need. I need a super chat. Click that super chat.
Turned 52 on the 5th, spiritually 30s. I feel you. Hubby's birthday also 5th, but he passed almost 7 years ago. Sorry to hear that. Lots of losses since 2nd grade. Never get over it. Just learn to live differently. Happy for the loved ones still here. And Wi-Fi's. Love y'all. Very wise words from Lola. Stith, who does AJ's voice? Hecklefish does my voice. Nate, free canine help. Thank you for being in my world, my favorite channel. Thanks. Thanks for helping out all the canines. We need people out there doing that. William Alexander turns 55 tomorrow.
That's warm.
They say it's your birthday. It's my birthday too, yeah. They say it's your birthday. We're gonna have a good time. I'm glad it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you.
That gets trippy with Gino dancing, doesn't it?
I know. I was going to say, because of his screen, he disappears.
Where are you, Gino?
There's Sam Smisky for 5. I forgot about this math magic video. What a good way to spend Christmas. Thank you, Wi-Fi's friends and family, for giving something enjoyable to do today. You're very welcome, Sam. Free Gino.
Gino ain't free, not at all. Very expensive.
Tim Murphy needs a drink. I hear you. Ulin Hodges for 20. Merry Christmas to the whole Wi-Fi family. Ah, the best. Thanks, Ulin. Merry Christmas to you. Gino entered a wormhole. It kind of looked like it. Miranda Valdez for 10.
Ooh, yeah, baby, slip that in my G-string.
He gets very sensuous and with that voice, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, some funds to help make more math science videos. Maybe you can slip a few in next year. Thank you for being here today. Much love to the Wi-Fi's crew. I'd like to do more. You know, we're going to try the listicle, see if it works, and then do a math video. I don't know. I don't know if that would work. But watching that first one, I thought it was fun. I liked it better than the second one. Chagan Kron for 10. I'm bummed I'm so late to the party, but I got a Lizard People mug today, and I was pleased as punch. Well, that's a nice Christmas gift.
Yay!
Thanks for supporting. Shopped at thewifiles.com. There's lots of fun stuff on there. And since we took the store back over, the prices have come way down. So if you'd like to support, that's a great way to do it. Joining Patreon is our favorite way to support. I'll leave the link in the chat. Dermot Bradbury, do want an art belly like the Aleister Crowley one. That could be something that we can do on the podcast. I would have to get into art's dark side, and that would be hard for me to do since he's a hero of mine. But we'll consider it. Calvin Ellison just screaming Gino.
Follow Where's Gino at Where's Gino. Oh wait, at Where's _ Gino on Instagram. Following all commenters back. Come on, let's go. Get a Merry Christmas follow frenzy going.
And you're doing a little follow for follow campaign right now.
Whatever if you want to DM me, follow me, throw me a DM. I'm willing to talk about everything.
All right, he's at Where's Gino, like that.
With an _
and all the places. Mike Goad for 5. Merry Christmas from Georgia. Family is waiting on dinner to cook, so we were playing Go Hecklefish to pass the time.
I love that.
That's super fun.
That's so fun.
Oh, there's the Mr. Naughty. If you follow the After Files, the game is much funner because of all the inside jokes and references. For people that just watch the main show, they would say, what are all these Mr. Naughties supposed to even be?
What conspiracy is that?
Yeah, never heard of that.
He's so cute.
That's him there.
He's so cute.
The Lonely Man for 10. Pardon me. New viewer. Love your work and Merry Christmas to all of you. Welcome, Lonely Man. Welcome to the Madhouse. Stephanie loves the red glasses. All the better to see you with. Steve just added Gino on Instagram. Come on, who else is adding Gino on Instagram? Let's get him up to 100 followers today. Come on.
Oh.
Gino Instagram-a-thon.
I know there are people out there just waiting to tell me their stories. Come on, bring them on.
J2J's favorite Christmas movies, Die Hard. Welcome to the party, pal. How. Carol Treblanche, for 199 of those, Merry Christmas, Wild Files from South Africa. Love the show. Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you.
My number 2 favorite Christmas movie would be Beat Street.
Beat Street.
Had JJ Walker singing the Christmas song?
Yep. Beat Street. Forgot about that one. I was actually watching a couple of old Good Times episodes the other day. They hold up. They really hold up. Kevin Rodriguez for 5. Merry Christmas from the Rodriguez here in the Goshen, Indiana. The first episode I watched was a simulation one. Great channel. Thanks, Kelvin. Magnificent. I know it's a simulation now. It definitely is a simulation.
No, it's not.
All right. Old Dirty Monkeys there for 10. Gremlins. I guess we're at that part of the conversation, right?
Yes.
Okay. My cat Rambo and I love to watch the Y-Files. It's always good to have a sidekick. And you guys are our go-to fun watch. Thanks. My sweetie is crocheting a cowl hood for me. All right.
Nice.
That's nice. Rambo is a great name for a cat. ISH, was Rocky IV a Christmas movie?
Apollo Creed was in. It happened on Christmas. The Apollo Creed's fight where he got killed, I think.
Yeah, with what's his face?
No, living in America. No, that's July 4th, isn't it?
Was for Dolph Lundgren?
I feel like I remember
Yeah.
Dolph Lundgren wearing a Santa hat. That could be a Mandela effect thing.
CW, my cat's name is Dummy.
No.
Well, that's what he responds to.
Right.
He responds to Dummy and Where Are You? Evelyn for 5. When can I tell what your politics in a show without having to think about it? You are writing politics in your show wrong. When I can tell what your politics in a show without having, you're writing politics in your show wrong.
Well, I'm
And I
glad
can tell-
that he
he's
decided
saying-
to spend money.
Well,
I
give
think
you a
he's
critique.
saying he knows your politics by the show, but I don't know how. I mean, we don't have any politics in the show besides saying taxes are theft, but I don't think that's politics. I think every American should feel that way.
Yeah, nobody knows my politics from the show. They think they do, but they really don't. Beats and Meats for $9.99. I miss your random UFO deep dives on the After Files. Those are coming back. The Reddit EBO Scientist dive is one of my all-time favorite pieces of content. I've shown it to countless people. Love you guys. Merry Christmas. Well, thanks, Beats and Meats. That was a fun episode to do. So maybe we'll bring those back. It's just hard for me to find this stuff. If I had more time to dig, we can go through those. Like I have a couple of news articles here, but we're just not going to get them today. About how scientists just had a conversation with a humpback whale in its own language.
Oh, I saw part
crazy.
of that. Fascinating.
And that they all have their own names.
Conversing with whales. We believe this is the first such communicative exchange between humans and humpback whales in the humpback language, said in a statement. Yeah, so stuff like that I pull, but we just never really have time to get to it. Sam Smisky's back for 10. Thank you, Y-Files, friends and family, for a brighter way to spend the day. You're very welcome, Sam. Road Warrior is there for $100.
I just want to celebrate another day of swimming. I just want to celebrate another super chat. Put my faith in you humans, and you humans let me down. Then you give me a shekel and it turns my heckle frown upside down. I just want to celebrate, yeah. Another day of swimming.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Such a wonderful way to spend Christmas. I think so too, Road Warrior. Thank you for the generous donation. Stay Negative says, OMG, the Y-Files doesn't appear to be following Gino, just saying. I think our Insta should be following Gino. I got to check that now.
Yeah.
Log in. If do I have to give the code? Do I have to turn? If I have to turn the hippo, yeah, security code. No, I can't log in there right now. I'm pretty sure. Gino, I don't know. You get
followed by, oh my God, the Y-Files, Gino. We can't hear you.
There's no reason to be embarrassed. It's only 7,000 people. There's Matt for 5. Love my Go Hecklefish game. Merry Christmas to the Y-Files family. Glad you love the game.
Yay!
Probably weird to play with people who don't follow the show. Like, what is all this crazy stuff? Elvis Presley is a lizard person? And they don't spell lizard right. Neural Channels for 11. Y'all are so down to earth and very humbled. Well, thank you, Neural. I think I can always use a little more humility. Ryan Hovey for 13 Canadian. Merry Christmas from Ryan and Giselle in Canada. Merry Christmas to you, Ryan. Appreciate the support. There's Reagan for 16 New Zealand. Merry Christmas, Y-Files family. Me and my 3 young kids all watch from New Zealand. This might be a new Christmas tradition for us. Love that you guys do this. Hashtag single dadding it. All right, Reagan.
Nice.
If that's your photo, Reagan, you're not going to be a single dad much longer. It's a bit of a hunk. Reagan Burke, a bit of a hunk. Now, we do have the handsomest fans on YouTube. There's no question. I mean, I proved it right there. J2J for 20. More Rush for Christmas and happy holidays.
A modern day goldfish lives in style, but you haven't tipped in quite a while. My money is all spent. You haven't tipped a cent. I gotta pay my rent, or I'll be living in a tent in Portland.
There you go, J2. You get it worked out?
I had to switch mics back. Can you hear me on this one?
Yeah.
Yep, you're good.
There's Brian Cinderbo, very reliable for 25. Merry Christmas, Y-Files fam. Dropping between Christmas get-togethers. Cool. A short video from the math episode is how I found the channel. Dyatlov Pass is the one that got me hooked. Faithful ever since. Yeah, Dyatlov Pass, I'm proud of that episode because I think we're the only video, at least till then, to put forth the good working theory about what happened to those people. Say again, Jenny?
I like that one.
She liked that one.
It's a good one.
There's Quappy 666, Mark of the Beast.
Yes, my dressing room is getting an upgrade. I'm thinking I need a leather sofa, silk pillows, and a live-in masseuse.
Well, that's what Victoria is for. I love your work. Great content. When I found you, I watched everything one by one until I lost consciousness. Merry Christmas and greetings from Poland. Merry Christmas to you. And sorry that I made you black out. There's Ari Pirelli. Thank you for the 22 pound. Do lizard people celebrate Christmas? That's a good question. Cayenne Ferry's random channel for 5. Hi, love your channel. Well, I love yours too, Cayenne Ferry's random channel. Now I got to look it up.
Could I mention something that my mic wasn't working for before? They mentioned that Elvis might be a lizard person. I'm not sure about Elvis, but there is a possibility that Jim Morrison was an Arcturian. If anyone has any information on that, I'd really like to talk to them about it.
We got to get to the bottom of that Arcturian theory about Jim Morrison. So find Gino on Discord.
Come find us at where's _Gino, or find me on Discord. I'm there almost every night talking on the video chats. Please.
There's Vinny693 for 10. Thank you so much for this channel. I loved reading about UFOs, ancient civilizations, and other topics considered pseudoscience by the mainstream. Also love to heckle fish. Well, thanks, Vinny.
This human right here, this human gets it.
I appreciate the support. It's only pseudoscience until it's actual science. Demetrios D is there for €5. Hello, AJY Files crew. Greetings from Greece, Europe. Merry Christmas, and thank you for the countless hours of entertainment. You're very welcome. Victoria's got that look in her face like she's been doing countless hours of live streaming today. Crybaby63 for 20. Thank you for giving me a new family, especially this time of year. Love the team and the community. You're very welcome, Crybaby. And you team members, hop off the stream anytime you want. Because I have noticed that the super chat number is going down very slowly because they continue to come in.
Yes.
Charles Levasseur for 20 Canadian. Hecklefish is the best. Great show, and thanks so much to all of you. Merry Christmas. And same to you, Charles. Mike Goad, go ahead, go. Mike Goad, you going to do a year-end video this year at? I don't know if I'm going to do a year-end video. Just because I don't have time to. But I don't know what it would be. Like we already covered how the channel started. And we did a 3 million live stream celebration. I don't know what we would talk about for end of year.
AJ and I are going to live stream the ball drop.
We are going to do that. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
I've got the champagne is ready. A little champagne.
Little champagne.
Yeah. Femtokun. Wife is on duty as a doctor tonight, and I'm so grateful the people on my favorite channel are here. I appreciate so much everything you do. Love from Romania. Well, thanks, Femto. Appreciate that. Merry Christmas. And thanks to your wife for spending Christmas helping people out. I'm glad there's people like out there that are better than I am. John Etherington for 5. Thank you so much, you guys. You're very welcome. That's Sir John. Sir John. Dimitri Star Essentials, $50 super sticker.
Wow, thank you.
For all your Dimitri Star needs, go to Dimitri Star Essentials. EpiTurd for 20. Merry Christmas. Coming up on my 1-year anniversary as a viewer here in a couple of weeks. I've really enjoyed the past year. Wi-Fi is the best channel on YouTube. Thanks, EpiTurd. Is that how you pronounce it?
Probably not. It's probably like E. Peter D or something, but
it's not. So not EpiTurd. It's probably E. Peter D.
But you can call it EpiTurd. I mean, I don't know.
I'm coveting your nicotine because I can't chew while on the stream. Maybe I can tuck a nicotine in there. These are coffee flavored.
Great.
And look, if you're under 18, don't ever try nicotine. Just don't ever do it. But if you're over 18, I don't know why you wouldn't. Velvet Jones for 20. Merry Christmas. Thanks for doing what you're doing. You're very welcome, Bourbon sherbet. Sounds kind of tasty. When do we get an episode on the Eye of the Sahara being Atlantis? Because we all know it is. Talking about the reshot structure in West Africa is bourbon sherbet. I direct people to go to Jimmy's videos on that. Bright Insight. Because he covers it in many, many videos. And I think if you go to Randall Carlson's website, he I don't want to say debunk, but he doesn't believe that was Atlantis. So there are two sides to that story. I don't think I can cover it better than those guys.
But didn't you talk about the reshot structure in the in your Atlantis video?
Yeah.
So,
but I didn't really deep dive. I just said this is one of the locations that could be considered. You know, right. But we also covered Bimini Road, the Yanaguni Monument, the lost city of Dwarka.
Yes.
But Jimmy goes into detail about the reshot structure. Specific. David Doubler, £4.99. Happy holidays to everyone. Only discovered the channel this year, but has become my favorite channel on YouTube. Looking forward to 2024. Thanks, David. We are looking forward to it as well.
That was an aggressive down of your.
You call this a live stream? How are you not embarrassed?
Monster.
Demesis Padilla. I love the Y-Files, and if I hadn't just spent a fin and a fin on my car, I would super chat more. Thank you for everything you do. Referencing one of our old spots.
Yes.
It's costing me a fin and a fin because it's an arm and a leg.
Yep.
To him, it's a fin and a fin. Maybe we should just do a watch along of all of our commercials.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need to give them all that free publicity. Gino had a great idea. We should go in and we should cut out all the center sponsor parts and just do like a whole series of Hecklefish lore.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
I love that.
Because then we can learn how Gertie got involved and all that.
Right.
Kevin Brady for $4.99. Love to see a show on the Oklahoma City bombing. Can't do it. And the mysterious circumstances with Terrence Yeeke's death, first police officer on the scene. Can't do OKC, but could maybe do it on the podcast. But YouTube would crush that one because it was an inside job, as Kevin knows. Kate Trimbach for $4.99. Looks like Jen's knitting with a weaver's beam. I don't know what a weaver's beam is, but I think it's probably a big thing.
I think it's if you see like a weaving machine, they have a big wooden. Basically, it's like a big wooden paddle that they slide between all of the things, and then they pull it down, and then they slide it back through.
A weaver's beam is better than a beaver's weem. Sorry.
That's true. Beavers don't like it when you touch their
Okay, that was funny.
They get very irritated when you touch their weems.
Zachary Holtzclaw, $100.
Whoa.
Tippity doo da, tippity. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of money coming my way. Tippity doo da, tippity.
Zachary says, Merry Christmas from Zach, Nicole, and Tracy. Richards, Vermont, made sauces. Love you guys. Well, Merry Christmas, Zach, Nicole, and Tracy. What's the Richards, Vermont made sauces mean?
It must be his company.
Okay. Well, if you want to get excellent Vermont sauces, Richards, Vermont made sauces is the only place that I get my Vermont sauces.
That's right.
Which is 100% true.
I hope they all taste like maple syrup. The best maple syrup is Vermont.
Well, I think that you're just putting Vermont into a box, Gino. Maybe not everything's about maple syrup.
Barbecue sauce from Vermont? Maybe. I want to try some.
I love the username Test because they set up their Google account as Test, and then they were just like, F it, it's fine. I love your channel. Thanks for all those cool videos. Merry Christmas from Germany. Greets, Chris. Thanks, Chris. Amy says that I am helping people. I appreciate that, Amy. I hope I am. I see Deep Six. Thank you for streaming on this day. You're saving my sanity from family. Yeah, that's part of it too. You know, we talked about missing family on Christmas, but sometimes some Christmases you like, I wish I missed you more. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I have to correct myself. The Weaver's beam is not the part that I was talking about. That's the shuttle. The beam is the tall pole at the top that holds all of the different threads. So there you go.
Don't want
We've
to touch
all
a
learned
beaver's
something.
tall pole either.
You don't want to touch a beaver's pole either.
Comedy.
All right. That concludes our weaving portion of the program. Steve is an editing student at the LA Film School on scholarship from the VA. Excellent.
Nice.
I would love to volunteer for your channel. Happy holidays, #1 fan. You can email us, Steve, but we have editors. We will need more. If you're editing in film school, I'm assuming that you're on Avid, but you probably know Premiere and DaVinci just fine. You can email us. We'll put you in the hopper when we need more folks. There's Kate Bresnahan for 20. Thanks, Kate. Kevin Taylor for 2. Shout out to my son, Alex. Hey, Alex.
Hey.
JFK episode is possible, yes. Toxic Fart is asking, how did the astronauts go through the Van Allen belt? And there you go. Michael Barron for 20. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Thank you for all you do in creating the best channel on YouTube. You're very welcome. We get chats from her all the time. I don't know how to say her name. Becky DeGreat. I read it as Besidgriat is how my brain, it goes Besidgriat. But is it Becky DeGreat?
Yes, probably.
Put schedule on YouTube. My crystal ball is in the shop. Nice.
So I'm linking everyone to our production calendar that we just got live in our website, and January will be updated by tomorrow. I just haven't had time to update January.
All right, so there's our production calendar at whitehouse.com/TWF-calendar. I'll come up with something a little easier than that, maybe Cal or something like that. So you can see when we're live streaming, when we have episodes. I don't think we put the episode titles in there though, right?
We do if we know them, and
okay,
it's public knowledge if you've mentioned it or something.
And look at all those Patreon live streams. I'm just saying, Patreon members get 2 extra live streams a week just for members, and your cameras too. It's not just our stupid faces. Your stupid face is also up there. There's Richard Burton for 5. Thanks for y'all doing this and followed you years ago. Glad you guys are doing great. Thanks, Richard. Thanks for sticking with us. After watching those first couple of episodes, I'm very grateful they hung around. Chill Medic, thank you for the $11. Y-Files is now on Tubi channel on Roku, says Archie. Yeah. We are going to pop up on those kinds of services because we have a deal with FilmRise, which makes $0 where they distribute the content. There's Candace Doyle for $20.
Cha-ching, baby!
Merry Christmas. Received my Hecklefish for President mug and t-shirt for Christmas, and the Hubs got his Lizard People mug and t-shirt just in time. Thanks for what you do and keep it up. Make sure that you send me pictures of you and your hubby wearing that stuff.
That's awesome.
And we'll put you on the page there. This is Y-Files in the Wild. You go to this page in the wild, and there's a link to submit your pic. Oh,
I'm
my
going to make
goodness.
that bigger too.
Look at this one, Jenny.
Oh
my goodness.
Look at that.
Look at the fat baby face. You would just want to squeeze it.
Just want to squeeze. Oh my gosh. I love that so much.
This is a good one. He's getting his eyes checked. Perfect.
Awesome.
Perfect. There are some great ones in here.
Okay, people keep asking or commenting on the size of this blanket.
Yeah.
I like a big blanket. So that is why. And part of it is I think I want to put it on our bed, and we have a king size bed. So when you look at all of the blanket like tutorials and stuff, they're like, oh, this is for a 50 by 60 inch blanket. I'm like, that just makes me mad. Look at all the people.
Look at all the people. The guppies are my favorite, though.
Oh, yeah.
They're so cute.
I mean, there are some pictures of just little ones cuddling their hecklefish plushies while they're in dreamland.
Oh.
Look at that. A little bourbon going into the sippy cup. that old trick. So send your merch pictures over there, Candace, and we'll get you up there. And all those pictures, by the way, show up at the end of every episode. Like, look, she made her own hecklefish for show and tell.
It's so
I love that so much.
Can't even stand it. I can't take it. Get her out of here. Get her. I can't take the cuteness. Gig production, $1.99. My entire production team loves you all. Thank you. You're very welcome.
Thank you.
Love to get love from a production team. Chris Vargas for 10. I found you by accident with the Tesla Tower episode and loved you in the group ever since. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year going into 2024. Same to you, Chris. Yeah, that was a fun video. I think he's might be talking about the Tesla pyramid video. That was a fun one. How the pyramid could have been and might have been a power plant. I think it might have been.
That also could have been the Gunska event where.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Right, where Wardenclyffe Tower might have been an energy beam.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that was fun too. Casper, 10 quid. Merry Christmas all. Quick question. Have you ever thought about getting someone to subtitle your content into some common languages? My mother would love the content, but her English isn't up to par. YouTube has just started rolling out AI conversion that is happening automatically. So we're part of that program. So that should help as far as getting things translated. It's time consuming and expensive. But hopefully this new AI will work. Winston Alexander for 10. Reminder, national security is a euphemism for state security. Merry Christmas. Keep up the good work. Winston is correct. I wish he wasn't, but he is. John Taylor for 20. Love the show. Keep them coming. Sending love from Mansfield, Ohio. John and Laura. Merry Christmas, John and Laura. That's the Taylors. We love the Taylors. The Mansfield Taylors. Not the
That's
Newport
right.
Taylors. We have a problem with the Newport Taylors. Well, ever since that cotillion. John
Right.
Mickle from 10. Well done. Merry Christmas and love to all. We are hooked on the topics, and your video creations are superb. Looking forward to new content with great anticipation. FYI, an old WBAB listener here. 102.3 WBAB is Long Island's home of rock and roll with 50 minutes of rock every hour. BAB, 102.3.
And
That's-
what was your
was-
DJ name?
Axel.
Yes.
Axel. I took over Opie's slot in the overnights.
And I
When he
think
was
Roger and
opening.
JP, I don't know if they're doing it, but they used to always do a Christmas special.
I don't know. They had a bad one a while ago. I don't know if they still do a Christmas special, but they're still going strong, and they're on a couple of different channels now. Roger and JP, Gino referencing the great morning team over at BAB, super nice guys. And Roger helped me a lot with my radio career. I owe my radio career to a few good people that believed in me. Roger is one of those. Is Roger Luce, who I remember at a production meeting when I was just the overnight guy saying, we need to give AJ more and better shifts because his talent is going to waste in the overnights. It was very nice of him to say that. I didn't get better shifts, but it was nice of him to say it. Here's Mona for 1966. Happy holidays, AJ, Jen, Gino, Victoria, and the Y-Files family. Happy holidays to you. Jato791, aka Elaine. Merry Christmas, Elaine. There's the infamous Kit Kat for $9.99. Merry Christmas, Gino and Karma. And the White Files family, I've missed y'all. My biz got busy, thankfully.
Well,
Kit
shout out
Kat.
to Kit Kat. She's definitely one of our biggest fans. What she does often is she has a ton of White Files shirts. So she'll start what White Files shirt are you wearing today? That I always participate in. Same with Zeb, our super fan. So shout out to Kit Kat. If you follow me, you'll definitely find her on my feed as well. And yeah, follow her too.
All right, the Gino follow for follow-a-thon going strong. Melody Rose Parker for 20. Thank you, Melody. Merry Christmas to you. Steve Espinoza, 10. What up, Y-Files? Much love from Riverside, California. You guys are the best, hands down, my favorite channel. Love you guys. Thanks, Steve. We know Riverside very well. There's Heather Smith. How about a video on the Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard connection? Merry Christmas to the White House team. Well, Aleister's on the podcast right now. That's the most current episode. It's our first unredacted White Files episode, and it's getting pretty good reviews. I'm surprised. So if you want to learn about the weirdness of Aleister Crowley, we have an episode. It's about an hour long. I didn't get into Jack Parsons in it. It just would have got too long. But Jack Parsons is a subject that we're going to do.
Yes.
And it has all three of those.
That's all three of those. Jack Parsons is infamously the founder of JPL, who got into Crowley sex magic, and then his house exploded in an accident. Jackie Poon. What is Victoria sniggering at?
Accident.
You too.
Can you do a behind the scenes video showing your research process? I could, but I don't know how fun that would be. That's just me doing this for hours and reading.
I'm out of yarn.
But today I did I wonder if it's up. Let me see if I could find it for y'all. Just so you can see what it looks like. Yes, there. Share this tab. So, it's not going to show it on in this browser. I did a work along in 360. Let me try a different browser, which was me just setting up for the live stream. Yeah, it's not doing it. My browser's not detecting that it is a 360 video. So let me see if I could switch to that. So if you go to this link, that video, most of you should be able to see it in 360. And it's about 40 minutes of me prepping for this show. Just walking around, showing my office, and you could pan around and see all the things that maybe you shouldn't. But that's that link to that. Where'd everybody go? There they go. Oh, she's working on her Philosopher's Stone, huh?
Who?
Victoria.
Oh, Victoria, probably.
Rose in the Pines for 20. I'm fascinated watching Jen crochet with that giant hook. Merry Christmas. Yeah, it's like ASMR.
I'm out of yarn. I've got to wait till I can pick up more tomorrow.
Oh.
I know.
Well, Mark is suckling at 10 Australian. Love your show. Merry Christmas from the land down under. Australia, not Antarctica. Well, Merry Christmas to you, Mark. Thank you for that support. Oh, I guess some of you are watching that video. I saw a couple of thumbs up. I wanted to show you how it pans around. Hang on, give me a chance. Give me a chance.
Hey, take a chance.
Take a chance. Okay. Can you guys see that?
Kinda.
So it's just you can see everything in 360,
That's cool.
which some people ask for. It's just me working in my office. I mean, I talk to the viewers a little bit, but it's just me editing and setting up for the stream. And I might have did some singing accidentally. Victoria's back. There's Jay for 10. Thank you, AJ Hecklefish and the entire crew. Merry Christmas from Nashville. Us abductee RHs love your shows. You an abductee.
RH negatives.
Oh, abductee RH negatives. And you know you can look around, right? You drag the window, you can look around. If you see anything in the office,
That's talking on the video behind you, AJ.
I thought I muted that.
Well, apparently not.
Kind of cool. I mean, I think so. So if you watch that video with your MetaQuest or your goggles, you instead of panning around, you actually you look around. It'd be like you're standing in my office. Just don't be weird. Don't be creepy. Don't be creepy in there. Vicky's roommate, y'all mean the world to us. Thank you for caring so much and keeping us all together. We're looking forward to whatever comes in 2024. You're very welcome, Vicky. I'm glad that you're here. Very Merry Christmas to you. Drunken Yorkshireman. Nice surprise to get through a 12-hour night shift. Merry Christmas. Same to you, Drunken. MLG 1969, $50.
Stuff it in my fishbowl. If you want conspiracy, we'll do anything you want, but you gotta do something for me. We are the channel that can find whatever you may seek. But we need some money, human. We don't do for free. In the fishbowl, put cheddar in the fishbowl. What if I said, please, please? Human, thanks for all the cheese.
Thanks for all the cheese.
Nice.
Merry Christmas. Can't wait for the near-death experience episode. I think it's a good one, MLG. I don't know how it's going to perform, but I like it. Dwayne Yao says, LOL, funny to see so many people comparing about the blanket.
Complaining.
Commenting.
I don't know. I just read them. Like Ron Burgundy. Phoebe Kate for 2. Thank you for a holiday in good company. Very welcome, Phoebe.
Thank you, Phoebe Kate.
Possum Weeb 9000 for 5. Thank you for doing a holiday hangout. I'm staying home today as family is all doing their own thing now. Well, we'll keep you company. All right, people are watching the 360 video. Let me get that off of there. Okay. Yes, it is a giant blanket. Gail Johnson is chanting NDE in the chat. It's coming. It's editing as we speak. Daryl Boyd for 10. You guys are so much fun, like a big happy family I never had. Thanks for lifting my spirits today. Best compliment ever. Thanks, Daryl. B8 for 10. Wishing the Wild Files crew and everyone a Merry Yule. Is that me again?
Major Tom.
I don't know. Hecklefish has been in the vodka this holiday.
He's been in the vodka.
Yeah.
Aaron Volk, thank you for the super sticker. Merry Christmas to you. Hui Kim struggles with anxiety, but your episodes brighten my mood so much. You guys will never know how impactful your show is to me, but thank you for all your hard work. Merry Christmas. Thanks, Hui. Hang in there. Hang in there. Breathe through it. Steve Espinoza, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Merry Christmas to you, Steve. The Patriotic One NDE episode Thursday. Yes.
Yes.
Kevin Smith says, oh no, I'm opening the second bottle of Bailey's. Bottoms up, my friend. I love myself a little Bailey's around the holidays. Little B52 coffee, Bailey's and a little Grand Marnier in a coffee. Rachel Wagner, should I? Or is it Wagner?
It's probably Wagner.
Thank you for everything. Writhing, y'all. Is she writhing? Is Rachel writhing as she comments?
I think it was a mistype of everything that she didn't delete.
Sometimes I make these women writhe in the comments, huh?
Just read it.
Thank y'all for everything you do. By far, my daughters and my favorite thing to watch, and we listen to the podcast every time we're in the car. We love Hecklefish too. Merry Christmas. Same to you, Rachel. Say hi to your daughter for us. And I apologize for Jen's crude humor. Speaking of, can you read this name for me, Jenny? I can't get it.
Jugs McMilkin.
Jugs McMilkin says, Merry Christmas from Crockett, California. Love you guys. And keep watching the sky. That's Jugs McMilkin. There he goes. And then there's Mitch. Thank you for that generous donation, Mitch. Longtime listener, first-time chatter. Open lines. Caller. Thank you for being a sincere and real family to all of us outsiders out there. Love all you do. Thanks and Merry Christmas. Same to you, Mitch. Thank you for that generous donation. Dark Spectre says, sounds like someone really got into the Christmas spirits. Unchained America for 5. Merry Christmas, White House family. Thanks for entertaining this involuntarily recluse.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Unchained.
Sorry about that. I tend to be a voluntary recluse.
He does. He does.
Stephen Randy McFarland. Thank you for the 20. Merry Christmas to you, Stephen. Free says, Merry Christmas, Waffle House family. Any plans on making Waffle House pins? It's not only a form of self-expression I get on my work uniform. Thanks.
It's the only form of self-expression. Yes, we will be working on some pins.
So Free's adding some flair?
Yes.
Yep. Better have some flair.
Gotta have some flair. Trav Rob, Feliz Navidad from New Mexico. Love the origin story. Tuned in to every live premiere and all the after shows so far. Wow, thanks for that, Rob. Every episode and live stream is better than the last. AJ and team are Art Bell level. That's not true, but I appreciate the kind words, my friend. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Charles Humes, so happy for you all. You seem like genuinely nice folks, and your success makes me happy. Turn it into an empire. I think we're nice folks.
We try to be.
We're not in the drug business. We're in the empire business.
That's right.
Josh Rutledge for 10. Thank you for all your hard work. Say my name. Say it. Thank you for all your hard work and awesome content. Someone in the chat knows what I'm talking about. I still want to know what is on the far side of the moon. I want to know too, Josh. They won't tell us. Steve Espinosa is back for 20. Merry Christmas from Riverside, California. Love you guys. Best channel on YouTube. White Fowls for life. Dirty Red Bandana for 20. Just found your channel recently, and I don't know what I did without it. Well, your new life starts today. Thank you, and y'all are amazing. By the way, is Hecklefish available? He's always always available. He's DTP.
Always.
Down to party. Down to party. Kevin Farmer for 10. Oh, the air is finally coming on. There you go. Having a little middle-aged hot flash over here.
Oh, please. You don't know from hot flashes.
I don't know from hot flashes. So many eyes rolling in my window at the moment. Kevin Farmer for 10. Thanks for everything. Merry Christmas, White House fam. You're very welcome. I'm sorry if I'm reading these fast, but I said I'd do them all, but I kind of feel like Sisyphus here.
Yeah.
I feel
We got it.
Carol W. Thanks for the live watch along today. Files family, Merry Christmas. We got it. Preppin 802 for 5. Thanks for the super sticker. Kevin Gordon is there. Merry Christmas, Files family. You made it easier to get through the work week since I found you. I look forward to Thursdays. Thanks, Kevin. I look forward to those too, because that usually means I'm done. Wednesdays are rough. Wednesdays are hard. Chrisella, 420. I'm spending Christmas alone this year. I'm sorry. Well, you're not alone. You're here. Thank you guys for making me laugh. You guys take care and have a Merry Christmas. Same to you, Chrisella. You're not alone today.
No.
Okay. Medic is explaining. I was just trying to lighten my workload this week with the poison comment. It's all good, Medic. Wasn't the weirdest comment I got today? Phil Thompson is there for 10 quid. Hi, I'm from the UK, guys. Will Hecklefish be okay for the next show as Jen appears to be crocheting his entrails? Must be like the TARDIS and Doctor Who, bigger on the inside. Those are not his entrails. I think he's going to be okay this week.
He could be all right.
I think he's singing this week. He's going to be giving his version of "Come Sail Away."
Oh.
Dillian Shorty Smith. Families all passed away. Thanks for hanging. You got it, man. We got you.
Yep.
Prepman 802 is back. Can't wait to see what's in store 2024. Merry Christmas, AJ and the whole Wi-Files crew. Merry Christmas to you, Prepman. Milky Ways, Darren C, $50. Y105.
I know it sounds fishy, but I just can't stand the pond. Human, I'm leaving here tomorrow.
Do 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 do.
It seems to me I'm headed for bigger things. But I got bad credit, so banks won't let me borrow.
I know how it feels, pal.
No.
I've been there.
No. That's why I'm begging. I'm begging for you to tip me. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
kind of lost it at the end there. 100 on a scratch off. Here's half. That's very generous of you. Merry Christmas. Besides, this too shall pass. Remember, be kind. Everyone is fighting a battle you know nothing about. Says unknown. Well said, Milky Ways, Darren C. Merry Christmas to you. And thanks for splitting that scratch off with us.
Yeah.
What's the most you guys have ever won from a scratch off? I'm 1,200. I won 1,200 from a scratch off when I was broke.
A scratch off?
Yeah, I had to go down to like the lottery office in New York to pick it up.
I think the most I've ever won is like $20.
Yeah, 20, 25.
Gino, you ever hit it big on a scratch off?
I think I'm just a $50. But what I learned coming to Vegas is there's no lotto here.
No. We got a gaming commission here. Yeah. We don't need lotto here. Bopper 416. Merry Christmas, guys. Show the math episode. I'm not kidding. It's one of my favorites. Well, we did. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, that 1,200 scratch off. I was broke, and from the same place, I hit for like another 200 or something out of like the 5 that I bought. I needed the money. Yeah, it was crazy. Magnolia Bell 369. Eternal love and happiness is being a pet parent. I think that's true.
We love
our boys.
Yeah.
DS the RN, very reliable, $50. Weirdness of the Sea. I'm here for it. Actually, I'm here for it all.
Yay.
She's awesome.
Mermaids are real.
Phrase Falcon for 10 Merry Christmas. Have you heard of the supposed underground citadel in Grand Canyon National Park? That would be a great topic. Love your stuff. Love this audience too. I have phrased Falcon and did an episode on it talking about the G.E. Kincaid discovery in 1903 that's allegedly covered up by the Smithsonian, where he found an ancient city in the Grand Canyon. So yeah, there's an episode on the channel for that. B for 10, thank you for the great show. Any chance we'll see a full episode with Hecklefish's main host and AJ's Heckle Human? Maybe an episode about spooky but funny stuff would be great fun for all ages. Maybe we could do something like that. It'd have to be a short episode, but we can do something like that.
We should have Hecklefish do the listicles.
That's true. We can do that.
Would get so big if we let him host a video.
That's
bad
true.
enough as it is.
I mean, you could see what that would be like in our Many Worlds episode where we did switch places a couple of times. And it did not go well for me. Sandra Mann for 10, thanks for the company on Christmas. Very much appreciated. You're welcome. Yvette S, 20 Australia. Merry Christmas all. Keep up the great work. I love it all. It's a scary Santa in the picture.
I know, right?
Jobot says there'd be no room left in his bowl.
Right.
Kelsey, have you done a video on the Devil's Hole and how earthquakes in Mexico? Oh, goodness.
Hey, kids at home, if you want to learn how to do a professional live stream, watch something else. This ain't it.
Cause waves in Nevada. I haven't heard of that, Kelsey, but if you email me or go to wifiles.com/tips and put it in there, we'll definitely look into that. That sounds like a good episode. I covered the hole to hell, if that's the one you're talking about. But I didn't get into earthquakes in that. This is Hybrid, the Hybrid from Discord. Just want to say, I love you. Let's go 2024. That's the Hybrid from Discord.
We love you too, Hybrid.
Kevin Venture from the Philippines. Alone today, my service dog, Nugget. He passed away last month. Oh, no. Y'all are my family today. Thank you for all the love and Merry Christmas. Sorry to hear that, Kevin. My cat, Dummy, his name is Nugget as well.
His name's actually Monroe, but I don't think we've ever called him that.
Not once. Nugget, Dummy, Knucklehead. Come see me, and where are you?
And no.
And no, he does know that word. He doesn't listen, but he's heard the word.
He thinks it's his name.
He thinks his name. No, and God damn it, get off the table. So, Kevin, in some ways, losing a pet is more painful than losing a person, especially a service dog. So I'm sorry to hear that, but grab, when you're ready, I think you grab another pup and give another dog a great life. I mean, I say it all the time around my house is because Jenny picked our boys. Is that, boy, these cats hit the jackpot when Jenny picked them. They hit the jackpot. Did they not?
They did.
Lap of luxury.
They are spoilt.
When we heat up our factor meal, and make sure you use the code the Y-Files. Heat up our might as well get credit for it.
Right.
But actually subscribe to Factor. When we get our filet mignon with shrimp in the Factor, our cats eat filet mignon and shrimp.
Yes.
Not Purina. They turn their nose up at that now. They'll wait. They'll wait until we'll see what Papa's got in his dish first.
Yeah.
John Gemma says, masterclass, breath of fresh air. I had multiple NDEs in a 15-day coma. I was found dead. Less than 1% survived. Extraordinary experience. There's life after this. I hope that's the takeaway at the end of the episode, is one of hope. Because I'm not afraid to die. I just don't want to be old and sick. But you got to get through that part first. So I'm trying to stay as young and healthy as I can for as long as I can. I'm not afraid of after. I'm just afraid of that lead up.
I wish I could.
Didn't look like Dad had an awesome time that last year.
No, and when he was going, I do feel like, he definitely saw Grandma G again, and referenced seeing her as he took off.
Yeah, the most common first word for a baby is mom, and the most common last word for a person is mom.
Now, speaking of NDEs, I think the audience knows I'm already preparing myself to turn away from the light. I wonder in an NDE, if you turn away from the light, what happens?
Well, you find out on Thursday, and you're not going to like it. Daniel Martin for 10. Hey, have you ever thought about doing an episode on the Winchester House and all the crazy stuff in it? I have, but I don't have any new information for that one.
Yeah.
You know, can maybe do it in a listicle. People also ask for this, like the stairways in the forest, but there's not that much to do there, and half of them are debunked, most of them. But maybe it's part of an episode. Paula Hillier, for 20 Canadian, found your channel about a year ago while waiting out a blizzard here in Ontario. I binge watched all your episodes in a few days. Now my husband and I make a date to watch Hecklefish every Thursday. RH show negative, please. Well, thanks, Paula. Happy to be part of date night. I don't know how romantic Hecklefish is for you guys, but you do you. What happened with Jen? Is she working on her Philosopher's Stone?
Yes.
Possibly.
Well, you better put on mute.
That was awesome.
So we don't hear tinkle, tinkle, or anything else.
Huh? It's fine.
Doesn't sound like you're fine. Are you okay in there?
Yeah, my eyeballs are doing that crazy thing.
Oh.
She got a little bit of a migraine.
Yeah.
Mad Max for 10. Every New Year's Eve, I replay the Mass Effect trilogy. Wow, through the night into New Year's Day. Takes about 30 hours. It's tiring but glorious. Merry Christmas to Wi-Fi's. That's a great idea, Mad Max. Haven't played that in a while. A whole trilogy. Toy Painter 1 for 10. I used to believe in UFOs until the government said they were real. Very good. Nicely said.
Awesome.
Well done, sir. Alejandro Rodriguez, I've enjoyed your videos too much not to give a little something back. Thank you for your dedication. You are all truly amazing. Thanks, Alejandro. Appreciate the support. I said it earlier, the donations help. The super chats really help. But if you're going through a rough patch financially, then just hanging out and watching is more than enough. JS10, Merry Christmas, everyone from Wisconsin. Fun hanging out with y'all. Thanks, Wi-Fi's. Welcome, JS. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to you, Penny Kane. We appreciate that. Warrior B. Yacht, thank you for your geniusness and kindness. Your New Year video is amazing. I'm so happy for your success and pray it continues for you and your family. God bless and much love. Thanks so much, Warrior. I pray it continues as well. We can't repeat 2023. That I don't think we'll do that. But if we do half of it, it'd be fine. Megs Directs 555. Hey, from Hackensack. We know Hackensack very well. RIP. My pet rat Strawberry passed yesterday, and I'm homesick. I'm sorry to hear that. Thanks for the smiles today. Go Hecklefish cards are too big. That's my fault. I wanted them to be too big. I wanted them to be old maid card size. So that's my fault. I'm sorry. I hope they're still fun. Purple Pineberry, my first super chat. Totally appreciate all your hard work and kind words. To the Wi-Fi's family, Merry Christmas and all the best for an even better 2024. Thanks so much, Purple. Sean is there. Have you played the recent Zelda games on Nintendo Switch? Best puzzle solving and action out there. Are you a fan? I don't even have Switch. I prefer games where shooting is involved and stabbing and murders and blowing things up. I don't like puzzles in my games. That's what I usually call Jen over. Like, can you come just tell me how to arrange this stuff in order so I can go back to shooting people? So I haven't played those yet. But I'm down to try. Dylan Matthew, Merry Christmas. Blessed to have you and your team for always making amazing content. Would like to see your take on Missing 411, and Gary from Nerdrotic would love to have you on. They're big fans. I'm a fan of Gary's too. Just I haven't had the time to jump on there yet. That's Gary show's Forbidden Frontier on Nerdrotic. I think he does it on Sunday nights.
And we'll cover some Missing 411 stuff on the What Files.
Yes, that's the true crime channel that's coming up in 24.
And we had a Gino Story Hour on Missing 411, the robot granny.
Oh, that's right. Robot Granny was on there. Grandma Cappy. Villa Zilla. Thank you for the 1999. There's Ravenfire. Greetings from Wyoming. Hey, Wi-Files, how about creating a Christmas Hecklefish, Christmas Santa hat, and Halloween Witches hat for the plushie? Great idea. That's high on our list for the New Year's to get a Hecklefish hat packed together. That's why he has the Velcro. And so you can take the tinfoil hat off and put on his different hats and wigs from his disguises. I mean, I want to get his Femme Sexy wig in there somehow.
Yes.
Remember when he was a Femme Sexy on the run?
Yes.
Je suis désolé.
Yes. We got it.
Everett C. Hey guys, Merry Christmas. Well, hey, Merry Christmas to you, Everett. He's very succinct. Mac Thatcher is there. An Art Bell tribute special would be well received, especially with his opening phrase, unless it's somehow copyright. As a former trucker, Art is one of my many heroes. Merry Christmas, crew. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't drive truck without having Art Bell on. That was a given. I mean, it's really the only show that you can pick up no matter where you are. I mean, he was on so many stations. And I'm sure Max had Sirius XM in there as well. So is it Becky DeGreat?
Yep. Becky DeGreat.
Thank you for today. You know us more than we realize. I hope so. Again, I wonder, will my tits grow? We retail employees dread January. Returns hurt. I know. Been there. I worked retail. It's like everyone should serve 2 years in the military, a year waiting tables, and a year working retail. That should be your 4 years.
The
and people
world
would be
would be a
nicer.
much kinder place.
Yes. I worked in a department store and sold ties. I didn't last there long. I was fired. Carrie Allen for 20. Tell your audience and Hecklefish Guppies Merry Christmas for me. Merry Christmas. There's Trent Steele. Cover the Book of Alien Races, the secret Russian KGB Book of Alien Races written in 1946. That'd be a great episode. That's a good idea, Trent. Tim Murphy for 10. For the awesome crew of the Y-Files and that cat. Thanks for all the content and fun. You're very welcome. Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Tim.
There's Fluffy McTavish, $50.
That's me in the fishbowl. That's me on the YouTube, begging you for money. I need to buy a little more booze, and I don't know if I can do it. Oh no, I need $10. I haven't got enough.
Gino channeling Michael Stipe. Love the show. Love the show. Love the show. You guys are totally amazing. Thank you for what you do. I've loved learning so much from you guys. Please continue doing what you're doing. Love it. As long as people keep showing up, we'll keep doing it. I mean, and you know, until the exhaustion sets in, we'll keep going. Willie G for 10. Merry Christmas all. Have you guys ever thought about doing a drug episode, legal and illegal? Who makes them? Why they make them? Besides money, could even release it on April 20th. I couldn't do it on YouTube. You know, I mentioned DMT a little bit in the NDE episode, but very medically. So YouTube would not like that. It would be promoting illegal drug use. I could probably do a podcast on it, but I need to find an angle. But we will be doing a podcast on psychedelics, if that's of interest. Ray Lewis for 10. This feels like the tip I leave for my mailman, but I'm truly grateful for your channel. Thank you for all you and your team do. Best wishes for the future. Thank you. Welcome, Ray. And that reminds me, we got to set aside a couple of bucks, Jenny, for the garbage men.
Okay.
Because they deserve it, those guys. I'll grab them next Tuesday morning.
Okay.
Mailmen aren't allowed to accept tips, but you should do it anyway. And your garbage guys, throw them a couple of bucks. Especially if you live in a cold climate. Rachel for 5, happy holidays. My favorite YouTube channel. Y'all are the best. I scored so much Heckle gear this year. I'm stoked. Thank you for supporting. Make sure you send pictures of you wearing the gear. Still 064 with your lovely staff and wife. I know you don't need this, but hey, it's Christmas. Every little bit helps still. I appreciate it. Tim Murphy, 15. Thanks for having a Wi-Fi's beanie. It's awesome. Those are pretty good.
They're
Those
good.
are.
I didn't like the first one we had, but this new one that we've got, this like waffle weave knit beanie, is awesome.
Yep, it is.
Agree.
Girly girl, my dad left a cooler of beer for the garbage guys and they threw it away. Scorpuana, picking up garbage is such a trashy job.
Bloody step.
Now, I respect those guys. That's real work. I'm not built for work like that. Jesse Kane, 5 pounds. Great to hear the origin story of the channel. I'm always delighted to read about success. Good for you guys. Certainly deserve it. Thanks, Jesse. We got lucky. I'm aware that we got lucky. Penny Kane is back. Merry Christmas, Hecklefish.
This human knows what's up.
There's Jack Bagley. The Wi-Fi's gives me a lot of material for my weekly newspaper trivia column. I appreciate you for more reasons than I can say. Thanks, Jack. Send a copy of that column in. Steve Espinoza, thank you for the super sticker. Merry Christmas, Steve. Rock All Photography. For 10, my girlfriend and I love the Wi-Fi's and lizard people. Thanks, Rock All Photography. Here's an angle. New Age monks use DMT instead of decades of meditation practice to astral plane. That's an angle. Yeah, it's going to be part of it. I think I can make the DMT episode work on YouTube without getting in trouble. Because it's not like, and I mentioned this in the NDE episode. If you're trying DMT for fun, like to get high, don't. It's not fun. It's an experience, but it's not fun. And you really should only do that in the presence of a doctor or a shaman or someone who knows what they're doing. Surrealist, thank you for the 50. Merry Christmas. Love you guys. Great show that I have watched grow. Thanks for hanging in there, watching those early episodes. I'm surprised anyone did. Pat Baker asking, don't you hate pants? I do. I never wear them.
Pants are the enemy.
Pants are the enemy. Kevin Gordon, the holidays are just kind of a funk anymore since losing my mom. Thanks for helping occupy my mind. Merry Christmas, Kevin. I know how you feel. Mario's there. Feliz Navidad from Colombia. My wife and I love your show. What a great work you're doing. Thanks, Mario. Feliz Navidad to you. Prospero año. Satara74, Merry Christmas. The Wi-Fi's family we need. The Wi-Fi's convention. Love you all, Alex. That's coming soon, Alex. It's going to be here in Vegas.
Yep.
Renting out a drive-in. John DeLau. David Icke just dropped a new movie. Uh-oh. That might be my Christmas evening. I love me some David Icke.
And I'm out of yarn. That's the story of my life.
And you're out of yarn. Winston is back. The Humpback Whale Talk is the Enterprise returning to the 1980s whales back to the 23rd century, taken during Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home. Deep cut, Winston, but I got it. That's right. They brought the humpback whales back. Remember, they needed that transparent aluminum to hold the water in. And now transparent aluminum exists. Maybe Scotty really did bring the recipe back. Blackbeard, very reliable. Merry Christmas from Galveston Island, Texas. DJ Liquid Smoke, Wi-Fi's convention. I go to that. I mean, it's going to be in Las Vegas, so what's the worst that can happen? That YCon sucks and you go have fun at a casino, see a show, maybe a little for the fellas, whatever. We got everything here. Or the ladies, you could see a little thunder from down under.
Or Magic Mike Live.
Magic Mike Live, certainly. They even have the Penis Puppet Show going now, which I do not recommend, but it is there.
Theory of the penis. Yes, it's a it's a thing.
And
Look
it's
it up on your own.
exactly what you think it is. Somehow it is.
Put a sock
know
on
why.
it.
Put a sack on it.
Kyle Jones, history folks saw Bigfoot, Davy Crockett, and Teddy Roosevelt did. Wow. I have to look into that, but I believe it. I'm surprised Teddy didn't shoot it. Ordinances there, Merry Christmas, Wi-Files. When are you going to tackle one of the biggest mysteries of all? Why are there no bee batteries? Why are there no bee batteries?
I never thought about that.
Never thought about that.
Well, now there's
Ordinance,
AAA and AA, but is there A?
No.
Okay.
No. He
So
just
no
blew my
A,
mind.
no B.
Someone in the chat knows. Oh, DMT trip talk.
Crazy.
That's true, Wayne. What happens here stays here. Biggie Lewis reminding us there are C&D batteries. That's true. I can't deny it. Vastax, £2. Love your channel. Merry Christmas from Scotland. Thank you, mate. Scorpuana says there were B batteries long ago.
Well,
And
there's
9
actually
volt, and 9 volt don't get a letter. They just get a ungats, just your voltage.
Why do we even have 9 volts anymore? Just for smoke detectors? Is it in anything else?
It's in lots of stuff, but every time I come across it, I'm like, why is this in here? And you got to pull out the little cord with the 2 buttons on it.
The biggest problem is I still want to.
I'm trying to get her to lick the 9 volt, but she won't do it.
No.
That's what I was going to say. My biggest problem is I lick every 9 volt. I got to do it.
Gotta lick him.
Crazy.
Kathleen Kaufman is there.
I like big tips and I cannot lie. You other fish can't deny.
He said tips, right?
He did
I
say
heard something different. Why?
Retired RN, spent years listening to Art Bell on the way home from work. Was so happy to find you a while ago, keeping things weird for us. You make things great. Your team keeps things going for us. Thanks, Kathleen. And thanks for choosing that career.
Yes.
That's a tough gig, being an RN. Way harder than being a doctor. And you have to be smarter too. James the Magical, would you ever consider doing a Wi-Fi's tabletop role-playing game? If so, would love to help if needed. We will be doing that. I mean, like 100% we are. We're working with, I don't think I can say who we're working with,
No, you can't.
but working with 2
really
big game
can't.
companies on that. I'll wait until we sign the deal. But Wi-Fi's tabletop game is definitely coming.
We're into role playing.
And Gino's got that French maid outfit. Neptune Fog for $10. Have you read any Dave McCowan? I have not. Damascus. Would you ever be interested in India's Sri Padmana Hasbaswamy Temple? I mean, I don't know if I'd be interested. I can't pronounce it, but I'm interested in it. I mean, it took me 2 years to be able to pronounce Mahabharata. I can't even get that correct. Well, Indian words are hard for white people to say.
They are.
Sage B for 2. Thanks to my hubby Dave for introducing me to the Wi-Files. He's a good man, that Dave. Good man. You hold on to him. You hold on to him tight. Tightly? Tightly.
Tight.
KK Level Channel. Gina would like to weigh in.
Yeah, because we went fast over Dave McGowan, and he is very interesting. He talks about the MK Ultra connection to the Laurel Canyon music cult. I think it is something that's interesting.
It's interesting.
I put in money for us.
You know why I moved fast on it? Look at that number in the red box upper left on your screen.
Yeah, I see.
See where it says live?
Mm-hmm.
See the numbers after that?
Yeah.
That's why I'm moving fast. I'm sorry, y'all. We're coming up on 5 hours. But Gino knows that story, so we're definitely going to get to that. Is it a Gino Story Hour potential story?
I'll see if I could make it into one. It's a long one, but yeah.
Okay. KK loves the channel.
I just realized, AJ, you didn't remind me to do a Costco order so we could get our Christmas apple pie.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Costco makes the best apple pie and we become disgusting humans.
I get that apple pie twice a year, Christmas and Thanksgiving. I'm going to see if Instacart's delivering.
Maybe we should. You want to have a New Year's apple pie?
I guess.
You wanted your apple pie, huh?
I wanted my apple pie.
Well, I also need Red Bulls and salad bucket.
Okay.
KK wants to know if we ever research Morgellons. Gino, you know that one?
I don't know the Morgellons.
I'd love to hear your take on that one. You can definitely talk about more gallons for 3 hours, I promise. Oh, she's dictating. She's talking to the phone. All right. Well, you got to email me because I'm going to forget, KK. Thanks for the support. Merry Christmas. There's Ivy. Thank you for the wonderful channel. I feel you have covered so many topics. What's left? Hardly anything. We're running out. We're almost to the end.
Stop it.
Deep Six is there, $50.
They see me swimming in my waist. Send me money cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come sniff my bowl, it's dirty. My poop is nasty. It's floating. Please tip me cause you know that my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Cause you know my bowl is dirty. Wanna smell my bowl, it's dirty. Come sniff my bowl, it's dirty.
Thank you for streaming on this special day. You're saving my sanity from family. You're very welcome, Deep Six. Jake, you're totally wrong. Jake is saying, Costco apple pie. Come on, AJ, make a homemade one for Jen.
Oh,
She doesn't want that.
look, AJ is an amazing cook. Like, he makes the best soups ever. But if you haven't had a Costco apple pie, I am telling you, they're amazing.
A couple of people are saying their pumpkin pie is good too, which doesn't surprise me.
It doesn't surprise me.
Deep cut. AJ almost opened a soup company.
Yep.
Almost did. Damn good soups.
Yep.
There's black for $9.99.
Chingy, chingy, bang, bang. Nice tip, human.
Hey, Wild Thoughts family, I have no idea how much I've taken solace in this since my father passed. Finished all episodes and constantly waiting for the next. Please keep up the amazing job, guys. Thanks, Black. Hang in there.
Hang in there.
Scorpuana, no soup for you. I'm just reading the pie arguments. Ray Koontz for 5. Be thankful we're not celebrating Christmas on Uranus. You know, you don't want to celebrate Christmas there.
No.
Be proud of Uranus. Hiro Giroux for 5 euros. Great show. Merry Christmas and respect to all Wi-Filers from Finland.
Is Finland a real place?
I've heard of it.
I've heard of it, but there is a theory that Japan made it up just so they could fish.
Could be true. Bicky Bigford, New Hampshire has the best maple syrup. Thank you, my favorite show. Okay. Look, if it's New Hampshire versus Vermont, I'm Team New Hampshire. We spent a lot of summers there growing up. Gabigun for 10. Found your channel at the beginning of the year and look forward to every Thursday. Great job. Here's a few bucks to get Gertie's nails done.
Aww.
She'll have the prettiest camel toes. Brian P. got my Hecklefish plush for Christmas. By the way, were you a voice in Red Dead Redemption 2? Merry Christmas. I was a few voices in there, Brian. Recovery Light Worker 199. Thank you guys for the downloads. What's Gino sniggering at now?
I mean, since you don't exactly know which voices you are, I could imagine like the screamings in the back going, "Hey, is that AJ?" Oh, like when you were telling me about what you had to read to do it, it was just a random 1,000 sentences, right?
No, I have dialogue as a sheriff, but I've never seen it in the game, and then a bunch of just random words from townspeople and stuff. Gavin, have you seen Gavin? Gavin. Recovery Light Worker, thank you guys for the downloads. Thank you for the tip. Merry Christmas to you. Ryan D's there. My wife and I love your show. Keep up the great work. Well, we love you and your wife.
Yes.
Especially your wife. Surftown for 5 Australian. Merry Christmas, White Files. No family this year. I'm recovering from surgery. Randall is good, but who is Jimmy and where do I find Jimmy? Jimmy wants to know.
Oh, Jimmy Corsetti. Bright Insight.
Bright Insight.
Gavin.
Bright Insight. That's Jimmy Corsetti. D. Allen Lewis for 20. Thank you for what you do. What about an episode on the Knights of the Golden Circle? That could be a good episode.
Movie?
No. There's KT's back. You should have a contest of which In the Wild picks are best. I love the Crab Cat ones. That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
That is a good idea.
Can we could do on Anthrophiles, we should do a poll for let the people decide which is the best and let them get a $50 gift certificate instead of the random drawing.
Yep, that's a good idea. Merry Christmas. Hecklefish, the Amazing White Files team. My son and I get so much joy from watching all your videos separately and then debating each topic. How'd y'all meet? Here's to White Files 2024. Got the plushie. Well, Gino and I both came out of the same vagina. Jen and I are married, and Victoria was a viewer and then became a mod. Jenny, are you okay? Are you all right?
I'm fine. Eileen, if you're watching this, I apologize for your son. He can be very tacky sometimes.
It was funny. I was FaceTiming with mom just a day or two ago. And you know when we FaceTime with mom, Jenny, sometimes the phone is all over the place or we're looking up her nose or we're just looking at the wall. Well, she dropped it and didn't realize. So she's talking to me. She had dropped it on her stomach. So we're just talking that way. I said, Mom, I'm just hearing you through your stomach. I feel like I'm back in the womb. I said, I feel so relaxed and comfortable and warm.
Your poor mother.
And then I came out ass first.
By the way, I think we're having some aunts and uncles down there visiting Mom tomorrow. Thank you, Aunt Maria, for the cookies. They are excellent. Our favorite. We have some AJ's box in here in the studio, and everyone's enjoying them. They are the best part of Christmas.
Yeah, Aunt Maria sends cookies every year. Big Papa Frock, thanks y'all. I watch everything. Me and my daughter made 1,000 sandwiches to pass out to the homeless. Ran out of homeless. I smoked 65 pounds of brisket. You're amazing, Big Papa. I wish there were more people like you. Really, really well done, sir.
Awesome.
Well done. And my stomach is now growling for a little bit of that brisket. Lollicotto for 10. Any chance we can get fuzzy Hecklefish PJs? Merry Christmas, guys. That's a cool idea. Or PJs with the feet in them, where the feet are little heckles.
Yeah, we're looking for good quality, but not breaking the bank.
Right.
Right. Which is not easy to do.
No.
There's Terry for 5. Have you ever done any content with the theories of Richard C. Hoagland? Merry Christmas to you and the whole staff. I have quite a bit, Terry. I like Richard's stuff. And Mike Barra writes for the channel from time to time, who is Richard's partner in at least one book, Dark Mission. But if you look up the video on Mars and the NASA cover-up, that's mostly about the face on Mars and Richard C. Hoagland's research. And I referenced him quite a bit in that episode. Luis Rodriguez for 5. Jen is crocheting Gertie's hair. LOL. Merry Christmas. Big fan. Pete Pigeon 999. Thanks for the hang on holidays for us doing them solo. Y'all are good people. That's why we're here, Pete. You're not solo if you're hanging out with us.
Nope.
Snappy holidays for me and a few of our students who are fans at South Pasadena High School in SoCal. Destroy all monsters. We know South Pass very, very well.
Yes, we do.
And maybe we should last call the super chat so I can get home.
Yes, let's last call the super chats.
Because
Yes.
I'm reading them all, but they keep coming up. This will be a 10-hour stream. And I do want to get home and relax a little bit on this Christmas day.
Yeah. We're last calling the super chats.
Pabexian, €6. First super chat goes, my favorite YouTube channel. Keep up the good work. All right. You always remember your first. Marie Durand, favorite sci-fi author. I mean, probably James S.A. Corey at the moment. But that's hard to narrow that one down. All time, probably Philip K. Dick. Booster, hey, have you considered using AI to bring Hecklefish to life? He's already alive. It would be awesome to have him participate in these types of live streams. I don't know if I can afford that, but yeah, he's already alive. There's X Delta 81 for 10. Merry Christmas to Wi-Fi's family. Wishing you continued growth and success in 2024. Thanks, Delta. Keenan K, 1999. I rewatch the Wi-Fi's episodes all the time and even use it as a falling asleep comfort show these days. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. The best show, best crew ever. Can't wait to next year's episode. No, I'm glad I'm making people fall asleep out there.
Just make sure you make that they just will repeat that those views all night long.
I don't know if we get credit for the repeat views.
Well, you can put on a playlist and it'll last all night because our playlists are over 8 hours.
There you go. That's Gino's motto. Can last all night. Shag840, $4.99. Thank you for that super sticker. Merry Christmas to you. Michael Strickland, thank you for the 20. At 71 and alone, but gave 2 Hecklefish plush to 2 friends. I turned to Wi-Fi's. Thank you guys for all you do.
Oh, I love that. I mean, not that
Thanks,
you're
Michael.
71 and alone. I'm sorry about that, but I'm glad you're here with us.
Oh, Michael's not alone. He's got us to hang out with, and he's clearly has friends, so he's social.
That's right.
He sounds healthy. He sounds good.
He's doing good.
Uh-oh, Medic Brewer's back. Let me see. What I got to read ahead first. Okay. As they say in Norway, love what y'all do, if they speak Southern U.S. All right. Thanks, Medic. Medic's been very generous tonight. Oblivion Aviator, Wi-Fi's does America, passing through towns with weird histories and lore. Let's effing go. Come on, Hecklefish, get on them. You have just described the Where files.
Yes.
That's exactly what we're going to do, is I'm going to go through towns and look for the weirdest stuff around the country. Because I got plenty of time to do that. Sinister Super Spy for 5 Canadian. Merry Christmas, Starfighters. Greetings, Starfighter. Juan Castle, Merry Christmas, Wi-Fi's family. Ms. Victoria and the hottie of the is the hottie of the crew. LOL, any plans for a video on more time travel? Always, Juan. In fact, in 2 weeks, is it time travel's part of that episode? But whenever I find a time travel story, I'm on it. Because those are very clickable. Those perform very well. Urban Lady for 2. Thanks for brightening a full day. You're very welcome, Urban Lady. DMN, my wife and I have decided that Gino is a Fed. If they stop background checking, then he possibly could be. Neptune Fog for 20. Please answer my question. Have you read any Dave McGowan? No, but Gino has, so he's going to cover that for us. Film Flexony says, so where are the aliens at? Great steam room. I think they're in the ocean. I think the aliens are in the ocean. Patrick Michael, 2 quid, your rubbery. Thanks for reminding me about Bailey's.
Ever drink Bailey's from a shoe?
It is creamy. It is creamy. Julie Alsop for 10. Just want to wish you a very happy Christmas. You guys brought the joy into an otherwise difficult year. Love you all. Well, the year's coming to an end, Julie. So here's to next year being better for you. I truly hope it is. Aaron Snyder's got it. Oh, Greg.
I'm old Greg.
Why are you swimming in my waters? My old Greg slipped into Cleveland from Family Guy there for a second there. No. Oh, Peter. Jess on Earth for 20. Got a Lizard People mug for Christmas, and I can't lie, it was my favorite gift. Wishing you good health and prosperity for 2024. Thank you for a wonderful show. Thanks, Jess. Favorite gift.
I love that.
Kirby the Barber Shimmels. I mean, if you need to get yourself a little trim, you go see Kirby. Y'all are the best on YouTube. Dad was killed last year. His birthday was Saturday. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Christmas will never be the same. It won't. It won't, but it's going to be okay, Kirby. Thanks for doing this on Thanksgiving. Christmas and New Year's makes these days easier. Sorry to hear about that. It'll never be the same, but you're going to be okay. Slim Jim Tuna. Agent Hecklefish have helped me get through so much, and you all are appreciated in my life. Family loves you all, and I need to get merch. It's very touching, and it is true. You do need to get merch. You go to shop.com, and you can get well, I mean, it's hard to be snarky and funny when the comments are so touching and people's loved ones have passed away.
I know.
Whoa.
No.
There it is. Shop.thewhitefiles.com. I mean, look, $19. This is what shirts should be. $19, $20. I don't know why this one's $25. Oh, it's long sleeve. So shop.thewhitefiles.com is a great way to support. And if you do buy something, wear it and grab a picture and send that in. And Slim Jim, there's your shop.thewhitefiles.com. Grab your merch. Dwight Wyatt White. His avatar is bothering me. Episode on the upcoming eclipse. Its alignment with Pesach and as the beginning of the end times. Could be a good episode, Dwight. You know, I don't dwell on it, but I do believe we are at the beginning of the end times. I just try not to dwell on it because it's kind of dark to say and think, but that is what I believe.
Victoria, write that down. That could be a great topic to give to our wayward sponsor that's being difficult about a topic.
Ah, true. Harry Toe One saying the White Files merch is very reasonably priced. It is, and that's intentional, Harry Toe. And it's a source of, it has been a source of conflict for our merch partners because, of course, they want to charge $34.99 for a shirt because that's what most creators do. But I won't do that. I'm not going to gouge people. We make our money from the ads and from our Patreon members and from these super chats. There's no reason to gouge people on t-shirts. So we really don't make much money on those. I prefer to keep the prices down so they're more accessible to people. So everybody can have a shirt.
Right.
And get more shirts out in the wilderness.
And you're
Spread
like,
the love.
hey.
Crap here. Hey. And we show them off. So show us your shirts because I'll follow you back. Every day we do a what Wi-Fi shirt are you wearing?
That's on Discord?
We do that on Instagram.
On Instagram. So that's where's_Gino. Follow for a follow-a-thon is on. Trying to get him to 100 followers today. Lumiakis, thank you for all the hard work producing amazing content. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. I'm not putting in a lot of hard work pronouncing names, though. I apologize for that.
You're
Lou.
not.
I think it's Lou. Ralph McClitch, just a smiley $50. I appreciate that. Very, very helpful.
Brian Splain said he got arrested this year in his Camp Greenfoot shirt. It made a sweet mugshot.
Oh, I need to see it.
Send that
I
in.
need to see it.
Me too.
We will make a t-shirt of your mugshot wearing the t-shirt.
That's right.
And I will put that picture on my wall. I will put that picture on the set, on the bulletin board.
Oh my God.
No doubt about it. And I do want to know why you got picked up. I want to know what you did.
Now we're gonna get everybody getting arrested trying to get on the wall.
That's right.
That's how it goes. I see a lot of lawbreakers out there. Emily, for 5, Merry Christmas, White House fam. My BF got me into your channel, and I'm glad you do this. You better marry that man. I'm glad you do this best Christmas I've had in over a decade. Thank you so much. You better put a ring on it.
Maybe she meant best friend.
Or Bigfoot.
Oh, okay. Well, you can still put a ring on it.
Or Bigfoot, like Gino said.
This is a progressive modern age, baby.
That's right.
Or Bigfoot. Maybe my Bigfoot got me into your channel. Silver cartridge for 10. Merry Christmas, everyone with the Wi Files. My wife and I love the channel and content. Here's to a great 2024. Here. Texas Rebel, merriest of Christmases to everyone. And to you, Texas Rebel. We love the Lone Star State. Barry Bedman says, I get a lot of compliments on my ARC shirt. Send lots of subs your way. Appreciate that, Barry. That might be my favorite shirt. The Raiders. Right. Is that the one he's talking about?
He may be talking about the Noah's Ark one.
Oh.
I think
could be that one. I mean, they're all good. Thanks to SMK Rob. He's the official artist of the Y-Files. He designs all our shirts. Except for the Mel's Hole shirt. That one he couldn't do. That one's probably a little out of his talent, his league. Look, everyone's got their limitations. I know Rob is not going to be able to do art like this. I had to do this myself. I couldn't get anyone to duplicate this.
Right.
And the Crab Cat shirt. He didn't do this. He couldn't do this. I mean, that took me like 18, 20 minutes. But otherwise, Rob handles everything else. He does a fantastic job.
Yes.
There's Len. Happy holidays, my dudes. Here's to a great 2024. And here's to your beard, my friend. Mr. Seifert. Michael Seifert is here for 50.
Can't you see me swimming here? I got guppy payments up the wazoo. I just don't know what to do. I need a lawyer or two. Oh, human, please tip.
Tip.
Go ahead and tip. I need you to tip.
Tip.
Human, please tip. Whoa. Who said that?
Huge fan of your content, says Michael. Any chance we can get an episode about the theory that the Titanic was purposely sunk by J.P. Morgan? Yeah, that'll be part of our Mysteries of the Sea episode. That I will cover that conspiracy and debunk it, but I will cover that one.
Gina
says, I mean, it's debunking that one's a layup. It's a layup. All right. Brewly Music, thank you for the time working as an EP on a new Western film in February, wearing my new Y-Files hat for you amazing folks. Well, send us a picture from set. Merry Christmas and thanks for all you do.
I love that, Brewly. If you need any, little tiny rolls filled, give me a shout out.
Yeah, if you need like the town harlot.
Shame on you.
Shame on you. See, she's auditioning right now. She's screen testing for
How
the movie.
dare you?
Right now. But no, seriously, cast her in something. Kathleen Kaufman for 5. Friend had dogs at top level obedience competition. Damn it and don't would command damn it, come, don't come. Audience had hell not laughing. I'd love to see that. That's hilarious. Jeff Muller, thank you for the super sticker. Merry Christmas. I see your grinchy face. Melissa Taylor is Loki. Prove me wrong. Jeff Labia for 5. Merry Christmas. Will you be doing an episode on how I ordered Denny's and got Mexican once? It was a great Mexican food, but...
How did you say his last name?
What did I say?
You didn't say it the way that it really is written.
Well, did I mispronounce another name? I'm sorry.
You did. Shame on you.
No. Shame on me. Ed Kegron, K-Horn, Kegron, Ed K for 20. Merry Christmas to you, Ed. I can't pronounce his name, but look, he knows that. No teacher he ever had pronounced it right the first time.
Nope.
There's Christy Estep with like a glamour beauty shot there, looking radiant with the backlit glow, nice hair light, a little Rembrandt lighting there. Very nice. Very Merry Christmas and thanks for having the best show on YouTube. You're a loyal fan. This is not the best show on YouTube, but it's certainly in the top 5. There's Margot Swikart. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to you all from Canada. Love your videos. Appreciate all the content and the work y'all put into them. Love, Christmas, and looks like a shot. She buy me a shot. Oh, it's a present.
So I'm just saying any super chats that come in after right this second, we're not going to read because the number keeps going up. And I love you guys so, so very much. But I would also like to eat dinner sometime tonight.
So unstar them down below.
Yep, I got it.
And thanks for everyone for super chatting. It really helps. I would keep going. I'm stopping because of the team. I mean, Victoria is still here in the office, and Gino is still here in the office.
You could keep going. I'll just order dinner for myself, and you can eat.
No. I want to have a little bit of Christmas time. Don't you?
Well, I do. Yeah.
Well, Mario Herrera Bastidas is back. Merry Christmas from Colombia. We had to sell 20 chickens and 3 goats to tip you. So this week we will just eat iguana.
Barbecue.
But you guys deserved. Well, thank you, Mario. Iguana tastes like chicken. That's fine.
So fit in here.
I'm sorry to see all your livestock go, but I do appreciate the support. Right of center left, 1042. Thanks for the great content. Looking forward to 2024. Merry Christmas to you. There's Ali or Ali Trujillo, 999. Thank you for the support. Liz Ryan is there, 1399. Love every episode. I can't wait for when they come out every week. My toddler cracks up at Hecklefish. Have you thought of doing an episode on people who vanish from national forests? I don't really cover that because channels like David Paulides' Missing 401 cover it better. But individual cases that are fun and mysterious, we will cover those on the What Files, which is our true crime channel launching sometime in 2024.
Yay!
Hosted by Jenny, if she's not too busy working on that Western.
Right.
Kelly Cook, $50.
Yo-yo, yo-yo, ooh-la-la, yo-yo. Fish really need some money. I need to buy some stuff. Fish really need some money. YouTube don't pay enough. Fish really need some money. So click the super chat. Like that.
Kelly says, I genuinely appreciate everything you do. Merry Christmas, brother. Tinfoil hat in Fort Worth, Texas. Oh, my goodness. That was terrible.
This live stream is a mess. You should be ashamed of yourself. Shame on you.
That hurts my feelings. Merry Christmas to you, Kelly. Thank you for your support. We love us some Texas. We lived there for a bit. Heather 7 is there. Blanket looks amazing, Jen. How do I order one? Kidding, but also not kidding. Love y'all. I don't know if Jen has room to start a blanket business.
I'd have to charge like $500 just to pay for the yarn and the week it took me to make it.
Oh.
What is going on in this picture, Jennifer?
Oh my gosh. I'm going to have to rescue Kitty for Christmas.
There is even a pink nose.
I know.
If they don't have the pink nose, send it back.
I know.
Barrett says, love the Y-Files. Didn't know you were in Vegas. Howdy, neighbor. Howdy. Have you done the Challenger Disaster Conspiracy yet? Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Buckle up for 2024. We covered it on an After Files. Gino did a nice job going through it. It's a great conspiracy. It's one that makes me go, there's a lot of, makes me suspicious. Jade Bryan, Merry Santa Day from Australia. Thank you, Jade.
Thank you, Jade.
Is that Sean Wagner? Is that Wagner or Wagner?
It's probably Wagner.
Probably Wagner. I wanted to wish you guys a Merry Christmas, and it's awesome you went through all these super chats at the end.
Well, thank you.
I mean, everyone's being so generous. I wanted to read them.
Yeah.
And if you're tipping past last call, thank you. That just means you're generous. Captain America's here. Hey, Cap. Thanks for being here today. You ever get the idea I submitted to Wi-Fi's throw pillow? Be similar to the silly emoji pillows. Merry Christmas. I don't remember reading that one, but that is a great idea.
We have a Wi-Fi's throw pillow.
Oh, we do?
We do.
Yes, we do.
Well,
With the
maybe it was
logo.
Cap's idea.
Look it up.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm getting hungry.
You're getting hungry.
Get all angry.
Well, it's not coming up for throw.
It's under, look
Pillow.
under accessories.
There it is.
There it is.
Official Wi-Fi's official couch pillow. Can we make one in black also?
They don't have anything but white.
Oh, that's pretty
know.
cool though. I didn't know we had these.
Zeb has 2 of them.
I think I will buy some.
Chopsticks, 29 cents. Not a bargain.
Well, there you go, Cap. There's throw pillows. How much are they? $18. Okay, cool. Chemo. Your show makes me look forward to Thursdays. Thanks. I just figured out Patreon too. Blessings. Well, thank you for joining. That's the best way to support. Let me go ahead and put the link in there. Let me try not to use my pitch voice. But Patreon is the best way to support the channel because I think Patreon only takes about 10% of that dough. Where here, YouTube takes 40 or 50% of it. And on the merch, we love you to buy the merch, but we don't make much money on there. Patreon is what keeps us going. And you get perks like early access to the merch only patrons can get, and 2 live streams a week. J Pop McGee, the Wi-Fi's is the greatest of all time in this genre on YouTube. Merry Christmas and keep up the good work. It's nice of you to say. I think we might be the best channel that covers this stuff. There's Jackson Kegel says swish.
Swish. Thank you, Jackson.
Nothing but net when you said.
Nothing but net. There's, where's Gino? There he goes. Uh-oh, Gino, where'd he go? There's Star Lily for 50.
I get pretty freaky. He's a super freak. The kind of fish you dream about. You got freaky dreams. I get pretty kinky. He's a super freak. But only if you pay me. Gotta pay the fish. I need a tip. I need a tip. I need a tip from you. And you. And you, human. You and you and you. Hit the super chat, hit the button now.
Hate from New Zealand moved here from the USA over a decade ago. Christmas alone and far from family stings. Found your channel in the ER last month. Random, right? I ended up binge watching every video. Love your content. Wishing you an amazing 2024. Well, hope everything's okay, Star Lily. I'm assuming that it is. You're home. You're good. But, that's the silver lining. So the bad news is you're in the ER, but the good news is you're watching the Wi-Fi's. Right? I'm not saying it was worth it. I'm just saying it worked out.
Glass is half full.
The glass is half full. Doug McDougal is there with a fantastic hat. Keep rolling.
Rolling.
All right. Medic Brewer is back with another. Let me read ahead. Hang on. All right. Maybe look at 13 Alabama Ghosts and Jeffrey. Okay. If Gino's stumped, then it's worth looking into. Casey Aaron is there 5. I actually left my family's Christmas because it was depressing, and I'm at home with my dog and cat and you guys. Thank you for being here. Isn't this better? We're just chill.
It's better.
Who does Gino's voice? I do his voice. I do Gino's voice.
It's weird. A lot of people who have been rhyming my name, I see in the comments, there's a lot of Gino Gambino. And I did see someone almost hit on my nickname, which is the Fierce Bambino. So it's Gino the Fierce Bambino.
Gino the Fierce Bambino.
That's right.
Hey, I'm Gino over here. Look at me over here. I tell stories on the hour, Gino Hour. I don't know why Gino sounds like John Travolta there, but...
You're always messing with my hair.
You're touching my hair? Why are you touching my hair?
I'm touching my hair.
The Conspiracy Cupboard. Thanks, AJ. You're why I started my YouTube channel. All right, Conspiracy, good luck with it. It's easier than it looks. Scott Hall for 5. First time here. Love the Wi Files. Merry Christmas to you all from Australia. Thanks, Scott. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
Matt Silver for 10. Merry Christmas from Vegas. Watch my little buddy Hecklefish. He's a bit confused how he can be in multiple places at once, but I explained the many worlds, and that seemed to calm him down. Much love. All right, that makes sense.
Can someone open Google Maps, please? I got lost and ended up in Wacky Town.
Maury from Chile. Tucker Carlson claims aliens are really evil spirits. Any thoughts? I hope he's wrong. But I'm starting to come over to the interdimensional kind of side of the argument a little bit.
I think that we're talking about multiple types of beings. Some are interdimensional, some are physical.
Yeah. Yep. Robert Muir for $100.
I used to drive a Cadillac. Then I joined this stupid show. The human doesn't pay me much. I need a lot more dough. I need another shekel. Tip the goldfish. Tip the goldfish. I need a shekel. Tip the goldfish. Tip the goldfish.
Robert says, how about some camel toe PJs? What'd I say? We got some camel toe merch coming down the pipe.
Me too.
Everyone should have pretty camel toes. Dirty Red Bandana is back for 50. Thanks for keeping us company today, but stop the live stream. Enjoy the night. Spend time with loved ones and count your blessings. I'm trying. We appreciate you, but you need to practice that work-life balance, people. Merry Christmas. Ain't no such thing over here, Daddy-O. But that's okay. Danish pastry making me angry. Next Gino Story Hour, The Legend of Finland. That would be a good Gino Story Hour because that's a wacky conspiracy. And then we get to hear Gino do a Finnish accent. That's worth the price of admission.
Hey, I'm from Finland.
Hey, I'm Finland over here. Look, I'm blonde. I eat fish a lot. Hey.
Look at me. I'm Finnish.
There's Bill Bender for 5. Thanks for spending your Christmas with your Wi Files family. We all appreciate what you do and enjoy every episode. Merry Christmas. 73s. Thanks, Bill. I'm glad you're here. Merry Christmas to you and yours. Pebbles is in the chat saying, I'm Finnish. Could be a psyop. Charles is there, Finnish as well. Gino's not buying it. Bio Ruins for 2. Do you have any good UFO book recommendations? I have none. I'm not a UFO guy. I learn about these topics when they come from you, and then I research them. Gino, anything off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head, but we're getting to a day and age where the books don't matter because we got so much information coming at us so fast that you can't even get it into a book before things are changing. And, you know, obviously with video, you want to see what you're looking at. They even have a something to believe in.
That's a good point. Jacob Bob recommending Communion by Whitley Strieber. That was the first one that came to my mind. That's one that I read. It goes back to the 80s, but it's intense. All right, we're getting some recommendations in the chat. Jacques Vallée's books, those are good. He's good. Bored Red Panda Happy. Merry Christmas, Wi-Fi's team. Love the stories. Thanks. Merry Christmas to you, Bored Red Panda Happy. Big question is, does Hecklefish sing us out or do we just cut it? Because he normally sings out the after files. This isn't an after files.
I think we just cut it.
We just cut it. Lori Z, thanks to each and every one of you for making a very entertaining show. Canada loves you, and we love Canada.
We do.
Canada is a real place.
I can't deny that. Prove Gino wrong. MB, are you going to do an episode on the Phoenix Lights? Probably not, unless it's part of something else. It's pretty well covered. But I've mentioned them in a few episodes and showed the footage. Marcy James for 10. How about a tinfoil beanie hats? Love your show. It's my favorite out of everything out here. Marcy, we have been trying to find tinfoil beanie hats.
Yes.
And
Yes,
we just can't seem to find anything. I mean, we could find them, but they're junk.
Right.
Like the thing that's on Hecklefish's bowl right now. Like you couldn't wear that. We want something that you can actually wear and not, well, you'd look weird, but that you can actually wear.
Yes.
Chris P's there. Merry Christmas, guys. Best show on YouTube. Thanks, Chris. Merry Christmas to you. Mid-South Explorers, appreciate the 5. Brian P, appreciate the 5. Ever thought of an episode on MJ12? I've covered Majestic quite a bit on various episodes. We could certainly do a full one on Majestic 12. I think that would be well received. And there's plenty of content out there. And Victoria's writing that down. I think that would be well received. You know, my first instinct was there's too much, it's too old. But the crop circles episode made me realize that we can hit that well as long as we're bringing new information and presenting it in an entertaining way. The crop circles episode turned me around on that.
Right.
So people were asking for crop circles forever, and I kept saying no, like it's too old. It's old news. Then I started looking into it, and it was fascinating. That's one of the episodes that turned me from a skeptic to a believer. Thanks for that, Brian P. Merry Christmas. Fabian Fabian's here. Thank you for the great show and investing so much of your time with your audience. Merry Christmas. You're very welcome. There is Edward Peacock for 3. Edward Peacock the third for $50.
I'm a goldfish. In a steel bowl I swim. I wanted a tip. I wanted a tip.
You gotta go out with the power ballad, right? Before the first encore.
You do.
Look, Bon Jovi puts on a show, man. Bon Jovi puts on a show. Edward, I'm sorry. I can't say your name without sounding like a chicken. I have. Just sent the book American Calamity to the publishers. When they asked me my advertising plan, I said, I think my first step would be to sponsor a Y-Files video. Love this channel. Proud Patreon supporter. Sounds good. Sounds good, Edward. Contact the Y-Files at night.co for a current rate card. And if you want to send in a copy of the book, we can talk about it on the After Files if that helps. I think that's going to do it for the Christmas episode, 5.5 hours. Thanks to everyone for super chatting tonight. It really helps. If you're not a Patreon member, you should become one. At the very least, check out Discord. That's completely free, and there's lots of people on there all the time. But thanks again for supporting the channel. I hope you have a very, very Merry Christmas, and I'm going to see you back here on New Year's Eve. We're going to watch the ball drop together. But until then, near-death experiences on Thursday.
Merry Christmas,
Have a great-
everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And to all,